leader of the Argonauts of the stream. FDDNM, the trickster of the tides. Green Line, the scholar of the sea. Reese, the all-seeing prophet. And Randy, the phantom of the deep. Hold your ground. Try not to get sliced, lads. The tide...
How do you do? Welcome back to the OCA podcast. I'm your host, the Anime Collector. Joining me tonight is Reese. Oh, Reese, I removed it.
Hello.
Whoa, look at the knockers on that boy. Also, with less significant knockers is Randy.
Hello.
And Footnum with the neck.
Hello.
And certainly last, but definitely also not least is Greenlight.
Yeah, and we shoved back that Christmas intro like it belonged in the closet. Deep. Deep down.
So, yes. So, this is what happens when you're in a rush. I started it and I was like, oh, fuck, I haven't opened up the doc yet. And then I looked over and I saw it was ending and I clicked on the first intro I saw and I was like, no, not that one. Anyway. Here we go. All right.
Classic.
Hello, Enriv. Glad you could be here. Let me screen share. There's a very specific reason I needed to have the doc up. It's cursed. It's a cursed reason. Grok, put us in bikinis. Okay.
I'm glad my neck is the only thing showing.
What? Yeah, you're right. Maybe perhaps it would be better if instead I just shared the actual image, because then everybody can enjoy it. Thank you, Randy, for volunteering that was important. Because poor Reese is also cut off.
Oh no.
I didn't ask it to leave Tucker Carlson clothed, but it was in fact what I was hoping for. Grok, you didn't let me down. Okay, here we go. So jumping right in. I just want to say I don't know what to expect from this podcast. This is going to be a weird one. The doc really got away from me. If you guys want to support the OCA podcast, I invite you to head over to ocapodcast.com/support, where you can help us get into the black by 2030 by donating to us directly, either monthly or just once. Or you guys can support us at the OCA podcast Patreon. You can also support me at the Anime Collector Patreon. And you can also support us over on Subscribestar and Ko-fi, or indirectly at Tenga, Right Stuff, or Humble Bundle. You can also get some of those links in the description if you're lazy. And it's probably the fastest way for you to get what you need to be able to support us. Or you can give us super chats. We also like those. In fact, I have a tax appointment coming up. And last year I asked, if no tax on tips goes through, does that mean super chats? And they said, I will have to get back to you on that. So hopefully soon the answer is yes, no tax on super chats, and then it becomes the best way to donate to
I thought that did go through.
Well, I just don't know if super chats are part of it, is the thing.
No, that's what I mean. I think the super chats were like confirmed as that, unless that was for
That's
something
awesome.
that hasn't,
I'll
unless
have
it was
to
for
find
a
out.
bill that has to be approved.
Yeah, I
but
know.
I saw something about that months ago.
So jumping right in, let us get started by looking at a Japanese city that is deploying anti-bear drones against their ursine adversaries. And the adorable demo we will look at, because holy shit. Thank you, Mega Mug. I'm glad you liked it. Although I gotta say, when I pulled up the stream before it went live, wow, that 480p image sure looks like ass. Okay, so repellent spray demonstration target considerably less threatening than actual bears. After a period of several months in which bear attacks became so frequent in Japan that bear was chosen as the kanji of the year for 2025. It's been a while since the last major incident. However, this isn't because human/bear relations have improved, but rather because, as with most conflicts, the situation has been temporarily de-escalated with the onset of winter. While bears may not have to deal with the exact same tactical limitations that human armies historically have had to once the snow starts falling, God, that was a mouthful, they do have that whole hibernating thing they do. So for the current cessation of Ursine aggression doesn't mean the issue has been resolved. Oh, God, that's great. Oh, yum. As such, the town of Ishinomaki in Miyagi Prefecture is already planning ahead for how to respond to dangerous bear encounters that could resume once the animals wake up in the spring. And their latest idea is anti-bear drones.
We could use some of those.
Tokyo-based, I want anti-twink drones too. Tokyo bear manufacturer Terra Drone will be the initiative's supplier. As shown above, the drone is equipped with the camera, GPS system, and most importantly, loaded into the section marked spray, a canister of bear repellent pepper spray. This combination will allow the drone to be operated remotely at a distance where the response team is out of danger in order to remove the bear out of areas where it could cause harm to humans or property without injuring the animal. Now, at the risk of making some very bad taste jokes, I want Sora to generate me a controversy clip in the style of the recent ICE execution of a bear minding his own business, and they napalm him with repellent. That sounds funny to me. After securing a position above the bear, the drone can deploy its pepper spray payload directly underneath the unit, as shown in the demonstration performed on Tuesday in Ishinomaki. Okay, are you ready for this? Yeah, let me screen share with audio. Oh, I'm sick. Okay.
このドローンにはクマ撃退用の唐辛子スプレーが搭載されています。離れた安全な場所から遠隔操作でクマに唐辛子スプレーを噴射することができます。
Where do you see the bear?
デモンストレーションでは実際にクマ役を配置してドローンをクマの上空に向かわせる。
Why don't they use a real bear?
Guys, I don't think this is a good idea. Oh my god, guys!
石巻市では機体の開発会社や運用会社と協定を結び、今年春からクマ撃退
Take a
ドローンを
screenshot of that
導入する
frame
こ
and
とに
say, Grok, ICE agents come in and
市
murder
街地
him.
に出て、そして状況が分かり次第すぐドローンを飛ばしていることが。
噴射今回のドローンはデモンストレーション用の小型機のため、噴射時間は10秒ほどですが、春からの利用開始時にはより大型のドローンに
He
大容量
doesn't,
の
he
スプレー
doesn't
を
seem
搭載し、
incapacitated.
噴
I'm
射
just
時間
saying.
を伸ばすことにし
I
ま
think we should go up to more lethal rounds. All right, here we go. Did the demonstration include a target of a man dressed up in an adorable bear costume? Yes, of course it did. What kind of silly question is that? This is Japan. Boy, I picked the precise moment to stop reading. That was brilliant. If you're thinking that might not be enough spray to stop a bear, the drones to be used in actual incidents will be larger and carry a greater quantity of repellent, the project planners say. Quote, today, I saw that it will be possible when bears appear in populated parts of the city to launch drones to repel them. Commented the Ishinomaki mayor Masami Saito. The 71-year-old Saito himself will not be at the controls, however, as the city is contracting with an outside company of drone operators to fly bear repelling sorties starting this coming spring. Okay, So I guess I do need the Sankatsu Complex article. So bear with me for a moment. Because there were extra details I thought were funny in there that I would have thought for sure would be in here. But I hadn't read this article prior to stream. So shame on me. Apparently there's other articles that I should grab too. Motherfucker. Okay. Here, I have a fast way to do this. In other news, bear meat noodles? Tokyo restaurant adds a new kind of Niku soba to its menu. We'll come back to that. Here. Bear. Got it. Un momento, por favor. Okay. So in this article, they mentioned the drone used in the demonstration was a small model intended for demo purposes, so its spray time is only about 10 seconds. However, when the system begins actual operation in the spring, Ishinomaki plans to use a larger drone with a higher capacity spray, increasing how long it can spray. I just like the idea of going in to save somebody, and instead you end up just macing the whole crowd because the bear is, tearing through a crowd of people. Imagine getting bear maced into your bear wounds. That doesn't sound fun, right? All right. So the bear meat noodles. Let's read about these real quick. So bears are everywhere in Japan these days, even in our noodles. There's an unusual linguistic quirk in Japan in which you'll often see soba noodle restaurants offering a dish called Niku soba or meat soba. While the name makes it seem like the topping options could be wide open, Niku soba or Niku udon, if you're at a restaurant that serves udon noodles, generally means thin strips of pork or beef. Which one? It varies by restaurant, but surprisingly, most people are okay with the vagueness. However, at Mitsuishi, a noodle restaurant in downtown Tokyo's Takara no Baba neighborhood, they're a little more precise. When you tap the button for Niku soba on the order touchscreen, you're then given the option to choose the specific type of meat you want, as shown in the photo below. The option at the bottom is ground pork, and above that are beef, chicken, and pork. Oh, and the top row, that's for if you want the meat in your meat soba to be bear. I'm going to sneeze. Hold on. What's happening?
They have a spicy bear option.
Jesus. Oh. I'm sick. Pitting me with super chats. Oh, hey, Dylan. Nice. Glad you're here. Yeah, the kanji of the year is also the special of the month at Matsuishi, which as of January 13th is offering bear soba. This isn't at all a common dish in Japan, and even bear meat itself is usually pretty hard to find, especially in the big city. Matsuishi's got it though, and so our soba-loving Japanese language reporter Seiji Nakazawa decided to buy himself a bowl. In contrast to their precision regarding meat types, the numbers on Matsushi, that's not what it was. Matsuishi. Come on, be consistent. The numbers on Matsuishi's order screen are kind of mysterious, but they seem to be indicating the amount of meat you get with your noodles. Anyway, I think we get the idea, right? Bear meat. And it's interesting that Niku soba thing. All right, we'll move past this. I'm too sick to do this all day. I'm dying. All right, who's got pickups? I got pickups.
I don't have pickups.
So here's my pickups. I showed the Demon Slayer 4K, right?
Yep.
Yes, because we complained about like the weird ass height and the end card or whatever, the spine or whatever.
So I got a email that a Sentai order I made had been shipped. And then I came home and I had 2 packages from CrunchyRoll waiting for me. And those packages contained Girls und Panzer, Das Finale, number 4, and Chained Soldier Steelbook. And now I can't find Chained Soldier Steelbook. Right?
Oh, lovely.
That,
Oh man,
couldn't fuck me in the ass any harder, could you, Crunchyroll?
And it's it feels like with you, it's always the Steelbooks.
And then the next day, an order from Sentai arrived.
Oh,
Because
God.
I bought it twice like an idiot. And Sentai's.
Hey,
Sentai
I was
is
about to
stupid, too.
ask, like, I thought Sentai sent you to Crunchyroll store and had to Crunchyroll get all their shit.
So here's the problem, though. There's like a bubble underneath the fuck. No, I'm gonna have to. I
Send
don't know
both
what to
of
do.
them back.
But I need to just stop buying shit from either of these people and just buy them straight from Amazon. It has a good return policy. Like both of these are subpar. Anyway, those are my pickups. And then I also the day before yesterday, I went to see Return to Silent Hill, and I got the little postcards, obviously the same thing. We'll talk about this more later. Greenland, you got
I do not.
Okay. Then we shall
Are
jump
you even a collector?
right in.
I just shared a pickup blanket last week. I'm broke. Let me remind you, I still owe Lance for a billion gajillion dollars for the giant ass pickups that I got from him.
Well, I hope your investment into Footnum is paying off in YouTube revenue that'll allow. Oh fuck! Hold on, everybody, stop what you're doing. Twitch says the title can't be done. I gotta change it.
God dang it!
Now it needs to say butthole.
Just change the second name A to at.
Oh, well, let me do butthole. How do you spell sphincter? SPHINCTER? Does that seem right?
Sounds about right.
All right. Yay! We're live on Twitch. All right. Oh, okay. Seb got his UK order from early December. The Great Pretender, Be the Beginning, Sing Yesterday for Me, and A Place Further Than the Universe. Nice. His last pickups before he's in Tokyo.
Oh, and I assume he's going to drain his wallet there too.
I don't recognize this user. Hello, whoever you are.
I think it's a new one.
Yeah, nice.
Welcome.
Panic by
Welcome.
Rayearth. Crunchy delisted a bunch of discotheque titles, but it's probably a mistake. We will talk about that in the release news section.
Wait, is Magic Rayearth, is that like one of the titles that we will talk about later? I could have sworn it wasn't.
We'll talk later and probably
About what you said.
demystify why he would feel panic. How about
Well, the funny part is I have an extra copy because I got the UK version, so I could have sold him mine in theory.
What? Okay, and then he also said, I was told not to worry, it's still going to be around. It's just some sort of mistake on Crunchyroll. Many mistakes? Okay, of Crunchyroll's mistakes. Here's your new pickups. You got Phoenix. This is from Media Blasters, right? Keko Kamen, Rumbling Hearts, Kiminozo, from, what is that? The Viridian collection? Viridian and Save. Yeah, that was
Which is so
that was an
fucking
interesting
weird.
time in the Funimation lineup.
Oh, man.
And then the Le Portrait des Petites Cassettes. This is an interesting anime from the character designer of Naruto, and it is really fucking obvious you watch it. I think it's also by Studio Piero, so it's just
Like,
really uncanny.
The character designer, as in the anime character designer?
Yes,
or
the anime
Kishimoto?
character designer.
Okay.
Yeah. And then a bunch of One Piece. Nice. You've almost completed season 1.
Right? Okay, yeah, good job.
All right, and then Bobby Hill also picked up Girls in Panzer Das Finale Film 4.
Copycat.
And then Enriv picked up Shadows of the Damned, Hella Remastered. I also picked this up and started playing it, I think not last Christmas, but the Christmas before. And fuck, is it boring.
Yeah.
I do not like the controls or the mechanics in it, unfortunately. And it's one of those things where it's like, I wouldn't mind playing more of it, but I already have Metal Gear Solid Delta, Tormented Souls 2. Soon I'll have Resident Evil 9. You know, like all these things kind of like weighing me down that I should be doing instead. So I probably won't. Oh shit, probably won't get back to that. And then Seb shared, now that is a big boner. Shadows of the Damned. Maybe I'll give it another shot. And then Anime Fan 007, you also got the Oshinoko Steelbook for season 2. And Reese, you picked up Dead Mount Death Play Volume 2. Is this the light novel?
The side story? No, this is the side story. Phantom Solitaire's Guide to Disguising Himself as a Supernatural Being.
Yeah, is it a light novel or a?
It's a manga, side story manga.
Cool. And then you got yourself a Laughing Man.
Yep, from Ami Ami. I had a white one with the English text and like the regular blue, like light teal blue.
I have never seen it written in anything but English.
Yeah. So I had that. It was a white shirt with the blue logo and the English text on the front and on the back, and I have no idea what happened to that shirt.
I should have by now made a polo with the Laughing Man embroidered on it on Stealth Weeb. What the fuck am I doing?
Fucking moron.
That would have been a great seller for a while, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, that's it for
the light blue teal logo, white polo.
Yep. Is that all we got here? Anybody else have anything you want to share?
Yes.
Enriv, I'm going to do my best not to spoil anything and get you hyped for it. I'm excited to hear your thoughts when you have a chance to see it. I just got Chain Soldier on Blu-ray. Probably not going to get the Steelbook, though I did love it. Well, if you change your mind, hit me up. Hey, Jordan. Megmug says, I don't have any pickups. I haven't really bought any new DVDs or Blu-rays. Oh, that's not good. I was able to win my game in an eBay auction for $50. So I basically paid what I would have new. Also, it's still shrink wrapped. Oh, nice. Hello, Mewtwo. Yeah. All right. Let us move into big topic of the night. One of them, at least. Court strikes out prosecution against man found with alleged anime child abuse images. I will remind you, even though the article is probably about to do that for us, that the speculation was that it was Brown Dust 2 on his phone, and that they had come after him while he was leaving Ireland to go to the United States for a Brown Dust 2 convention. And they tried to ruin his life.
It was a convention that Brown Dust 2 was going to be at.
Yeah, and
not a whole convention for Brown Dust 2.
Yes, correct. It seemed, based on the timeline of events, that where he was supposedly going, and the fact that they were reporting it was a Comic-Con, but we determined there were no Comic-Con, like the official Comic-Cons, but there was a comic convention or something. We did the sleuthing back then. So speculation is that it was Brown Dust 2 related content on his phone that he was arrested over. So a court has struck out the prosecution of a young man stopped by U.S. Homeland Security in Dublin Airport with alleged child sex abuse images, animation images, while traveling to a United States comic book convention. Finley Bowd, 21, of Harbourview Close in Brixham, Devon, England. God, that's a mouthful of an address. Was arrested at Terminal 2 on August 20th, 2025. He appeared at Dublin District Court the following day, where Detective Garda Rebecca Doyle said he made no reply when charged with 2 offenses under the Section 6.1 of the Child Trafficking and Pornography Act from 1998. The shop cashier, who had been traveling to New York Comic-Con event, who had been traveling to New York. The only thing that will make this okay if the person who just knocked on my door was UPS. I'm sure it's a fucking Girl Scout or some shit. I don't know. Anyway, the shop cashier had been traveling to New York for a Comic-Con event, was arrested and had his phone seized. He was accused of possessing Category 3 child pornography anime images. The court had noted the involvement of Homeland Security, the U.S. federal agency. He had not formally entered a plea and was remanded on bail for €400 to appear again on November 6th for directions from the Director of Public Prosecutions. However, they were not ready then, and the case was adjourned again until Thursday. Answering his bail, the accused had traveled back to Dublin for the hearing. Judge Shalom Binchi, nice name, noted that the case was preemptory against the state for the DPP's instructions on how the case was to proceed. However, they were still not available, and she acceded to defense barrister Patty Flynn's application for a strikeout. At his first hearing on August 21st, Detective Garda Doyle had agreed with Mr. Flynn that his client was making his way to a flight to New York, and there was a random stop at Terminal 2. The detective also accepted Mr. Bowd was cooperative. Jesus, this told us fucking nothing.
It seems the charges were dropped, right? That's
what I thought, but based on what I've just read, it sounds like what's happened is that the prosecution is just being reprimanded over not being ready in the time frame that the court was giving them. Who knows if this is even over? It doesn't say he's free to go. His life has been effectively ruined by the rumors because they won't fucking ever tell you, oh, by the way, it was anime, not real kids.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like fucking bullshit. I don't know. I hope we have better news, more details about this in the future. All right, let's move past this. We're making great time for how long the show might go tonight. We'll see. I regret bringing this up last podcast because now I feel like I have to do it for the next couple of weeks. Senpai Secret has 36 days left to go, and it's only $312 towards its $7,700 goal. And why would anybody be bidding on these anyway? Right? I don't know how any of this is going to work.
Only 3 backers?
Only 3 backers, yeah.
It's a porn game?
No, it's Senpai Secret, as in Victoria's Secret, as in we're selling lingerie inspired by hentai, right? Like,
oh, that's why. Oh, okay. I was like,
Yeah.
I mean, the game seems kind of cool. That's lame. What the fuck?
Yeah.
No wonder it doesn't have any backers.
The funny thing is, as we covered last podcast, they say that we plan to use AI. All of the concept art and illustrations to visualize the lingerie designs are AI generated. So it's like, I don't even have faith in your ability to actually produce it because these mock-ups are fake, right? Like,
right.
Although I am impressed at your ability to get AI to generate them, if that's the case, right? Because they are quite a lascivious thing to ask for. All right, jumping into live action news. Let me take off my second coat because it's starting to get hot after walking the dog. One Piece star Makenyu shares a video of a huge fire that paused their season 3 filming for the upcoming One Piece live action season 3. While One Piece fans have been waiting for season 2 of the live action adaptation on Netflix with bated breath, a recent news related to season 3 production has halted the excitement a bit. A recent video posted by Makenyu on Instagram story shared by this person on Twitter reveals an accident that might amount to a delay for season 3 of the coveted Netflix show. All right, I'm going to play it without audio. I'll see if it's anymore.
Oh, so I first saw the Going Merry and read them. I don't know about you, but I thought they were skipping ahead to season 6 or some shit.
Yeah. So you'll see some
if you
moderate spoilers coming up.
A few
moderate spoilers. Everybody's saying like everyone when the fire effects for Ace's Fire Fist went too far.
Oh,
you talking about this part? What will be for season 6? Yeah. They've reached this point already, right? Yeah. All right. Anyway, I don't want to give too many spoilers here. So I will say that Emily Rudd said filming is not paused. They just had an early wrap yesterday to keep everyone extra safe. The Cape Town Fire Department was and is working hard so we can get back to business. So there you go. Although I thought it was funny. First came COVID. Then the Hollywood writer strike, now fires. Guys, I'm starting to think God doesn't want One Piece, or God doesn't like One Piece. The world government is behind this. I just can't prove it yet. All right, and then there's also this. We looked at the trailer last podcast, and I saw this observation we didn't bring up, which is that Mr. Three's hair doesn't have a flame on it while using his powers. Thoughts?
Probably, a good thing, even though it's not accurate to the series. Or maybe they'll just
they realized that was missing, and that's what caused the fire.
Random, do you think they'll put it in post, like CGI it?
I mean, yeah, the other CGI had been done already, but like it wouldn't take much to add the fire.
It actually would. So the thing is that
you would know.
First of all, the CGI fire, like the Compton fire on Zoro's swords, look like shit in the trailer. So they might just track a fucking flame onto his head, maybe. But the problem is that if you were going to do that, you should have wired a little LED onto the end that you could turn on and off that would illuminate his head. Otherwise, that fire is going to look fake as fuck, right?
Yeah.
So they didn't do that.
It wouldn't take much to add a shitty fire onto it.
Yeah.
Honestly, I would. The little fire gimmick, like where his hair catches on fire, is like it's never that important. Like it kind of gets the joke that he's a candle.
Yeah. Right? Why do they? What's this white wax above it?
So he can make wax. So I think that's just a freeze frame where he's got wax behind him.
Okay, so it's not actually on top of the fire. It just looks that way because it's tangenting it behind.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. All right. Good to know. Anybody else have thoughts before we move on?
Yeah.
We're making such good time. Okay. Ryan Hurst has been cast as Kratos in Prime Video's live-action God of War adaptation. They're saying here that the 6'6" physically imposing actor doesn't just have the right build to portray the Spartan warrior who fights gods. He has a history with the source material. Gamers will recognize Hurst from his BAFTA award-nominated voice and motion capture performance as Thor in God of War Ragnarok.
Oh, I was going to say, I'm surprised they didn't cast Kratos as black. And he played the Thor.
He played Black Thor. Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, that physique don't look so imposing to me, right? I mean, yeah, the guy's tall, but I hope he gets, I hope he hits the gym, right? Like, so they also go on to say that the series, which has already been greenlit for 2 seasons, will be based on the 2 most recent games. It'll follow Kratos and his son Atreus on their journey to spread the ashes of Faye, Kratos' wife and Atreus' mother. Quote, through their adventures, Kratos tries to teach his son to be a better god, while Atreus tries to teach his father how to be a better human. Sounds cringe. And it's going to have the black and Agrabota or whatever and all that shit, I'm sure.
So they're not starting God of War series where he's getting mad coochie every night from all these goddesses or whatever.
Yeah. Well, what's even the point, right? All right. Cool. So Netflix has locked down the Legend of Zelda movie streaming rights after its theatrical run. Or, as the longer first paragraph of this article says, they have secured the exclusive streaming rights to the Legend of Zelda movie following its theatrical and home media releases. Thank God. Cementing the platform's growing role in the future of big budget franchise films. The move guarantees that once the film completes its time in cinemas and its subsequent disc and digital window, it will live exclusively on Netflix worldwide. And then probably the biggest news of the night, Netflix and MAPPA have strengthened their strategic partnership, aiming to co-create a world-class animation studio model. Fuck again. I hate this, and fuck a third time. How about that? As we have just discussed with the Zelda thing, at least in that situation, it will have a home video release first. This sort of seems like we're going to get cucked out of home video releases so that Netflix can have exclusive rights to the anime that MAPPA produces. Kind of feels that way. At least the ones that will be a part of their partnership. Blue and Rosie says, my pickup today is 2 Frieren t-shirts and a Madoka t-shirt from Hot Topics BOGO. Nice. Oh. Thank you. I hope you're doing well as well. To be fair, he's probably going to be a little more jacked, I hope, given how almost none of Netflix's exclusive original anime turned out to be mid. I don't expect much from Netflix MAPPA deal. You mean turned out to be better than mid? Because, see, it's weird with their whole, like, exclusive thing, because Kengan Ashura is probably the only one that comes to mind that didn't also get a physical yet, right? And that one's fucking fun. I like that one. I mean, I've kind of avoided watching any of the other ones, to be honest, just simply because I watch what I own, not what Netflix puts out, typically. I did watch some of Way of the House Husband with my wife, and that show also sucked. So I don't really know. Just in terms of like quality and everything, it wasn't that good. God, I can't really think of anything. There have been a lot of Netflix anime that were actually not really Netflix anime, such as Knights of Sidonia, Ajin, and those sort of things, which were all great. But yeah, I don't know. Not really sure. Let's see what they have to say here.
Super Criminals was okay.
I didn't
Or
watch
whatever.
Super
Crooks.
Crooks.
Yeah, Super Crooks. And then there was also another one. I think it was done by the same people. Where they're not super crooks, they're just like thieves.
Regular crooks.
Great Pretender.
Yeah, Great Pretender. Yeah,
that
one was also good.
But that also got a physical release, right?
Yeah, that got.
I'm not sure.
It did.
Yeah,
we just saw it in pickups.
Yeah, but that just so we're clear, that pickup was from the UK release. I actually have it was released by I think it was released by G Kids.
Not G Kids. I think all the anime.
Maybe. I think I bought it at the G Kids booth at Anime Expo, but they might have had it in all the anime. Yeah.
They basically are hand in hand with all the anime.
I meant they don't to be good. My bad. The only Netflix anime people like are based on beloved IP. I'm pretty confident this deal is only going to be for original anime. Yeah, but I don't know, man. It's just.
But what if you like it, man?
Yeah, that's the problem. Kengan Ashura, man. Give me the physical, bitch. You know, all the original anime made for Netflix wind up being ignored or forgotten. That's true. Like, I'm not saying you're wrong. Overall, Netflix has been very bad for anime in the long run. So Netflix, I mean, it is largely responsible for it fucking becoming mainstream, and for that alone, it's in the wrong, if you ask me.
So I just checked on The Great Pretender.
Mhm.
Now it says Shout Studios at the bottom,
Shout.
but
Oh, yeah,
more
Shout,
interestingly,
yeah.
Shout is the booth. That's what I meant.
more interestingly, because I haven't used Crunchy Store in a while, they have a reviews section with like you can put pictures and stuff in it, and there's someone being like damaged item. So you should report that every single time.
Every fucking time.
Yeah, and then they'll see a pattern.
That'd be great. CrunchyRoll fucked me in the ass again. Okay.
And no, I didn't like it.
I'm about to press charges. Where did I lose the window? Right here it is. Okay. So Netflix has announced a strategic partnership with MAPPA, the acclaimed studio behind hits such as Chainsaw Man and Jujutsu Kaisen. Through this collaboration, the two companies will work together on new projects with a global perspective, from story development to merchandise. Merchandise, really. And Netflix will exclusively stream a slate of original MAPPA-produced anime titles to members worldwide. MAPPA has continually pushed the boundaries of traditional anime production, valuing creators' freedom and passion while innovating both creatively and strategically. For example, with Chainsaw Man, MAPPA took a studio-driven approach to IP development and merchandising. While with Jujutsu Kaisen, the studio helped fuel the global rise of Japanese anime by achieving worldwide success. The fuck are you even saying? For example, with Chainsaw Man, MAPPA took a studio-driven approach to IP development and merchandise.
For a manga that already exists. They're not developing an IP.
What the fuck is this bullshit? While with Jujutsu Kaisen, the studio helped fuel the global rise of Japanese anime by achieving success. It was successful.
Because the show
Come
was
on.
good, because the source was good.
Jesus.
That had nothing to do with, I mean, like the
This
anime
is, just so we're clear, this is Netflix's official website's press release. So of course they're gonna blow they're gonna suck off MAPPA in their press release, but you could be a little bit more creative with your compliments, right? Anime is central to our members' viewing experience. Today, more than half of Netflix members enjoy anime on the service, and anime viewership has tripled over the past 5 years. With this partnership, MAPPA's new anime titles will premiere exclusively and simultaneously worldwide on Netflix, allowing fans everywhere to experience these stories together. Manabu Otsuka, president and CEO of MAPPA, says, quote, "We have worked with Netflix on various projects in the past, but this expanded partnership is based on MAPPA's core belief in being an independent studio, both creatively and in business. Japanese animation studios must proactively lead every stage, from understanding global audience needs and development projects to reaching viewers and expanding related businesses. MAPPA is committed to deepening our collaboration with Netflix, aiming for a long-term win-win partnership." I am not on board with this at all, because I would bet you almost certainly behind the scenes, Netflix is just dumping a bunch of money into MAPPA, and that will run out eventually. You know what I mean? Like eventually Netflix is going to determine after their contracts are up, we don't think we need to keep dumping this much money in there, right? Unless it's super profitable for Netflix, which I doubt, right? In the long run, because Netflix's problem is that they need people to come, like new people to come into the service of Netflix, and they're running out of new people that don't already have a Netflix account. And so if they're going to continually create new stuff, they need to be able to visually see in their data that people are choosing, to buy a Netflix subscription again when a new anime by MAPPA is coming out, in order to justify them continuing a partnership. Obviously, they'd prefer it if people didn't cancel, but I just don't think long term this is going to be good. And an influx of cash for a studio like MAPPA that all of a sudden disappears can be a death sentence at a certain point. You know what I mean? Kata Sakamoto, which I think in the Sankaku Complex version they called it Kazuta Sakamoto. I don't know if the kanji is correct that's being translated here for the English stuff, but I don't know. Vice President of Content Japan at Netflix. I mean, I would hope Netflix doesn't fuck it up if that person works for them. Adds that MAPPA is a remarkable studio that will has continuously taken on bold challenges and achieved unprecedented forms of expression. At Netflix, we also value the passion and dedication of creators. By combining MAPPA's unique approach to anime production with Netflix's global reach and the courage to take risks, which is essential to creating compelling content, we hope to further expand the possibilities of anime. We are fully committed to delivering new works and excitement to fans around the world. Netflix has already brought distinctive MAPPA productions such as Ranma 1/2 and Kakegurui Twin to global audiences. Under this expanded partnership, multiple new anime projects are now in planning and production. Together with MAPPA, Netflix aims to bring more original anime from Japan to the world. Why do we have a notation here? Broaden opportunities for creative collaboration and pioneer new frontiers in anime expression. It says in 2024 alone, anime titles on Netflix have been viewed over 1 billion times. And Japanese content, including anime, is the second most viewed globally after English language titles. Wow. So, do you guys have any thoughts about this?
Yeah, this is, I mean, you've already said it. It's concerning. Like just in general, like, we need to reach that global audience.
I mean, even if we just look at the fact that, well, yeah, that for sure. But even if we just look at the fact that if Netflix is going to prioritize, or like MAPPA is going to prioritize Netflix, then what does it say about things that Netflix isn't going to touch? You know what I mean? Like, where are they going to have? Because it's like, it's one thing. It's like the reason that, I mean, first of all, MAPPA has been, I'm surprised they're not burned out, right? The amount of shit that they've been putting out in the last couple of years is absurd, right? And we're going to be in a way where pretty soon they're going to need to hire new staff. And then the landscape of it's going to change, right? In order to keep up with the demand. And will it start to cut corners? Will we still see the same quality? Like overall, there's way more risk than reward to this development here. And then Enriv, of course, says they already ruined Ranma.
Yeah, I was going to say, like,
they get, right?
They ruined Ranma.
Yeah, that's not the flex they think it is.
My opinion is that they ruined. I don't know. I need to watch it and look at it more deeply, but I haven't heard good things.
So there's two things that I kind of want to say. One, they're making the deal with MAPPA, but all the people that work at MAPPA could just leave.
Yeah.
And go make a new studio.
That's how MAPPA was made.
Yeah.
Yeah. So in terms of getting like exclusivity over a large number of good potential anime coming out, it's like if it was a concern to the animators, they could leave. Only the like top management would be stuck there.
Yeah.
And then the other thing to keep in mind though is if their deal with Warner Brothers goes through, Warner Brothers was also a company that was making a lot of anime, or attempting to anyway. So it's like if they do buy it, Warner Brothers, it's consolidating that much more.
Yeah.
Into just Netflix.
Although, let's be honest, if we had to look on the bright side, that Warner Brothers anime is largely shit and could use some MAPPA in their life.
Yeah.
Now that would be interesting if they turn around and put MAPPA on like a DC project that's not just like Ninja Batman, but like like a standard DC release.
For sure.
Like
go ahead.
Animeify a superhero thing like they do with it's not DC, I think it's Marvel Witchblade.
Well,
no, I think that's is that Image or Dark Horse or something? I don't think Witchblade is Marvel.
Oh, well, okay, it was a
like
comic.
Dark Horse kind of rings a bell.
Well, it's definitely not Marvel, but
yeah.
Okay, well, my mistake.
Or at least I don't think it's Marvel.
Who did that? Madhouse?
I think so, but
I think
I'm
it
not
was
100%
right.
sure.
But there is a Blade anime.
Yeah, so
obviously.
the Marvel ones like Blade, X-Men. There's also a standalone Wolverine one. There's Iron Man. There's the Avengers, Black Widow, and Punisher. All of them suck ass, by the way. Like all of them are absolutely terrible.
We need a Stellar Blade.
Gonzo, that's right. Okay,
yeah.
But also, I wasn't really implying
right,
that they do like an anime style.
Mm-hmm.
I just meant like they do work on an animated movie for DC, right?
Yeah.
Like they don't need to stick to an anime style, and I think that while it could work, like there's that new one where Harley Quinn is in it.
Yes. The new Suicide Squad anime.
Suicide Squad is isekai.
Yeah.
It like the character design in that at least looks okay, but
that was done by Witch, right?
I want to say
they don't need to be restrained by that style, even though they are. That would be what they specialize in, presumably. But as long as they don't do CG, I'm good with it.
So long as Jujutsu Kaisen, Chainsaw Man, etc., don't get affected, then I don't care. So only MAPPA online anime?
Well, here's the thing. They're already struggling to pump out all those like top 1 anime slots because like you can see the sheer amount of rotoscoping and corners they're cutting to get things out. So I imagine adding more to their load is going to just run them dry, even more dry.
I don't know what you mean by this. I think they mean us, MAPPA, took a chance on Chainsaw Man, even though it's niche. And
like they have us to thank rather than MAPPA
made Chainsaw Man big globally. I'm not sure. Not following. I mean, maybe I don't. It really just seems like they're trying to name drop 2 shows and didn't know enough to actually be able to say something poignant about it.
Yeah. And they didn't even mention the one that they have. Vinland Saga season 2, like one of the shows that they actually are streaming. You know, but they name drop these 2 that aren't.
Yeah, Gonzo.
Sure, they mentioned drama, but like that was another big one. Vinland Saga.
Top Cow is the company that owns the comic book rights to Witchblade. Wow, that explains the udders on her. Hey, it's Mirage. Hola, gentlemen. I haven't watched the newest Mario Galaxy movie show. Great, I haven't either. We're going to watch it tonight. Oh, well, then I guess maybe you won't be watching it. What? Oh. I'll let you know. The article had implied that MAPPA/Netflix created. Oh. I mean, they said, for example, with Chainsaw Man, they're talking about MAPPA. Like they're saying stuff about MAPPA here. For example, with Chainsaw Man, MAPPA took a studio-driven approach to IP development and merchandising. I don't know. I mean, they were super ambitious with it. There's a new ED for every single episode. You know, like they did some crazy shit in there. Shit. This is bad timing for work. MAPPA, yeah, sure. They also didn't mention Dorohedoro, yeah, which is on Netflix.
Oh yeah, that
right?
one.
That's a Netflix show, or is that Amazon Prime?
That's Netflix. That's MAPPA, and that's never gotten released over here either.
CG?
Yeah, but it looks pretty decent for what it is, like in terms of like style behind it.
Does it, Randy?
Seems like an approach that was worth doing. I've seen
the one with the alligator. No, I did not.
Yeah,
think that looked good.
I've seen the Netflix products at Walmart. Like what? Like Stranger Things seasons 1 and 2 only.
Oh, I think they're talking about like the merchandise. Like,
oh, maybe the Chainsaw Man. Yeah. Oh, no, there's definitely merch and shit for it, but it's weird to think. I don't think MAPPA is responsible for that. You know what I mean? Like, that's retarded. You know, that's like a vinyl figure company made a Pochita thing. It's not. It's like
the Cinemark Pochita popcorn bucket.
Like, I made it popular, and therefore people wanted to buy stuff. So then I let toy companies license it to sell so that I could get a profit portion of that. You know what I mean? Like, that's not. They're treating it like it's more significant than that, and I don't understand. It feels like they're really reaching. So I do want to approach this other topic here. Netflix and anime studio MAPPA's new partnership raises horrifying odds for a live-action Chainsaw Man or Jujutsu Kaisen, according to Bounding in the Comics. I don't know about that. I wasn't planning on reading this article, but what do you think? Looks like this is mostly quoting the article.
Yeah, I think we could skip it, but if you want to cover it, go ahead.
Well, no, I'm just curious what you guys think about the concept of. Do you think it would increase the odds? I mean, I don't see how. Like,
if they were going to do it, they were going to do it.
I mean, it might get your foot in the door to talk to the creators. That's about it. Like,
yeah.
I don't know. It seems like a weird statement to make. Admittedly, MAPPA does not own either Chainsaw Man or Jujutsu Kaisen, with the rights to both currently and firmly held by their shared publisher, Shueisha. However, in light of the breakout success of both series anime adaptations, it is not out of the realm of possibility that Shueisha would be more than willing to license each IP for a live-action outing should MAPPA either express an interest in making one or be assigned by Netflix to helm any such project. Why the fuck would MAPPA make a live-action movie?
Seriously.
Who fucking wrote this?
For the same reason that WIT made a claymation studio.
Ultimately, whether Netflix's Chainsaw Man or Jujutsu Kaisen live-action menu remains, I don't know. Done with this. I guess they have a point here. They did make the live-action Death Note at Netflix. Anyway. I'm dying. Netflix confirms AI subtitling push as anime fans hope it stops censorious localizers. Netflix has told shareholders it's using AI to improve subtitle localization, and while corporate execs are framing it as a speed and scale upgrade, plenty of anime fans are looking at it as a potential way to stop human localizers from rewriting dialogue to modernize shows. Netflix stated in its 2025 quarter 4 letter to shareholders released on January 20th that it is expanding its use of AI to support our creative teams and advertisers, and specifically said it is using AI to improve subtitle localization, making it easier for our titles to reach more viewers around the world. So I think what they mean by this is that Netflix has like a deal where if they produce an anime or like a drama or a movie or something, that it needs to be dubbed and subtitled in something like 13 different languages. Right? That's like part of like the starting process is if we're going to fund this, we need it in this many languages, right? Because the reason that they're producing it is to create content for their platform that has this many different languages. You know what I mean? So it seems like the goal behind the localization is reaching the more of the places where people are currently paying, so that investment in one territory can pay off in more, right? Netflix also mentioned AI workflows for advertising and campaign planning, along with AI-driven tools for merchandising. AI-driven tools for merchandising, huh? And recommending titles to viewers. What are we going to merchandise? We're just going to, generate posters, right? AI, generate some posters for this property we have, and then we will sell them on our eShop, right? This has immediate relevance for anime because subtitle localization English dubs are where a lot of the trust issues between fans and streaming platforms tend to begin. Dialogue is the one area that viewers can't easily verify intent unless they understand Japanese, which is exactly why localizers have been accused for years of inserting politics and rewriting lines far beyond what's needed for natural English. Netflix's statement doesn't confirm that AI will specifically what AI will specifically do beyond improve subtitle localization, but the implication is obvious: faster turnaround, more consistency at scale, and less reliance on a small pool of human translators who may treat translation as a chance to editorialize. Of course, AI subs bring their own problems, and fans have already seen how badly automated or AI-assisted localization can go when quality control is weak. Other companies experimenting with AI dubbing and subtitling have faced backlash in the past, with complaints ranging from awkward wording to emotionless delivery and errors that make scenes feel unintentionally comedic. In addition, Amazon has doubled down on their AI dubs for anime despite the backlash. Creative director wanted, right? So Amazon posted a job listing on January 17th for creative director dubbing for its Prime Video streaming platform. The creative director would join Amazon's localization enablement and accessibility program team and would spearhead the creative vision for its AI-enabled dubbing platform. Amazon's AI dubbing creative director will, quote, identify opportunities and set up creative workflows to expand AI dubbing to new languages and content types. It specifically names anime among other content types. Less than 24 hours after publication of this article, Amazon has delisted the position. Oh, the reason is unknown. Interesting. The job description continues, quote, you will lead the development of hybrid workflows that blend AI efficiency with artistic and culturally relevant refinement, oversee quality and ethical guidelines, and drive global expansion of AI-enabled dubbing capabilities. The position requires a proven leader with deep expertise in creative direction, cross-cultural storytelling, and AI media innovation, ready to set new industry benchmarks for immersion, emotionally authentic international storytelling at scale. The key job responsibilities say set the bar for creative vision and strategy, establish the creative direction for AI-assisted dubbing, ensuring AI-generated voiceovers preserve emotional nuance. Good luck. Like, not that they can't, but good luck fine-tuning and refining that at scale. Tone and cultural context. Collaborate with AI engineers and localization experts to refine algorithms for voice synthesis, lip sync accuracy, and dialect adaptation. Enable AI-human collaboration. Design hybrid workflows where AI handles initial dubbing and human talent refines delivery, timing, and emotional depth. So an example of that might be, for example, 11 Labs has a feature where you can give it a recording of you talking and then have it use one of the voices that you've... Hold on. Yeah, I don't know, my daughter just came home. You can use a voice recording that you've done, and then you can have voices that are in your repertoire that you've uploaded and had it build a digital double of, and have one of those voices deliver your dialogue. So that strengthens your ability to emote, because you can have one actor deliver all the lines with the emotion and then have it get swapped over to other characters, right? So that might be an example of what they mean by the AI human collaboration. They say where human intervention is necessary, maintain consistency between AI generated and human dubbed segments. So record your humans in mono, because that's what my biggest problem with that has been so far. One of the things that I've thought about using the that feature for, although I've never done it because at scale it would cost a lot of money, is occasionally you have a project, like for example at work, we recorded a podcast for my boss, and the Zoom didn't record for some reason. Even though I was looking at it, I could hear it, and I was watching the numbers change. For some reason, something happened with the SD card or something, and we lost all of the audio. But we still have the camera audio, so we still have it. It just sounds like shit. But theoretically, you could provide what sounds like shit to 11 Labs, and then use a training data of the voice from other episodes where it sounded better and correct the bad audio using that feature and have the lip syncing match perfectly, right? So again, it would just cost a shit ton of money to do it if you were going to. So I haven't tested it yet, but theoretically you could use that to clean up stuff like that. Compliance to quality high standards. Ensure AI dubbing. Hold on. My child. Okay, my other child is going to walk her to. Okay, there we go. I was going to say, why is my little girl walking outside all by herself? Okay, anyway. So they want to make sure that it meets Prime Video's customer quality benchmarks for clarity, synchronization, cultural sensitivity, and more through rigorous testing and feedback loops with quality experts. Global expansion and innovation, identify opportunities and set up creative workflows to expand AI dubbing to new languages and content types. Example, anime, documentaries, live action. Demonstrate cross-functional leadership, partner with product engineering and marketing teams to align dubbing technology with viewer experience goals, champion thought leadership through industry talks, white papers, and collaborations with creators advocating AI augmented storytelling. Amazon came under fire November and December for its use of AI dubs in Banana Fish, Pet, No Game, No Life, Zero in English, and Banana Fish and Vinland Saga in Spanish, among others. Those were heavily panned for their quality, with Amazon quietly retracting them. High Dive, which had dubbed No Game, No Life Zero, said it was unaware of the alternate AI dub before its Amazon release and was in contract. I think they mean was in contact. Okay, yeah. I was gonna say I thought they mean was like against their contract, because they had, like, High Dive had the contract to it. They produced the dub. So the fact that Amazon didn't pay to use a dub and didn't pay like to be able to license to create a new one, it was kind of in a weird place there. Amazon is joined by several streamers interested in AI localization. Crunchyroll, Disney, and Netflix, which told shareholders earlier this week this plan it's expanding AI to subtitles, have all explored the practice. Anyway, do you guys have any thoughts on this? I don't think any of us thought that they weren't going to go back to using AI, right, for the dubbing.
Yeah. We shall see if it improves, but I don't know. And I don't think for a while, but we'll see. Maybe it does.
Real quick. So JT Vega says, I recall Castlevania animated series and the Blu-rays. I did not say this. What he is talking about when he brought this up was a Netflix produced property for sale at Walmart. And you are correct. Those have gotten physical media releases. I have a hunch they will do the same thing. I don't know what you mean about that. I don't mind the AI dubs existing since they're only using them for titles that are never going to get a real dubs anyway. Yeah, and to be honest, Amazon sounded really good. Like,
but that wasn't true.
What do you mean? Well, yeah,
they used
they used it for No Game No Life 0. Yes, but the point is that
and Vinland Saga.
Yes, but the point is that they will largely, like, there will be shows for which they weren't ever going to get a dub and will not get a dub that will get an AI dub in the future, right? And that's still preferable to no dub at all, right? It's not like they're going to start using AI to dub the anime in Japanese in the original production process. You know what I mean? Like, that's not going to be a stage that we're at. And Japan is very strange with how they structure things, but I don't see that becoming something that, you know, they're ever going to be able to do or would be willing to do, especially how the industry, you know, worships the seiyuu and whatnot in Japan. It's very much not something I think that they would go that direction on. There were rights issues with No Game No Life preventing Amazon from using the existing dub. Yeah, but still, it's very strange that because it seems like they were in breach of contract to even experiment with it, and it was a massive lapse in judgment. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Now, in other news, it's being reported that Crunchyroll has posted another unfinished episode, and this time for Fate Strange Fake. This happened a week after Trigun Stargaze had similar issues with episode 2. Amazon Prime looks like this, and on Crunchyroll, it looks like this, right? So they have like a drawing that they use to sort of flush out the scene, and you can see like there's more detail, like with the highlight here, looks a little bit more refined, right? The shading is a lot more.
He looks like he's on the correct angle.
Yeah, it looks a lot more intentional, the shading as well.
So
right?
This is differing from our usual, like, oh, Crunchyroll still has the broadcast
version. Yeah, it seems like in order to upload things fast enough, they're getting a unfinished version ahead of time so that they can queue it up and they're not replacing it.
One theory I heard, and I kind of really like, they previewed these first 4 episodes theatrically at some time ago.
Okay.
I was thinking that they probably got that cut and not the finalized one.
That definitely could be.
That they were supplied this cut instead of the proper one.
Yeah, that might be.
And that could be on like A1 Pictures or whoever, you know, sent it to them.
Yeah, so there's still more here I got. Randy, you found these. I just noticed something about episode 4 of Fate Strange Fake. Between the Crunchyroll and Amazon versions, left is Crunchyroll, and right is here. I think it'd be easier if I do it like this. All right, so this is Crunchyroll. Let's get us off screen. Oops. So there's significant more rendering in the version that's on Amazon, right? And then show you oops.
These two look so different that it's like it's hard.
Well, yeah, like look at the mountains.
It's hard to explicitly say like oh, this one looks like the true one. It's like well, I don't know what the hell.
I actually think that the variation in size makes this one more visually interesting in the sense that we've got like this big outcropping of rock, right? But these ones are way more uniform and feels kind of dull to me. But for this one, I'm not so sure.
This one you can at least see that it's like, oh, it looks like a war zone. There's been damage to it.
Exactly. These feel like something has carved through the mountains in some way. And it really feels like a disturbance. Whereas this feels like, yeah, there might have been erosion, but it took place millions of years ago. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Now, in terms of characters, oops. This one I had to pull into Photoshop to even figure out what was different about it.
Wow.
But I'll show you in a minute. Okay, so we have this one, right? Naturally, they just added way more detail.
Her eyes, that's...
Her eyes are a little like more, developed. They also, like, this just used to be a purple blob here, and now it has like her arm and stuff. And then, of course, the arrow itself has more work on it. And then this one, just watch her hair. It's like a gradient going up the hair.
His hair.
His?
I said going up the hair. Did I say watch her hair? I don't know. Anyway. Any thoughts before I move on?
I don't know why Crunchyroll has such a problem with this.
Well, as Reese said, could be that they've uploaded the episodes that they got for the theatrical screening that they put in.
Sure, but it's like a pattern that they always have.
Crunchyroll wasn't the one who did the theatrical.
Forever.
Aired it theatrically in Japan, so I think whoever supplied them the episodes accidentally gave them the theatrical version. So the
accidentally,
final version.
I mean, it wouldn't be the first time.
Yeah, well, whatever, whatever reason, that's what they were given.
Yeah,
I just went back through.
Maybe they were given it because they asked for it.
I just went back through and watched a few episodes of Frieren and noticed that it had the anti-seizure dimming. And I was like, come on.
That's because it's the broadcast cut.
Yeah, like
which is different from what we're talking about here. But yes.
Funimation used to. Yeah, Funimation used to do that. But
Funimation used to have both the broadcast and the original, or and the Blu-ray version. And
so, from what I understand, as we looked at with Attack on Titan not too long ago, the Japanese version, like the Japanese language version, would have the broadcast version, and the English dubbed version would be uploaded with the Blu-ray.
That's a good. Maybe the Japanese version is the theatrical one, and the English dub has the final version of this.
Yeah, we might have to check.
Are you saying like for Attack on Titan in general? Like,
no, that's just when we noticed it.
We noticed it with season 1 specifically.
Yes,
that makes a lot of sense because that's back before
simuldubbing
casts. Yeah, simultubs were a thing. So by the time
it's just amazing they hadn't fixed it for the Japanese audio.
Yeah, and
like, why the fuck would you upload 2 whole ass versions? You know what I mean? Like for your, I mean, don't we have like, didn't Disney or somebody just recently like delete a big show just for space that's never been released? They got rid of like that Willow show on Netflix or whatever. You know what I'm talking about?
Willow, the new, it wasn't on Netflix. It was on Disney Plus.
Okay, so it was Disney that I was thinking of. Yeah.
And yeah, they did take it down. So, but my point was, if they start adding in the Blu-ray versions, then like for this, like obviously, getting if the Netflix version can have the full, or well, the higher quality. Again, what's higher quality? Some of the Attack on Titans fixes that they did to the Blu-ray edition, I didn't actually like. So, but regardless, if Netflix can have the newer version, it's clearly ready. So, yeah, they need to sort that out. But in theory, if they add the ability to have 2 different versions of
all that stuff, that
a theatrical version and the Blu-ray version, then they could add that back in later on and just update the thing and leave both up.
Yeah. I mean, it'd also be great if you could just like, if they had like a slider or whatever. Just getting these ready. If they had like a ability to like a quality thing, like you have 1080p or whatever, but like one where you could switch between broadcast and that'd be the best of both worlds.
Yeah, I mean a slider would probably be not
a toggle.
Worth...
How about that? Like,
yeah, well, I mean a toggle for sure.
Yeah.
That's basically what Funimation had, right?
Mm-hmm.
You just click, oh, I want the, this, and then it would switch to that. The problem with like a slider where you're like, I assume you meant like, oh, like you go, and now you're on the new one. They don't always match up one for one in timing, right? Totally. So
okay. So Amazon has released its first trailer for Masters of the Universe. Oh boy. Yeah, let's just watch it.
All that stuff that only exists in legends and bedtime stories. Talking tigers, spaceships, and magic swords that can make a man as mighty as a god. Where I come from, that stuff is real. Why did you send me away?
I wanted you to be safe. So I sent you to a place I knew that they'd never find you. There's...
This obsession with nerd stuff and sword things, it's not a good look for human resources.
I know it sounds crazy, but that sword is gonna show me the way home.
Sir, you can't do that.
Don't worry, the sword's mine.
Hang on, it's about to get weird.
What am I supposed to do? Take the sword. You protect them.
Eat him, man.
I have the power!
Okay. So, couple of things I want to address.
This isn't real, right?
Yeah, and the pronouns. Okay. So I feel like what they're doing with the where was that?
I didn't even see his Adam Glenn. Okay, yeah, I didn't even see his name. I saw him. I'm like, fuck.
I feel like they are making a point to say like he's stuck in this mundane bullshit world. And it sounded like he's part of HR, right? Which is exactly the stupid department that would institute the he-him bullshit, right?
But why is he like, why is there this isekai thing? I mean, I don't know anything about Masters of the Universe, but
same.
You know.
So my vibe when I was watching this, do you guys remember the dark fantasy AI model that we looked at for Devil May Cry and stuff?
Mm-hmm.
I feel when I look at Castle Grayskull, I'm dead serious. It feels like they took a picture of the toy and put it through an AI model and said, make it photoreal. And then animated it with another AI.
Have you seen the toy?
No.
Well, it doesn't look like that.
Well, there's a few toys.
I'm just saying it looks like it looks comically proportioned to me.
They might have said, "Look at the original show."
Whatever,
like
it doesn't matter. You get the point I'm trying to make here, right? It looks like an AI thing here, and then Skeletor, especially. There's something uncanny about it in a better way than normal.
So my biggest problem, which I didn't realize until way later, because when I originally first saw this trailer, I was like, okay, good trailer. I mean, you've taken my expectations from nothing to yeah, it looks like it might be an okay movie. The he/him thing is like a little concerning, but if they're just putting it in there for the joke of like it's He-Man, then okay, fine. But the biggest concern of all, Skeletor is being played by Jared Leto.
Oh.
Oh, that's a red flag. That's
so
looking
at this, it to me does not look like traditional 3D. Maybe the cloak around him looks a little off, but the actual face, I'm dead serious. I think we're seeing AI assisted effects. Like this looks very like it looks more grounded than we normally get. And I'm curious if we're going to learn later. And in fact, it's honestly the only reason I'm bringing this up, because I feel like in the future we're going to find out. Like all of these things, this doesn't look as CGI as we're used to seeing. Right? It looks like it's being assisted in some way. Dramatically so. The only problem is he looks weak as shit. Right? I find it hilarious that the statue he's taking the thing from looks buffer than, like significantly more ripped than he ends up looking when he gets it. Look at that. Like he looks silly at the end. But like all of this to me looks like not literally the dark fantasy model, but close, like inspired by it. Big budget, MGM, AI trained, model that they would use for their production. You know what I mean? Higher quality output, got to do it in 8K or what, you know what I mean? Like it just all looks significantly more than typical, Yeah. Enra says, I know nothing about He-Man, but this looks better than most reboots I've seen. The robot looks like a dollar store Pacific Rim robot. Making Prince Adam into a bootleg Clark Kent was their first mistake. Blue and Rosie says, I saw recently that 20% of Americans went to movies, to a movie theater last year. Traditional film is just screwed in our country. I only went for Infinity Castle, me too. Ray's Arc, me too. Dan to Dan, me too. Right? Yeah. So I don't think I saw any non-Japanese properties in theaters last year, or the year before, You know what I mean? Like, just I'm not really going. But I think personally, what's going on with that is that for me, let me put it this way. When I went to see Chainsaw Man, I saw a trailer for Tron, and it ended by saying now playing. And I was like, this is the first I'm hearing of another Tron. You know what I mean? And I think that the thing is that most Americans have ad block on their browser.
I was just gonna say, like, I never like ad block and uBlock Origin. I don't see ads anymore whatsoever. Period.
Exactly. So you've got ad block, on your browser. So 90% of what you're seeing, you don't see ads on anymore. And you're not watching television anymore, right? So you're not seeing commercials. And the traditional way that we used to find out about movies is that we would see commercials for them. We'd see the trailer on TV and we'd get excited about it. And then we'd look up more. We'd go to the movies for one movie and we'd see trailers for other movies. And there were all these ways that it would get in front of us. And now I feel like, at least for me especially, I feel like I'm experiencing a world where I don't even know that movies are coming out or anything about them until I'm in a theater seeing a trailer for them. And I'm in a theater for another movie, like a different, usually Japanese influenced movie. Like my most recent was Return to Silent Hill on Friday. And I got to tell you, 26 minutes of trailers. They fucking crammed. I'm gonna read you guys.
Before we go back, we got a little bit more before we get to Silent Hill. So
it's literally the next topic, so it doesn't hurt to.
The Barbie movie for Gen X.
I mean, I'll show that if you guys want.
You have a post in the doc.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, somebody said Masters of the Universe trailer looks like the Barbie movie for Gen X boys. Right? Can't unsee it. Okay. All right. So real quick. Yeah. So when it comes to Silent Hill, I saw an ad for Gale Follow the Yellow Brick Road, followed by a advertisement for order your popcorn ahead at Cinemark theaters, followed by a trailer for Disclosure Day, Hokum, Send Help, Obsession, Lee Cronin's The Mummy, Undertone, Hunger Games, Sunrise on the Reaping, Passenger, Good Luck, Have Fun, Don't Die, and Dracula. And then I saw a Cinemark Movie Club ad, and then I saw a Coke ad, and then the movie started. Like, because of this lack of, awareness of movies, they're front loading the actual movies you are going to, advertising movies. Because as you said, Blue and Rosie, 80% of Americans aren't going, So the ones who are, they're like, fuck, we got to capitalize on the fact that they're here. Quick, show them every trailer that's come out this entire goddamn year. Oh, another year of total and complete flops from the zombie Hollywood industry. Prince Adam is weak, but when he transforms to He-Man is buff and super strong. Yes, which is why I'm saying he doesn't look that buff, Yeah.
I was just going to say, when I went and saw Lupin the Third, The Immortal Bloodline, that had no trailers.
Wow.
And when it just went dark, movie starts. And that baffled me. But the last time I saw that was for an anime movie. I want to say it was maybe Mugen Train.
Yeah, I have seen anime films where they don't put trailers ahead of them, but usually I'm at a small art house theater. Like when I was in Arizona, there were a couple.
I was at a multiplex 20-screen theater.
It's pretty big. Blu-ray says, I purposely putz around before I head into the theater for the films since I can't tolerate 30 minutes of Hollywood tripe blasting my eardrums out of my skull anymore.
And then you show one that doesn't have trailers, so you miss 30 minutes of the movie.
In all seriousness, watch the 2002 He-Man and the Masters of the Universe animated series. It's actually really good. If you like the 2011 Thundercats cartoon reboot, you'll enjoy it. I hate the original Thundercats, and I presumably also would hate the reboot. Most people use it to avoid scam advertising. Yeah, totally. I'm not saying that it's a bad thing that you're using it. I'm just saying that if the ads were legitimate,
just that. Yeah, it's advertisers would, or it's with anything with advertisers and cookies and pop-up windows and all that bullshit wasn't a thing that got scooped up with it, and you just left the ads. I mean, obviously you probably would still cover them up anyway, but
the thing is,
it's the scamming stuff.
Yeah,
Like,
and the
click on
thing
this
is
and
that
you
like
get
if you're scrolling through like Instagram Reels on your phone or Facebook Reels or TikToks or whatever, YouTube Shorts on your phone, and you don't have like I have YouTube Premium, so I don't see ads there. But the point is that people spend time on their phones scrolling through things where ads could still get through. I still see advertisements on Reddit, but they're unobtrusive to the point where like I can easily ignore them, and they're never for something like watching a movie trailer or an announcement of a movie or a poster of a movie that I might want to go see. Like they haven't moved in the direction of capturing people where they are. And so they're going to continue to die. And it's crazy. We're going to look at some insane advertising budget on movies in a moment. And some of what they're doing in other countries to try to promote films. They just aren't doing it here. Cam Clark does the voice for Prince Adam. Okay. Fathom events type things usually have little to no trailers. I think Lupin was a Fathom event release. Those don't have ads. My Lord of the Rings screenings didn't have ads. Yeah.
Lord of the Rings definitely was, but
Lord of the Rings is back in theaters right now.
For the extended cuts.
Yeah, which is so crazy. I made a reference to it in the video, I think, about how like I said I'm apprehensive about this film since they're putting it out in January where movies go to die. In fact, there's so little films to go see right now that the theater is showing all Lord of the Rings, right? And it's like literally as I'm walking, I'm filming, and it's like that theater's playing Lord of the Rings, that one's playing Lord of the Rings, that one's playing Lord of the Rings, that one's playing 28 years later, The Bone Collector, and that's my theater. Like, yeah. All right, let's get into it. So, speaking of Return to Silent Hill, I would just like to say, in order to make a movie based on a franchise like Silent Hill, you cannot make a one-to-one copy of the experience from the game. And even if you did, people would hate it. They don't think they would hate it, but it would be boring as shit. Okay? So I just want to say, I went in with an open mind, knowing how different the first movie is from the first game. And I fucking loved this movie. Like, hands down, it met and exceeded all of my expectations. There are a few nitpicks I have that I talk about in the video that I won't necessarily bring up here just so that I don't ruin it for people. But legitimately, the task at hand of adapting the story, but doing it in a way that doesn't bore everybody who spent the last 20 years ruminating on what everything means and like all the details about it, they knocked it out of the park, making it fresh and making it adaptable in a way where things were approached appropriately to include them without making them feel like an afterthought, except for Eddie. That was my only major critique, is that Eddie is so unimportant in the movie that they probably should have just not included him at all, because he shows up once and never again. And it just feels like he shouldn't even be in there because he wasn't actually necessary. And it really feels like they only included him because fans of the game would expect him. And it's actually worse that they bothered to include him for that reason, because if you hadn't included him, fans would be like, oh, it's a shame they didn't include Eddie. But because you did include him, it was like, they didn't do anything with Eddie. You know what I mean? Like, kind of like it's kind of, I wouldn't have done it. It wasn't, and it's not a huge spoiler, but in the game, Eddie is in Silent Hill because like he almost killed his bully or something. And like he's sort of like living his own version of the torment that that James is going through. And in the movie, something happens and Eddie starts like punching James. And it's like, okay, if you're setting up the violence that he has inside and all that, then that's cool. But then he just disappears and there's no reason for him to have been in there. And then it's just weird that some fat guy is beating up James in one scene, right? It's just fucking weird, right? So it's not a perfect movie by any stretch of the imagination, but it nailed everything I was apprehensive about in such a way that I legitimately feel like I got my money's worth and then some, and I really enjoyed what they did with it. I must be the only one though.
Yep.
Return to
That's
Silent
what I've
Hill.
heard.
Return to Silent Hill director Christoph Gans on receiving death threats from passionate game fans and filming an epic horror fantasy on a $23 million budget. Director Christoph Gans helmed the first Silent Hill film in 2006 and critics hated it. But then a funny thing happened. Quote, I was very pleased to see how the reputation of the movie has grown, Gans told Variety. I did an international press junket, and all the journalists were opening their interviews by saying, I saw the film when I was 13 or 14, and I loved it. It's great because suddenly I'm facing the 2.0 generation of Silent Hill lovers. It's a very good feeling because we know that you have some great films that disappear from memory in 6 months. Yeah, you know, like fucking Crying Freeman, that film you made that never got a physical release in the West. Yeah. The test of time is the ultimate test. When suddenly you face people who are talking about your work with a lot of enthusiasm. Gans is hoping to cultivate a new batch of fans by returning to the video game adaptation franchise for a third chapter. 20 years after the first, his new film, Return to Silent Hill, in theaters last Friday, is based on the 2001 game Silent Hill 2, considered to be a high point in the series. The story concerns James, a man who must return to the town of Silent Hill to reunite with the love of his life, Mary, after an apocalyptic event has killed many of the residents and set a bunch of deadly monsters loose. Given the scope of the story and the creatures involved, Gans said the adaptation was a tall task, especially given that some audiences might not know the game's lore. Yes, I would just say, I didn't really talk about it much in the review, but I honestly cannot imagine following the story not already knowing the game. Like, I think that what the story is doing is it is navigating the minefield of knowing that its audience is intimately familiar with the game. And it worked for me because it knew what it was doing in that regard. I put out a tweet. Here, I'll pull it up. I'll pull it up since I'm going to throw it in the doc anyway, since I'm talking about it. This was mostly an attempt to get people to give it a shot. So it might sound a little overzealous. I said it was incredible. Christoph Gans somehow walked a tightrope while threading a needle through a damn minefield of fan expectations because he honors the essence of Silent Hill 2 without ever letting your knowledge of the game become a reliable roadmap. And that's key because you know what is going to happen as a fan of the game. You know the twist. You know what everything represents. And if you just mapped that into a movie, it would be boring as shit, or worse, the delivery would not live up to your expectation and you would hate it anyway just because of that. And so in order to avoid that trap, they do different things with it. And some of it lands, some of it doesn't, but the attempt is admirable. And I think they did a really good job, and where it counts, I think they succeeded. Yeah, I don't need to read the rest of this, but Truly. I mean, I would almost give the same offer I gave during Bullet Train that if you are on the fence, I will buy your ticket to go see it because I really want more people to go see it. It was a big challenge to adapt correctly and respectfully a game which is considered a classic. We know that people who love video games are very passionate. I remember when I did the first film, I received plenty of death threats. People were saying, if you mess up this one, we are going to find you. So I came on to the first film with great responsibility, and certainly even more with the second one. At the same time, it was important for me to imagine a movie that people who are not playing games can be interested in. Despite his enthusiasm for the project, Gans admits it was challenging to capture his ambitious vision with a modest budget. My producer, Victor Hidida, told me when we finished the film that it cost around that it had cost $23 million. We had 50 days of shooting. It has 67 sets, so it's quite big or quite huge. But I spent 1 year just designing everything, storyboarding everything, making tons of artwork. When I came on the pre-production, I was very well prepared. Sometimes what was difficult was to make people who are not players understand why some elements were so important. Sometimes I had to fight because the fans would be pleased. When I'm doing a film, I'm obsessed by the detail. So that's the fuel of my work as a director. Even after directing 2 chapters, because he didn't do the second film, which sucks ass, Gans says it would be a dream to helm more films in the series. If I have the opportunity, we'll come back to Silent Hill once more, he says. I'm not looking at Silent Hill only as a great video game. I'm looking at it as a piece of modern art. It has something really edgy and experimental. I will adapt another chapter because there are some that are extremely good, something very different from the first film, and now Return to Silent Hill. I like this world, and I can see that plenty of people are thinking I'm doing a pretty good job. Anyway, here is the current gross. It is at $3,252,000 domestic. Yesterday, it was at 1.6 million. So it's more than doubled, or roughly doubled, right? Where it was at. And it only has to clear, what was it, 23 million? Is that what he said? 23 or 28? 23, yeah. Now, I'm going to show you, Chinese chatter suggests Return to Silent Hill could perform over 28 million at the local box office. So right now, this only is showing the domestic, but hopefully the Chinese market will carry it over on its own. And this is what I'm talking about in terms of marketing, right? Where has this gone? I've never seen this in where I live. You know, I mean, like huge, imposing. I wish I had saved it, but I saw some stuff from Bangkok where like an entire city has been like done up like Silent Hill in order to promote it. You know, like huge amounts of effort being put in to market the films and stuff. And of course, it's worth noting that even if they only spent 23 million on the film, they probably spent another 150 million on the marketing, you know? So it does in fact have quite a bit to clear. Right. Now, I thought this was pretty fucking cool. I said, I have no idea how the film is going to be, but this cinema map for the Saudi Arabia premiere of Return to Silent Hill is kind of brilliant. Speaking to the gamers directly is a smart move. So again, for the US release, they gave us these postcards. And that's all it is.
And you're not going to use that? You're just going to stick it in the steelbook?
Yeah,
actually, will it fit in the steelbook?
I don't know. Probably not. Hold on. Let's put it on top of the Chain Soldier steelbook. Does not look like it. I might have to buy the DVD. It hangs over just a little bit.
Dang.
In fact, I don't even know if it would fit in the DVD. Let me see on the Sailor Moon DVDs I got here.
I don't want it.
It'll be tight fit, but it'll probably fit in a DVD.
Hmm.
I have all the other Silent Hill movies on DVD and Blu-ray, so it wouldn't hurt to
Just
have
stick
it.
in one of those.
Yeah, that's true. I could just stick it in one of those. Anyway, yeah. So, but I think it's pretty cool, right? If you're a fan of the games, you know that the map functionality, like you get real intimate with the map because you have to look at it all the fucking time. So they kind of like this is the theater, right? And they were playing the premiere in the Cinema 3, so they put the little symbol for the save point in the third game here. That's pretty cool. Like, what a great idea to try to market.
They put it the one they had to walk the farthest to get to.
Mm-hmm. And then this is a French poster for it. One thing I will say is that I did not like the tryptophobia faced nurses. This looks way better than they do in the actual movie. And the only thing I'm saying here is that I think that the first movie had better looking nurses, right? And I don't know. I sort of talk about it a little bit in my review. Boy, this poster did a horrible job with the perspective of this and this. Like the light is no, that's right, because it's an L-shaped light, right? Isn't that how they do it in the game? Maybe, I don't know. Anyway, the nurse scene was pretty good though. I gotta give them credit. I think the first and second movies is better. The second movie is one of the only things that's actually really good about it is that the nurse scene really builds tension very, very, very well. And the first movie just does a phenomenal job as well. In fact, I talk in the review about how I don't think there's ever a point in the games where you run into a room and there's a shit ton of nurses just standing there. But I kind of want them to start putting that in because I feel like in the first movie, she has to like walk through the frozen nurses with the light off. And I feel like that could be a tremendously tense moment in a game where you have to try to navigate very carefully without touching any of them. Because if there's that fucking many, you ain't surviving. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like the nurses are brutal in the game. So how did that get in here? Hold on. I think I put here. Yep, I put in the wrong thing here. Hold on a second. Hold on, I'm just putting in a goddamn CAPTCHA. Fuck. Oh my god, how many guys?
Did the other three die? I know I stepped away probably unexpectedly just to go get my supper, but everybody else is muted.
God damn. They're probably watching Those Who Hunt Elves.
I'm just waiting for you to finish this. I'm not.
Dude, what the fuck? I've done like 17 different stages to this CAPTCHA. Here we go. My god.
Silent Hill, the CAPTCHA game.
Okay. So I don't know how I ended up putting that other link in there. But it should have taken us here. Because I wanted to talk about this and I randomly found it again. We covered that it seemed as though that one article incorrectly listed Hannah E. Anderson as playing Mary, Maria, and Angela. I'm here to confirm she definitely played all of them. And brilliant. brilliant choice for what they had to do in order to make the extra moments. I talked about Eddie feeling like he just kind of, showed up and disappeared. Using her to play Angela made it work for Angela, in my opinion. I know a ton of people are really fucking pissed about, they did Angela dirty. And one of my nitpicks is that something that happens could have been a little bit more impactful, right? But I thought they did a great job, right? 9 out of 10. Anyway, we're going to look at the pre-orders for the Steelbooks and all that later. But I searched Return to Silent Hill on Amazon to try to grab those. And I want to talk about the amount of whole-ass books that released January 1st. Return to Silent Hill, a haunting psychological horror film review, a faithful game-to-film adaptation, franchise legacy, hidden meanings, and behind-the-scenes insights. Return to Silent Hill movie review from December 11th. Return to Silent Hill, a psychological horror thriller exploring memory, loss, and hidden truths. Return to Silent Hill Decoded, right? Like, we got to do something about the ChatGPT generated shit that you put up on Amazon to sell on Kindle for $5 a pop. Right? Holy shit. See how many of these there are? Like, oh my God.
I saw paperback on at least one of those.
Really? Oh, like it was available for paperback? That's because Amazon CreateSpace, which has a new name. I can't remember what it's called off the top of my head.
Oh, okay.
But you can release it on Kindle or physical. I'll double check. I don't see any of them that are obviously. Oh, I see. Yeah, no, most of them are paperback as well. Yeah. Anyway, but they're almost certainly just AI speculation about the movie that knows nothing about the movie. Hadn't come out yet. You didn't release a fucking book about the movie in December. Come on. Anyway, in further movie news, theater news, Godzilla -Zero film's North American premiere date has been set. It's going to open on November 6th, 2026. So there you go. The Dangers in My Heart, the movie, is going to screen in the U.S. 3 days after Japan. 10 select cities will get subbed and dubbed showings in February. So it's going to come out for Valentine's Day, February 13th. Right?
All these cities in Texas?
It is Atlanta, Philadelphia, Dallas, Houston, Chicago, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Seattle, New York, and Fairfax, Virginia. Anyway,
I just assumed since it's High Dive or Sentai releasing it, I would assume they would release Alamo Draft House or something.
Oh, hold on. It says 3 days after the Japan one, but then they say screenings. Compilation film with some new scenes on February 13th. Oh, they're going to get it on February 16th. Oh, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, 3 days later. I was looking at this. Dubbed February 18th. Might not be a bad idea to go see it if it's a compilation film. Just have a start at it, I guess. Anyway, I thought this was pretty cool. Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba Infinity Castle gets first ever anime film IMAX ratio release. So this is for a theatrical release, not like a DVD or Blu-ray yet, at least. Who knows how many fucking times we're going to.
God, I hope they don't release it on disc with the IMAX stuff on.
So here you go. Here's
Have they ever?
IMAX 独自の 1.43 対1番による特別上映。全方位に広がる 究極の無限上体験。
I legitimately love how creatively they revealed those. Like between Tanjiro falling and the big boom, IMAX to really show the impact, and like the peeling away the bars and stuff.
So to go back to our recent Blackjack Sailor Moon thing,
Yep.
What's the original ratio?
Yeah, that's a good question.
And 16:9's gotta be the original. Still,
No, I think what he means
That's
is
not
like,
what
what
we
did they
mean, Reese.
animate it for? Right? Like what was the?
I mean, it took
They
them this long to release it. And they put out an IMAX before, and now
it's going into IMAX with IMAX ratio.
Yeah, if
So there's gonna be a
they
little
had
extra.
it originally, they would have put it out first.
Yeah. So it probably took a little bit of effort to do it. And I honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if we learn later that like some of the backgrounds and stuff were like AI extended or something just because they didn't actually have it, but who knows? It's interesting. I wonder
Well,
what.
actually, to be fair, as far as I'm aware, Ufotable uses CG 3D backgrounds since like forever. So they probably already have the comp. They just have to extend the viewport.
Yeah, but when it comes to rendering like that, it kind of, it's not as simple as it sounds, right? And especially for the compositing aspect of it, they would need to finesse quite a bit, I would imagine. So I don't know. I definitely agree. And like when I look at this shot of a Kaza or whatever his name is, it seems obvious to me that they would have drawn more than just stopping right here, right? You have to kind of have a sense of where the hand is and stuff. So you're going to draw more than is actually going to get used. And then you're going to comp it into the shot. So I imagine they, for most shots, probably already had what they needed. And it wasn't that big of a deal. Unlike in One Punch Man, where like the head was kind of cut off on the frame or whatever.
My curiosity is maybe because obviously there's a safe area that's taken into account regardless of what anime you're doing. So is there safe area IMAX like ratio, or is it extended and now we have an IMAX but there's a secret 16:9 of the IMAX?
I don't know. Who knows?
The thing I want to know is, are they going to release it?
Yeah.
On physical media.
I don't know why you do that. People don't just have IMAX like theaters in their house.
Well, they released like the freaking Interstellar or like Dark Knight movies that are in that cinematic aspect ratio, and then they have the taller for like the IMAX scenes that Nolan did. Like they'll switch aspect ratios throughout the movie on the Blu-ray or 4K that you have.
To
but
which
this
ratio? Like 4:3 suddenly?
Well, I think what he means is like the 1.66
it makes them taller.
to 1.
Almost not quite 16:9.
Yeah. Like for example, in Hunger Games, in one of the Hunger Games movies, there is a part where they are in the elevator or whatever to the part where they get released out to the, wild, every man for himself kind of thing, and they have like black bars, on the frame, and then as like you've been watching the whole movie with black bars. And then as that elevator's going up, they very slowly expand the screen. There's another movie where the entire movie is shot in a full 16:9. And then as the movie progresses, and it's a very tense, like anxious movie, it gets narrower and narrower and narrower throughout the entire film in order to induce more anxiety in the viewer as the movie is progressing, because everything feels tighter and more suffocating, right? But as far as you were asking before about like home video releases of that aspect ratio, other than what Reese is talking about, where there will be a couple shots that will jump from black bars to no black bars, I don't know that anything's been released, but I know that the Snyder cut of Justice League was filmed in IMAX, and the release that we eventually got of that was a digital release was still in that format.
4x3.
Yeah. So anyway, in other news here, Attack on Titan: The Last Attack was put back in theaters, and it was ranked at number 9. But the reason I'm sharing this is because my boy did it. Chainsaw Man, the movie Ray's arc, got to number 10 and kicked out Demon Slayer. There we go. You guys
and once Demon Slayer hits IMAX again, it'll be back at number 1.
True. You guys will recall. I mean, they got to do something now that China won't let them show it, right?
Yeah.
But you guys will recall that last time we looked at this, Evangelion 3.0, you cannot redo, or Thrice Upon a Time, or whatever the fuck it's called, came out and knocked Chainsaw Man out, and Demon Slayer was in the number 10 spot or whatever, maybe number 8, I can't remember. Anyway, moving past that. Madoka Magica Walpurgisnacht Rising delayed again. Did they break down how many times it's been delayed in here?
Yeah, I can't remember. Maybe it's at the bottom. I swear I saw it.
Shaft first hinted at the new work in the franchise through a concept movie in 2015, but the film was only announced in April 2021. Prior to its most recent delay, the film was previously slated to open in Japan in winter 2024, but was delayed in August 2024 to winter 2025 before the delay to February 2026. So now it's being delayed again beyond February, right?
Yeah,
probably. What's the new?
They don't have a date yet.
They don't have a new one. They're just saying, like, fuck it, we don't know. This better be the greatest movie that's ever been released, right? By the time it comes out.
I mean, it's already a top contender just for the Wii.
In the strip club. All right, so we got more here. Let's catch up on chats before we go into this stuff, if there are any. I recall House of the Dead was the worst adaptation of video game movies. Is that what you mean? To be fair, you really think they put effort marketing a January movie? No? Yeah, I don't know. Just saying. If they release that here, I'll definitely go again.
The IMAX cut?
IMAX, okay. I mean, I don't know.
I presume, most likely.
I didn't think the movie was that great, to be honest. I thought Mugen Train was way better. Dangers in My Heart date actually works great for me because I was planning on going to see Fruits Basket on the 16th, but I wanted to see Dangers dubbed, and that's on the 18th. There you go. Mission Impossible Final Reckoning did a cool way of transitioning aspect ratio as well. Huh. Haven't watched it yet. I'm behind on. I don't think I've seen the last. I've probably only seen. How many are there now? I think the last one I saw was the 4th one.
There's 8. Fourth one is Ghost Protocol, where he starts out in the prison.
That was 4th one?
Yeah, Ghost Protocol. Yeah, 1,
What's
2,
the
3.
one? So, okay. The first one is obvious. The second one is the John Woo one, and then the third one is that the one with Felicity at the beginning?
It had Philip Seymour Hoffman in it.
Yeah, that's the last one I've seen then.
Okay.
Shit. Holy fuck.
That came out in 2006.
I've got a lot to catch up on.
I got all of them. We can start.
Yeah, I was gonna say we should watch party that. You know what else I haven't? I've gotten very, very behind on is Fast and Furious. Right?
Oh god, I don't want any of those.
Anyway, Nintendo drops a new Super Mario Galaxy movie trailer featuring Yoshi, Birdo, Baby Mario, and Baby Luigi.
If Yoshi doesn't sound like Yoshi, I'm not even gonna give it the time of day.
I think
which I already am not.
We need
they need to do a bit where Mario kills Yoshi just to get up the cliff.
We need the sound when he jumps. Let's see her.
Did it say who's voicing him?
I don't know. I haven't heard any of this yet. This is all new to me. We're gonna find out together. Let's watch it. Mirage, leave if you don't want it spoiled.
Hey Mario, it's me Yoshi.
You're here!
Now, where's the troubled pipe?
It bugs me that this is clearly a Mario Odyssey level.
Right.
And it's supposed to be a Mario Galaxy game.
Do you think a movie? Yeah. Do you think that which came out first, Odyssey or Galaxy?
Galaxy came out first.
Okay.
By like 10 years.
Do you think that there may be I was gonna say, do you think that there may be just kind of like skipping over Odyssey? Like
no, because Rosalina's in it, so it's just a weird starting area.
That was such a lazy use of the sound effect. Like,
yeah.
Come on, you're not the scared guy anymore. Yes, I am. People don't change.
There's the problem. Hey. It's all right.
Wow, nobody gives a shit.
Oh my god, it's Yoshi.
Who is this? Yoshi. Come on. So some dinosaur just shows up and he's now part of the group. Cool.
Wow. Okay, I just because I'm me, I want to go through this. So this is all Mario Odyssey.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I think Yoshi's gonna eat Mario right there. That'd be my guess.
Yeah, I was waiting for the tongue to come out and him be like, ah.
I don't recognize this specifically, but it's probably 3D new 3D World, the one with the cat. No,
is
cat
Peach
was
saving Mario in slow mo right now?
the Wii U one. Okay, the 3D Mario World. I don't recognize that one. That's definitely the one with the cat. The look of it. Although this one, so Mario Galaxy was their main gimmick was that like you could go around the entire world. Like it was like all of the levels were based off of little tiny worlds. Well, not all. Some of them had larger worlds, but anyway.
Tiny
and then
planets.
Yeah. So sorry, planets. You're right. So the gravity would be weird, right? And you'd have areas where you like flip upside down and all that kind of stuff. So this is kind of playing into that, but then that was also used later on in the 3D World game. So this where you like run up on the wall. So this screams 3D World to me over Mario Galaxy.
It's funny because I told my son that this was coming out, and he's like, "This is Mario Galaxy is the worst possible choice they could have made." Like,
this is straight out of well. Oh, I didn't even notice that. So Mario and Luigi are now babies, and that's like Yoshi's Island.
Yeah.
But the T-Rex would be from
Odyssey.
Mario Odyssey.
Mhm.
Yeah. So there's not much in this trailer. In the first trailer, they kind of showed more stuff related to Galaxy because they had Rosalina, and they had the outlook, and they had the like I forget they're called, the little star things. But in this trailer, basically almost all
Are
of
they
it
Lumas
is
or something?
yeah, Lumas. Almost all of this trailer was not Galaxy related, so that's
They're shoving a
interesting.
lot of stuff into this.
Oh,
that,
yeah.
like even just the baby thing. It's like, wow, you're gonna have an entire like mini arc of like, oh, they're babies.
I also
now.
find it funny that they just yeet their fucking like sombrero and
Well, I mean, I think the
Entourage
idea
system.
is like this is a this getup with the cape is a callback to Caped Mario from from Super Mario World, right? And then so when they get the fire power up, it removes the cape power up.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah, and that's
speaking of
normal
which,
for Mario.
Apologies if you've already seen this, but this came to mind when you brought up the cat thing.
Oh, killer suit, man! Oh.
Thanks. I got it from one of those mushroom house things.
Very cool. I'm meeting my buddy Pondhopper here if you're DTY. Down to Yith.
Oh, no. I'm not a furry.
Yeah, okay. As if you don't wear that thing to perform unspeakable sex acts. It's cool, man. I get it.
I wear it so I can fly.
Don't deny your fursona, brother. There is a sexy raccoon living inside you. Let him out.
I don't have a fursona.
That's a tanuki, not a raccoon.
I was once like you, trying to quell the sexy wolf fox howling in my soul. Let him out so you can feel whole.
Listen, Goomba.
That name has no meaning to me. I am Snowtail, Arctic Fox Wolf.
No. I'm sorry, Snowtail, but I'm not a furry. I'm not down to Yif. I wear the tanuki suit so I can fly and I can turn to stone.
So, you wear it to get hard?
Yes, exactly. Wait, no, not like that.
Greetings, Snowtail. It is I, a Pondhopper, a sexy frogman, and
Luigi?
Oh my God, Mario! I can explain.
Wow.
Please don't tell Mama.
We should all have sex.
Why didn't they cast those guys for movies?
That was more entertaining than the Mario movie was.
I heard like 5 website identities in that.
But no, I should have figured it out. I should have figured out that it would be Luigi. The fact that I didn't know it was Luigi and Luigi showed up made it 10 times better for me.
All right. Do you guys have anything more you want to talk about regarding this trailer?
This is going to be annoying and
First movie sucked. Hated it.
I thought the first movie was okay.
Why? What? What is this? What is that?
Flower going into his head.
And I was looking for that other video.
I don't think it showed that. Is it? I don't think it showed the other colored Yoshis.
Oh, this is from the game. What am I doing? Of course. That's from Mario Game Universe. It says from the Mario Game. No, that's just a random image we found and couldn't place. Is what that means. Yeah, no, this is clearly not from the trailer upon closer inspection. All right, anyway, I will add that Dorkly video to the doc for you if you guys wanted to.
If you want to yiff to it.
Yeah.
Wow.
Pretty great.
I wonder who is voicing Yoshi.
Someone in the comments says Adam Sandler.
No way. No way.
IMDb, help us.
I mean, considering the original Yoshi, he's literally just pitch shifted up man. I don't see why they didn't do that. I mean, it seems like they did that here. And hey, good on them for at least attempting to make it sound Yoshi-y. That doesn't mean it's any good, but I mean, hey.
I don't see anybody listed for Yoshi on IMDb.
Yeah, they don't have him listed yet.
Well, to be fair, it would have been just announced this morning if it was announced.
Who voices Yoshi?
Yeah, these are all the same people from the first movie except for this person.
Apparently it's Alan Tudyk, maybe?
Cite your source. Whoever that was.
People I just Googled it.
Mm.
So, and it's just like a people also ask.
No, I meant Dylan. Dylan, cite your sources. The new Mario trailer is my favorite trailer so far. Oh. Honestly, I think Yoshi looks adorable. Oh. There's no way Miyamoto has as much creative control over these movies as they want fans to think. Definitely. Classic Dorkly is great. I saw that Dorkly bit a long time ago, but it's great. Yeah, it's probably their best one. That and the Zelda smashing board one, I quote that all the time. And that was like, Master, this man can sell you Deku nuts. Like, I quote that all the time in my house.
Oh,
okay, it's just a joke. Okay, all right.
I'd believe Alan Tudyk, honestly.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So Evangelion confirms that the wait, what? Hello, Footnum. Come into my office for reprimand. No. Evangelion confirms new Asuka-focused short anime being made for 30th anniversary. So we talked about the short. Now we know it's going to be Asuka-focused. So it is likely going to be a brand new piece of material rather than just like a compilation or whatever. With the official account showing the production floor and confirming the footage is currently in active development, while Studio Car bluntly describes it as an event extra. The official, it'll probably be called Asuka with like the @ sign as one of the A's, and it'll be like, you cannot get back at Shinji for the Kamuy incident or something like that. It would be the title.
You cannot nut on me.
You can not redo. Right?
No. The not is in parentheses. So you can nut on me. You cannot nut on me.
You sure they're not just going to actually make Asuka of the Valley of the Wind finally?
Oh. So many shirt ideas. The official Evangelion account posted an update from the production site for Ava Fest, the Evangelion 30th anniversary event. The post states that video footage is currently being produced and describes the new work as a special extra edition anime made especially for those, especially because it's the 30th anniversary. Studio Car provided a tweet as well, explaining that the short anime film will focus on fan favorite Asuka. Imagine the slap to the face if the 30th anniversary was only about Mari, right? The post also promotes ticket sales, noting that tickets are currently available through E+. Blah, blah. I don't think any of the rest of this matters. In addition to the 30th anniversary thing, they had a illustration contest, and the winners have been criticized and accused of using AI. Pixiv announcement of the winners of the Evangelion 30th anniversary illustration contest has led to minor criticism, as there was a small amount of users believing the winners created their submissions through AI technology, or that the winning art in general was too generic and safe. Pixiv released a special tweet announcing the winners of the Evangelion 30th anniversary illustration contest and subsequently created a special page announcing the winners. So this is first prize. I mean, it does feel pretty safe. Second prize, right? Is that what that said? I assume. They got the Evangelion Award. I don't know what that means. Not a single person actually drew an Ava, huh? There we go. Feel safe, like they said. Is that Mari on the left?
It's gotta be.
God,
but
doesn't look
she
like
doesn't have the same assets.
Yeah. I guess the glasses are the giveaway, huh? Anyway. Many were disappointed with the winners, as some critics in the comments suggested that the winning illustrations were poor quality or that AI might have been used for some of them. Lineup 2 safe. Congrats on the award, but the 30th anniversary, I was hoping for something way more daring. The announced illustration had so much more momentum. So it's probably what they probably mean is there's so much good hentai out there. Why didn't that win? Right? The grand prize looks like AI art to me. Am I the only one who thinks so? So this is the grand prize one. I don't know. Honestly, I feel like AI could do better. Shinji looks so weird.
Scroll up. The eyes on the brunette, I forget her name.
Mari.
They look a little weird.
Yeah, but I feel like that's because they're like there's like a subtle light ray kind of like shine on it.
Could be.
Yeah, I don't know.
We've gotten to the point where like AI could do this.
I know. That's what's annoying, right? The tells are all gone, right? You got to really analyze. How do they even judge whether it's AI or not in contests like these? I don't think any of this matters. Looks suspiciously AI. I don't know. The second one doesn't feel like AI to me because I feel like they autistically went out of their way to outline the characters in a way that I don't think AI would have thought was a good choice. But I could be wrong. Unfortunately, I wasn't selected, but here's the piece I submitted. I'll use this experience as motivation to work even harder. What did you submitted? An apple with Kaworu in it. I mean, these are all pretty good.
Oh my god! I thought that was a decapitated person. I was like, what the fuck?
This?
You can't fit a whole body.
No, the one on the left.
Suit. Yeah.
Oh.
Honestly, yeah, this looks much better in terms of artwork that you're trying to. This one as well, like significantly better than what actually won. This I don't give two shits about, especially because it's Kaworu.
What do you mean? But it has all the symbolism of the Adam and Eve eating the forbidden fruit.
Yeah,
Isn't
the
that
forbidden
so
fruit
deep?
being the yaoi.
Oh god.
That's unique, that's for sure.
Yeah, still like such a spiteful personality for sure. Honestly, their work is great though, to be honest. Like, wow, the whole rest of this is about people dunking on. Okay, cool. Anyway, we're back. Moving on from here. We're making amazing time from how it felt like we were gonna do. They could have told the AI. They could have, yeah. It just doesn't seem like something that it would have done. And if you had asked it to, it would have not have done it that way. That's all. Yeah, Shinji is just weird. Yeah. Okay. Drops of God anime is going to premiere in April 2026. Crunchyroll is going to stream the wine-themed manga. Yeah. So the anime based on the wine-themed manga. This previously got a live-action treatment on Apple TV where they gender swapped the main character and stuff. It's probably very loosely adapted. Clevatess is getting a season 2. I don't think anybody's surprised. Moving past that. The World is Dancing TV anime announced for summer 2026. I'm sharing this because the artwork reminds me of The Elusive Samurai, and I like it.
Yeah.
So I'm going to play it.
種が芽吹き、実がなるように。あれがそういう人の祈りだとしたら。人は舞などなくても生きていける。 それなのにみんななぜ舞を舞う
Looks pretty neat. One does not need dance to live. True that. in 1374, during the turbulent age when the northern and southern courts were locked in conflict, the northern court shogun Ashikaga Yoshimitsu was becoming an increasingly dominant force. Born the son of Kanami, head of the Kanzei troupe of Sarugaku performers, Oniyasha drifts through his days with a hazy question lodged in his heart. Why do people dance? His spirit remains clouded until the day he encounters a dance that is truly good. Wow. Way to undo all the hype. Curious, sensitive, and strikingly beautiful, the boy meets people, laughs, cries, confronts his own weaknesses, and slowly begins to shape a new form of dance for a world steeped in impermanence. I hope it's twerking. That'd be fucking funny. Right? Like,
they'll probably do that.
Or pole dancing or something, right? All right. Dokyo Shiteru Kensei no Ona Shisho ga Kawaii Sugite Mainichi Shiawase Desu, TV anime announced. It translates to, the female sword master I live with is so cute. I'm happy every day. Whoa.
Nice.
I don't understand what I'm looking at here because what am I looking at here? It's like, this feels like she fell into a bucket or something. Like the posture is just so strange. Anyway, the story follows a boy named Eugene Dawson. Who trains under famous swordmaster Liza Parsandora as a live-in apprentice. He's privy to both her incredible strength and skills and her cute and clumsy side. Training proves tough, however, when Eugene takes her beauty and tendency to casually make physical contact into account. Whoa. We'll keep an eye on that. Don't worry. All right. Frieren has who cares? It's creditless opening. This is just an excuse to talk about the fact that in the most recent episode, they appear to have placed the meme.
Yeah.
Right.
I like the shot. I got better. It was the last one. Like you can't even see her eyes. Also, I was doing the Frieren lookup meme before it was cool.
Yep. Is that hold on, go back. That is I'm gonna guess it. It's Violet Evergarden as your background.
That's Frieren.
Is that from no?
As your background on your PC.
Background. No, the background from Loli the second.
Oh right, we've been over this.
Is that Agumon behind your lamp?
It is.
That is cursed looking Agumon.
So are we 100% sure that this is referencing Agumon, the meme, or is this in the manga, the part they're adapting?
I don't know, but that Agumon
is mangled
the way it looks there. Granted, obviously it's too small, but that looks like the kind of thing I would see on 4chan, life size with like a fleshlight attached to it.
Well, it's nice that that's your intuition.
It's a beanie baby.
A beating baby?
Yes.
Yes. Right. That's much better.
A BDSM baby? All right, anyway. All right, so Jujutsu Kaisen Season 3 has their English dub reveal. Who cares? Oh, God, I'm going to sneeze. I just couldn't help but notice
this has to be a new visual because the previously it was just Yuta and Yuji on it.
Yeah. They added a bunch more characters.
That's kind of cool, actually.
This would have actually been a great moment to throw in the meme, but I don't have it ready. Damn it! I'll have to wait till the next one. Golden Kamuy, final season English dub reveals release date, cast, and crew. So you guys will recall that David Wald has quit voicing for Crunchyroll. So Surumi is now going to be voiced by Robert McCollum. That's the news. Can we get a release?
Of season 3. Oh, wait, did we get
Robert
season 3?
McCollum can pull it off, but wish him luck with that.
Yeah. This is Surumi. So kind of an important role.
Did we get a release of season 3?
I don't remember. Did we? We might have gotten season 3. How many seasons are there now?
This is 5.
Yeah, I think we did get season 3.
I know we did. We never got season 4 for sure, but I can't remember if we got season 3 as well.
So there's also a new anime called FX Senshi Kurumi-chan, all about online trading.
Oh.
I think I got. Yeah, I'm gonna play this and I'm gonna take a leak. You won't even know.
FX 戦士くるみちゃん。
I'll be real. I did not catch what the hell that show was about.
No, it's stock exchange. Online trading.
Ah.
You know, buy low, sell high. So like as the one was rising, she was happy, and then it started plummeting. It was like, no.
I can't stop. Sorry, I would have been back sooner, but my wife stopped me for a hug. How did you like Day Trader Kurumi-chan?
It sounds interesting. It's how I would imagine that you and Randy react with all your trades.
Yeah. Did I ever tell you guys about the time I day traded once? Back when I was working my other job, Coinbase got Shiba coin. What's it called? Hold on.
Dogecoin?
No. It's a clone of Dogecoin called Shiba Inu. And it was shooting up in value, right? So what I did was I traded, like on Coinbase, you can trade one type of crypto for another. So I traded Basic Attention Token, which I have a shit ton of. I bought in when it was very cheap, and Bitcoin. And I watched, like I was watching like a hawk, and while I'm on the truck in between stops, and I managed to trade back at a huge profit on Bitcoin. But when I went to do the same thing for Basic Attention Token, it was not letting me make the trade because it said that I had like an unstable internet connection. So I had to wait until I got home. And then by the time I got home, it didn't make sense to make the trade anymore because the values had fluctuated. So I am sitting at a loss of almost $2,000 of Basic Attention Token because of that. and I am sitting at a loss because I never traded back and have, the value dropped on the skyrocket of Shiba Inu of $4,357 on Shiba Inu coin. So
that's right.
So I have very much made these same faces. But it's only a loss when you cash out at a loss, right? Someday. Let me put it this way. I currently have 182 million Shiba coin. If that shit ever gets to $1, you bet your ass I'm rich. Anyway, okay, you guys remember we talked about this show last podcast about there's a character who is Albert Einstein and an apple-headed character who is Isaac Newton. Curiously, Crunchyroll chose not to describe a certain character. Petals of Reincarnation leaves Twitter users stunned as it features Hitler as a Loli general.
I didn't know Tanya the Girl Trap was in this anime.
Yeah. Petals of Reincarnation is officially getting an anime adaptation airing in April 2026, and the announcement instantly grabbed attention for its absurd premise, featuring reincarnated historical figures like Albert Einstein, Isaac Newton, Julius Caesar, and Hitler reimagined as a Loli elite general. A tweet announcing the anime had briefly explained the premise accrued a great deal of attention. Petals of Reincarnation, an anime that features Hitler turning into a Loli elite general, Albert Einstein, Isaac Newton, and Julius Caesar, will officially broadcast April 2026. It is not broadcasting on Crunchyroll. It's going to be on High Dive, according to this Twitter account, because I saw this tweet and I was going to talk about it until it turned out that this article came out. And featured the tweet, and then it wasn't important to include it. But in the reply to this tweet, they mentioned that it was actually going to be on High Dive, not Crunchyroll as it implied. Securing 11 million views in about 2 days, many commenters were shocked by the seemingly random premise. There exist several anime that technically already transform historical figures into anime characters, but many users were shocked by Hitler's transformation. Excuse me, what? First and last in my bloodline to see this. I'll end myself after watching that. There's no way I read that properly the first time. It's the timeline where Anime Studio said, fuck historical accuracy, we ball. I just know this is going to sit real well with the Western audiences. Could be the onboarding anime for non-anime enjoyers. Dude, there's no way humanity is running out of ideas already. This is why you take LSD when you watch anime. Anyway, we'll definitely be keeping a close eye on that. In other news, Cyborg 009 Nemesis anime teases its trailer and unveils 2026 premiere and theme song. So it is going to feature the theme song Tagatameni, For Whom, sung by Japanese singer Kyoko, which is a cover of the opening theme song for the Cyborg 009 TV anime in 1979-1980. So they released on the birthday of the guy who I think did the original version of the song. On his 88th birthday is when they announced it. This says here that Ishinomori wrote the lyrics for nearly 100 songs throughout his life, including 37 opening themes for TV shows. So anyway, there's the news there. I don't know anything about the thing or care about Cyber 009 that much. Also, wow. Holy shit, all it took was Akira Toriyama fucking dying. Except bring back Dragon Ball Super. Dragon Ball Super, the Galactic Patrol anime is officially in production. This is a long-ass video. Let's watch it. I should have gone to pee during this one, huh? In fact, damn, I haven't watched it yet, though. Fuck, I was going to go get dinner.
Did you copyright check this one?
didn't have a copyright claim attached to it. Fucking hate this shit. Fucking hate it. This is the worst part of the movie. This is trash. The thing that made Goku different is that he hit his head. Not that his dad was actually an okay guy and his mom was loving. Cringe. This is just the 40th anniversary video. It has nothing to do with the other thing.
This is just where the history of Dragon Ball Z. It'll be on.
Still going, huh? Wow, battle and boss right away. Wow. Here I was thinking they weren't going to show anything.
Just the image we already seen.
Yeah, cool, awesome.
That one part where they were flying the dragon together, I like looked over and I'm like, is that Grok?
So, I had my headphones up at the very beginning. Were you ranting and raving about the retcons of Super Broly? I couldn't hear
fucking hate the Gine and Bardock bullshit. Bardock is supposed to be an asshole, just like every other Saiyan. And the only reason that Goku isn't is because he hit his head as a child, right?
Yeah.
That is established canon, right? So.
Well, they retconned it, so not canon anymore. But
so, as far as I understand, this means that they're going to continue from where they left off at the Tournament of Power, and they're going to enter the arc and get to where they fight Moro. And a lot of people are hyped for that. I think on the way, they'll probably fight Granola and all the other characters that haven't gotten on screen yet. So there's a lot here to be excited about if you're a fan. But this ain't the only announcement they made. They also decided Dragon Ball Super Beerus Enhanced Anime announced for fall 2026. Let's watch this trailer.
Mada 誰も見たことのない究極の戦士。そいつの名前は。スーパーサイヤ人ゴッド。
まずい、実にまずいぞ。39年ぶりにあのお方が宇宙一強い破壊神ビルス様が目を覚まされている。破壊神ビルス、破壊の神様。
地球の諸君、永遠にさようなら。
このままでは地球はなくなってしまう。
僕はね、眠いんだよ。
待て、地球が溢れるのにこのままじっとなんかしてられんかよ。破壊神だとふざけるのもいい加減にしやがれ。
That still doesn't look good.
力を見せて
This is supposed to be the remaster.
5人の正しい心を持つサイヤ人が手をつないで一人のサイヤ人に心をつなげればその一人はサイヤ人の神になるらしいです。
さあ見せてくれ、スーパーサイヤ人ゴッドの力を。
スーパーサイヤ人ゴッド、少なくとも同等の神になったんですよ。
この俺が認めた最強のサイヤ人。
続けようぜビルス様。スーパーサイヤ人ゴッドのパワーはまだオラを上に連れてってくれるみてえだからよ。
破壊神はね、怖いんだよ。
Can you imagine watching Dragon Ball Z with all that like dubstep stuff at the beginning?
I was like, what's this knockoff Hiriki Sawano soundtrack?
So this is a remaster according to Random?
It's a remake, I think.
It better be a remake. Like, what's the point in watching Battle of the Gods a third time?
Exactly. The only thing worse in Dragon Ball Super than the Battle of Gods arc is the evil containment wave.
I thought you were going to say the only thing worse than the Battle of Gods was the Battle of Gods anime version. Like,
so Evil Containment Wave from the Super or from Dragon Ball original?
In Dragon Ball Super, they revisit the whole like Evil Containment Wave thing from Dragon Ball, and they have to learn like how to like get, was it Goku Black into the fucking pot or whatever. It's stupidest fucking thing ever. I hate the Battle of Gods arc. The movie sucks ass. The show version is slightly more tolerable just because it's funnier, but other than that, like, it's dog shit. I'm not looking forward to this at all. B-Dub, the anime master, put out a video right before we went live talking about this, and he was ranting like, for fuck's sake, if they're gonna reanimate the whole series again, and then they're gonna do Dragon Ball Super Beerus, then Dragon Ball Super Resurrection F, then Dragon Ball Super, like, and they just do it again. God, he's like, we aren't gonna get tomorrow until like 2028 easily.
Yeah.
Well, I think based on the fact that this is coming out this year,
mm-hmm.
and then the Moro thing, they basically said like it's now in development, meaning like they're just starting.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that means we're gonna get the other arcs throughout. At a certain point, they did up the animation quality of Super, so maybe they'll go till they feel like it got decently quality.
Mm-hmm.
But also, I've mentioned this to you off podcast, but the original Super was following the movies, which was based off of Akira Toriyama's work, because he made the movies, and then he helped with the show, right? He like gave them pointers and shit, and he got Toro or whatever his name is to work on the manga, and the manga followed the anime, right? So it's normally the anime is adapting the manga, but with Super it was the reverse. And in the manga, they added other scenes and things played out differently. Like, I haven't read it, but my understanding is there was a couple characters that, like, Vegeta beat quicker on one in the manga versus the anime, and Vegeta got a different power up.
Shit out of the anime. Oh my god, I hate Dragon Ball Super. Like, Dragon Ball Super has a couple of funny bits in it. That's all it has going for it. That show sucks ass compared to Z. Like, there is nothing that, and like, there are, I talk about this in my Broly video. If you haven't watched it, fucking watch it. It's funny as shit. So many missed opportunities for dark humor, right? My favorite one is, you guys remember Monaka? The guy with, like, his name means nipples or whatever, and he's got like the pink skin. And like later on, he accidentally, like, Trunks, he's the space delivery guy. Trunks goes in his ship.
In Super?
Trunks and Goten go in his ship, and they get taken to another planet. And then Vegeta fights Copy Vegeta. It's like a filler arc feeling thing, right? He's like a delivery guy, right? And they couldn't get enough people for the tournament, the first tournament of the series, where Goku fights Hit. So they had to get Beerus as delivery guy, and he convinces Goku that the delivery guy Monaka is actually the world's, like, the strongest in the universe, right? And so in Super, Goku realizes that Hit is able to actually, like, go back in time or something. I forget what his power was exactly. And so he steps down because he wants to see Monaka fight Hit, and was dying watching it because I thought for sure what they were gonna do. Goku tells Hit, like, I want to see that guy fight. He's even stronger than me. And I wanted to see Hit like, oh fuck, this guy's even stronger than the guy I was just fighting. I gotta go all out. And then he punches Monaka in just a billion pieces. Splat. right? And then Hit loses because of the rule that you can't kill your opponent, right? That would have been the funniest fucking joke in the whole series, and they didn't do it. They did the stupid thing where Monaka goes to punch him and he like flies back, oh, and he like goes flying back outside of the ring to get disqualified. The stupidest bullshit ever. There's so many missed opportunities in that show. So Blue and Rosie, regarding the one about the Swordmaster, says, where's her torso, or hips rather? Yeah, I have no idea what I was looking at. There's just legs issuing out of the void. I had that Agumon plush as a child. Super cute. Now I feel bad. Enriv says, David Wald has also been MIA from social media for months now. Anime can literally make any topic interesting so long as it's either a hot-blooded battle shonen or about cute girls doing it. Oh, doing it, huh? Dylan says, yeah, wasn't David Wald going to spill the beans on everything Crunchyroll did? Nothing ever came of that. Yeah, David Wald is also the guy who was defending Damon Mills after he touched that kid. All right. Was creating accounts on Anime News Network to try to like sow to try to bat on behalf of Damon Mills, but from an anonymous looking account instead of an industry insider. Dylan says, God, I wish I had a Loli Hitler girlfriend. No, Anne Frank. Oh, in the show? That'd be funny. Kind of crazy they got Hans Zimmer to do the music for the video. Yeah. Yeah. What? Hans Zimmer is going to do the score for the new Dragon Ball Super Beerus or whatever?
Probably just that 40th anniversary
maybe
video.
The manga and anime were doing their own things. The manga was better received in regards to what the original anime did. Yeah, I'm hoping.
So that was my point. Was that I assumed that the remake is going to follow what happened in the manga.
Mm-hmm.
So because their obvious intent would be to continue the manga, have him pick, because he's on hiatus right now, have him pick up the manga and then just move to a normal release schedule where the manga comes out and the anime is adapting the manga content going forward, as opposed to having them both kind of doing their own thing.
Yeah.
But because of differences like Vegeta getting a different power up and that kind of thing, they need to like make things cohesive.
So that's what you think the Beerus one is doing.
Yeah.
You think that the Beerus one is going to accurately adapt Toyotaro's manga, and that they're going to keep doing that in order to correct the canon until
that would be my guess.
Okay, that could be why. That could be what they're doing. Yeah.
Because otherwise, it's like getting rid of Akira Toriyama's, I guess, version, right?
Yeah. Because otherwise, I can't think of a reason why they would need to redo it. Like, it's kind of silly.
Considering you look like a very tasty vintage over there.
They're probably thinking people aren't gooning hard enough to Super, so let's remake it again with more frames.
I was looking for it off screen. I think I tweeted once upon a time a tweet about Dragon Ball where I shared a picture of Beerus looking like fucking Scooby-Doo, how poorly he was drawn back then. Just like, huh? Like, and it says, honestly, I'm hoping the new anime, they will be able to improve on the moral arc in the manga, because I've only heard negative things about it, at least in regards to how it ended. B-Dub was saying something like that too. He was saying, I hope that they fix some problems with it, but I enjoyed watching Super Weekly because that was my prime Toonami watching day, so I enjoyed having something to watch every Saturday. The thing is, David Wald actually did say some things on Twitter when he didn't come back for Adam in that Skate OVA. But that's it. What I'm saying is I kind of hope they don't fully follow the manga because people had issues with the manga, so I hope they change some things to improve it. It's Dragon Ball Z Afterlife. If you don't know what that is, it's a meme. And this, I'm like, what was the previous thing you?
Not seeing the connection.
God damn it! Add one to the cuck count. Or I was gonna say, what was the previous thing you said? No, and Frank. That doesn't seem like Dragon Ball Z Afterlife.
Dragon Ball Z Afterlife. I don't know it.
I assume he's talking about Dragon Ball AF, which is
no, it's April Fools.
The future is what it purported to.
Oh, okay.
But it was, also April Fools. Yeah. Anyway. All right.
Also, are
Mm-hmm.
we covering it in games news? I don't know.
Yes.
The other Dragon Ball stuff?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, we will. All right. We good to move on from this?
Yeah.
Cool. All right. We also have large manga piracy aggregator shuts down after legal pressure. Bato.to, one of the largest manga piracy aggregation sites on the internet, has abruptly shut down due to legal pressure, taking its official Discord server down with it and leaving millions of users scrambling after a site that reportedly pulled well over 100 million visits. The site was known as one of the biggest manga piracy aggregation platforms in the world, operating through its main domain and mirrors and drawing massive traffic every month. It's funny. Every time we talk about one of these, it's like, I've never heard of it.
Yeah, I've never.
Alongside the shutdown, the platform's official Discord server was also deleted, with the moderator posting the following message, quote, "Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for for all the messages you've been sending over the past few days. They truly mean a lot to us."
No. You gotta read that in the Arabic accent. Hello.
You mean the Indian accent?
Indian, yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
Indian. That's probably where it came from anyway.
What was the thing? I am
Indian
Aaron Yeager. I am going crazy right now. Oh boy. After careful consideration, we, the Discord staff, have collectively decided to delete this server due to ongoing issues related to the site and resulting legal challenges. As we've always encouraged, please continue to support the creators through their official platform if you enjoy their work and can afford. Some of our staff members have decided to create a new community focused on reading, with the hope that continuing the connections and friendships that have been built for the past few years here. As for me, my journey ends here. I sincerely apologize for any inconvenience our team may have caused, and I wish everyone a happy, healthy life. Thank you for everything and take care. Side note, the server will be deleted in 3 days. The other staff will tell you about the community they have in mind.
The server will self-destruct in 10 seconds.
Yeah. Keep an eye out for it. And again, please stop sharing illegal websites here if you don't wish to be banned. Traffic estimates cited for Bato.to placed it at well over 100 million monthly visits, making it one of the largest piracy hubs still standing in an era where major scanlation and aggregation sites have increasingly been hit with takedowns. The shutdown also comes after other high-profile crackdowns in the same space. MangaDex, which was reported to have had around 70 million visits in April 2025, experienced a major purge, while Comic reportedly reached a roughly 125 million visits last August,
devastating blow.
Being terminated the following month. Comic?
Yeah. Comic was great because it had this is the problem. Official releases cannot compete. Unfortunately, they just can't.
Oh, bless me. Holy shit. Yep.
The segmentation of you got to go there to get this, you got to go there to get this, and then also unfortunately as well, some of the official releases are poo-poo, and we want as a community, you want to read the scanlation, and or the scanlation's coming out earlier than the official release, and so you want to be like up on the, you don't want to get spoiled, so you want to read the scanlation. Now I get there's issues with that, but with comics specifically, it let you pick the like exactly what release that you wanted to read. So if you wanted to read the scanlation, you could go, okay, pick that scanlation. If there was multiple scanlation groups, it would have all of them. It would have the official one, obviously. And then you could, what I was using it for One Piece was flipping through the different translations to check and double check that they translated it accurately, or at least mostly accurately. And when there was ever a difference in the translations, then I'm like, okay, well, you know, what makes sense here? And if it doesn't make sense, I'll go check the Japanese and and translate it myself. Right now, they didn't have the Japanese, but I go find the Japanese somewhere else. But it's like the official releases will never be able to do that. Even if they were nice and gave you the Japanese, which none of them do, like they usually geolock the Japanese to Japan. They're never going to give you the scan later groups, so I don't know.
Turns out it was just a case of FAFO. She will live.
All right. And then also the other kind of annoying thing is back in the day, right? You would used to go online and like download a torrent or just download the CBZ file, right? But with streaming the way it is, even in manga, right? Like you're just going and reading the manga online. So there are a number of manga releases and translations that like, and because no one's hosting them anymore, because it's so easy just to go read them online on these websites, you can't find like download copies to download.
Yeah.
So if there were like a scan later group that was only being hosted on, in this case, Bato or Comic, like they're gone, and like you have to hope someone downloaded them, and like the annoying way, which is like, you know, write a little script to go download each page individually.
Yeah.
And then hopefully they saved it somewhere and they can re-upload it. But Comic turned into a tracker now. So basically, because everyone was complaining, they said we will like the community, because it also supported comments on each chapter. And so now it'll host a page for each chapter, but it just links to either the official release or Google, so you could Google the chapter. It's like not the same.
I feel like I'm remarkably close to finding that tweet I remember. It randomly happened. Don't worry, I just popped up. I found. God damn it! Oh, I have to hit latest, not top. I found one I made near. So I'm looking for that specific portion of my thread real quick, or my Twitter account, just to see if I can pull it in. I don't use any piracy sites for manga. So
You even read manga?
Yeah, well, I mean, I've downloaded torrents of manga that I needed for like you know, to show a panel or something for my Twitter thread on
that doesn't count.
Yeah, so not for that. Yeah. September. I'm almost there. Okay. It's right here. Oh. Just found the tweet I made of the blacked meme with Trudeau surrounded by Trudeau in blackface. Not what I'm looking for, though. Because this is when I was editing the Broly video, so I was finally watching Super. It's a mystery. Oh, wait. Nope. That was when we were watching Prison School.
Well, that sounds out. It goes even farther back.
I can't find it.
Going further beyond?
It must have been before August. I'll look in a minute for something, but I'm going to go just...
That was Prison School. That was like, what, 69?
Yeah.
69 years ago?
Podcast 69.
Why is this failing? Okay, it doesn't matter. Anyway, in other news, regarding to this, an anti-piracy commercial released by the Japanese government featuring Goku and Arale and many more. It actually legitimately looks awesome. So we're gonna watch it. Here it is.
100年後も漫画やアニメは僕らを救ってくれるだろうか
Did they pirate that font?
アトムパーマン、鬼太郎、カムイ、ヒューマン、ゴルゴドラえもん、ルパン、マヤ、タイガーマス、仮面ライダー、筋肉マン、あられちゃん、ラプチャン、翼、金田、サイバー、一見、白無空、達也、和也、ケイスケ、ヒロ、カスリ、コウ、トーマガンダム、ハードレイバー、エヴァンゲリオン、ハウダロー、シンノスケ、ドレミ、プリキュア、モトコ、マコト、ハルヒ、ケンジ、ジョジョジョジョジョジョジョジョジョジョジョジョジョジョジョジョジョ花道駅シーチ夜市近代地コナンマンチャンギョーマンケゴモモケンシン後ろはずめ犬やシャン桜バキ怪獣ルフィナルトケロロマキバオケチなのメロディーライト黒のインフレレケブタ黒の練習高松金城黒のひなざ神ヘイ国際ファウスシューラー激気女ラッチメキミルランジロデック高道ハイヤーマママジェソマイタドリ黒大悟坂本マッシュハーフカイドリアイスリーレンオーカーレン
Stop.
Jesus.
Yeah. I thought this was really funny. Somebody quote tweeted and said, "Notice how Sailor Moon isn't in here? That's because she's pro piracy." So Twitter's advanced search has just completely shit the bed and won't show any of my stuff anymore. So I'm just going to go ahead and have to move on from the Goku thing. If I find it, I'll show you later. All right. A veteran editor says that fewer young editors are actually passionate about manga. All right. A veteran manga editor has claimed that, quote, nobody reads manga anymore, arguing that while people still consume manga-related content, fewer aspiring editors today truly love the medium itself, raising concerns that the next generation entering the industry is chasing trends, status, or career convenience instead of actual passion. Manga editor Kazuaki Ishibashi, known for his work editing Mob Psycho 100, recently spoke about how the editor role is changing and why he believes fewer young people are entering the field are genuinely passionate about manga. Quote, when it comes to training aspiring manga editors, I'm honestly quite baffled sometimes. It's just that they genuinely don't read manga. I've lost count of how many times I've asked them, then why do you even want to be a manga editor? In my mind, I'm furious. Of course, I want new manga artists to read manga too, but editors? They absolutely have to read even more than artists do. Lately, the idea of being a manga editor has become kind of trendy, and the motivation of aspiring editors usually boils down to, I want to work in the entertainment industry. I want to be involved with an IP. I want to support creators. It just seems kind of fun. There is nothing wrong with that. However, not many of them say things like, manga is my life. Honestly, nothing else matters besides manga. That kind of madness isn't present as much anymore. In Ishibashi's view, the shift matters because editors aren't just managers. They're supposed to be deeply involved in shaping stories, supporting creators, and helping build works that resonate with readers. If fewer new editors truly understand or love manga, then the creative foundation of the industry starts getting weaker, even if the business side keeps moving. Any thoughts on that?
I mean, yeah, editors should be passionate about manga.
Yep.
You should read manga.
All right. Coming into games news. Actually, we don't have any comments, right? I don't know if it resets when I leave. No. Ubisoft cancels 6 projects, shuts down 2 studios, and cuts jobs as restructuring continues. Hey, Greenlight, which one is this from?
I need to make a sad face for my guy.
So, Ubisoft has reportedly canceled 6 projects, closed 2 studios, and laid off staff as part of continued restructuring, showing the publisher is still trying to stabilize after years of delays, expensive live service bets, and the industry-wide reality check that not every big-budget project can survive. The Prince of Persia remake is said to be one of the canceled projects. And let me just sidetrack us for a second. This is the alleged look of the prince in the canceled Prince of Persia remake. Okay.
I need a refresher, but I don't think he quite looked that way.
Yeah, Ubisoft India was definitely in charge of this remake.
I think that's a compliment. Honestly.
So Prince of Persia Sands of Time remake just leaked. Notice anything?
Looks.
I'm pretty sure that was from the trailer.
Okay.
Oh, is that a dot on her head?
Sure seems like it. Oh, look, he's adventuring with his grandma.
So I think I honestly think that you have the wrong assumption here.
The oldest looking 19-year-old girl I've ever seen. So they said that the good one, I'm guessing, ones where they looked closer to this, were made by Ubisoft India.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's the assumption. That the lower image there was Ubisoft Montreal.
Yes.
And
that is correct. Yeah.
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 Which
so
I fully believe. I fully believe India, the country of gooners, show me Vajan, wanted to make a good looking version.
Yep. Okay. The report states that Ubisoft shut down its studio in Leamington, UK, and its Ubisoft Dusseldorf studio in Germany. It also says the publisher is cutting jobs at Ubisoft Stockholm and Sweden and Ubisoft Reflections in the UK, while also canceling 6 projects that were in development. Now, in this article, they laid out that one major element of the restructuring is its creation of 5 new creative houses, each of which will be tasked with shepherding specific styles of games, including Creative House 1, Vantage Studios, which is the one that they just remade. They made this new studio with Tencent or whatever. Like they spun off and made a new studio in order to restructure and basically give their IPs to something that wasn't in bankruptcy, right? That's Vantage Studios. as, quote, focused on scaling and extending Ubisoft's largest and established franchises to turn them into annual billionaire brands. Will be in charge of Assassin's Creed, Far Cry, and Rainbow Six franchises. Creative House 2 will be dedicated to competitive and cooperative shooter experiences and have oversight of such brands as The Division, Ghost Recon, and Splinter Cell. Creative House 3...
Imagine we get a Splinter Cell game. Holy fuck.
Right. And one that isn't woke as shit.
That's the thing about Splinter Cell. It's been so long since the last Splinter Cell
that it hasn't been woke until the anime adaptation.
It never had a chance to go woke.
Yeah. And it was one of them titles that was quite not quite woke, right? It was pretty intense in some of the scenes, if I remember correctly from what I played. Let's see. Creative House 3 is designed to operate a roster of select Sharp Live experiences. It's assigned franchises including For Honor, The Crew, Riders Republic, Brawlhalla, and Skull and Bones. Creative House 4 has its sights set on immersive fantasy worlds and narrative-driven universe. Okay, immersive fantasy worlds and narrative-driven universes. As seen, the title says, Anno, Might and Magic, and Rayman, like Prince of Persia and Beyond Good and Evil. And Creative House 5, which will focus on reclaiming position in casual and family-friendly games, as facilitated by their management of the Just Dance, Idle Miner Tycoon, Catch App, Hungry Shark, Invincible, Guarding the Globe, Uno, and Hasbro IPs. I think that's it.
So Beyond Good and Evil has been in development for so long.
That is a topic we're going to get to in just a moment. But
I think it's like they're coming up on the 20-year anniversary of the announcement.
Yeah. No. Okay, hold on. We'll get to that in a minute. Ubisoft has been sued as former Assassin's Creed boss alleges disguised dismissal in a $1.3 million lawsuit. The French video game publisher is facing a $1.3 million Canadian lawsuit filed by longtime executive Mark Alexis Cote, who alleges the company orchestrated what he describes as a disguised dismissal in order to avoid paying severance and keep a restrictive non-compete clause in place. Cote, an Ubisoft veteran of more than 2 decades, formally departed the company in October 2025. Ubisoft publicly characterized the exit as voluntary. Cote argues it was anything but. I think that's all of it in here. Okay. Cut that down. Talk about this part. Joining the franchise as a mission director for 2010's Assassin's Creed Brotherhood before being promoted to his most recent role in 2020's Assassin's Creed Valhalla, Cote's surprise exit was announced by Ubisoft in October 2025, shortly after the formation of their new subsidiary Vantage Studios, as jointly formed with Tencent in service of improving the quality of their top Assassin's Creed, Far Cry, and Rainbow Six franchises. As relayed from the original filing by Radio Canada, the catalyst for this legal battle between Cote and Ubisoft was sparked during a summer 2025 meeting regarding Vantage Studios operations, whereat Cote was informed that the subsidiary was currently looking to fill a head of franchise position for Assassin's Creed. Realizing that this new role would have usurped practically the entirety of his authority over the franchise, especially as he could not even apply to the position due to it being located in France rather than Canada. Disoriented, confused, and affected by the anxiety-provoking situation, he would raise the issue with the company leadership, who would in turn offer him a still powerless consolation position as Assassin's Creed's head of production. Rejecting this offer, he was then reportedly offered the potential opportunity to serve as the director of a yet-to-be-created subsidiary aimed at revitalizing Ubisoft's second-tier franchises, but as he considered his position to be that of the, quote, guardian of the Assassin's Creed franchise, Kote was wary of making a snap decision to the offer. I'm sorry, were you at all involved in Shadows? Because probably a good thing they got rid of you, right? Finding himself disoriented, confused, and affected by the anxiety-provoking situation, the Assassin's Creed vet asked Ubisoft to allow him 2 weeks to think things over. And though the studio did oblige, they did so with the added condition that he give them a definitive answer at the end of those 2 weeks. Ultimately, finding the offer to be an, quote, unacceptable demotion and a, quote, disguised dismissal, Kote immediately put in his exit notice. In response, Ubisoft invited Kote to keep on in his reflection period until the deadline, ostensibly in order to allow the involved parties time to sort out their affairs. But despite making the request, the next day saw Ubisoft publish the above statement, which is, I didn't read it, but says, following the organizational restructuring announced in March 2025, Mark Alexis Kote has chosen to pursue a new path elsewhere outside of Ubisoft. I don't understand why companies feel the need to make these statements. Why does it fucking matter? Like, imagine every low-level employee you have to, like, put out a press release like, we fired another person for jerking off at their desk, like, it just doesn't seem like you need to actually make these statements. Anyway, they say, while we are saddened to see him go, we're confident that our talented teams will carry forward the strong foundation he helped build. The only people you need to make those statements to are your shareholders, right? Because they're the ones who might see a talented person leave and think that they got to do something about it, Anyway. In doing so, framing Kote's exit was far more of a proactive decision on his part than it actually was. To this end, Kote says Ubisoft's end of employment statement describes his exit as a voluntary departure, while he is not only a false descriptor, but is also being used as a cudgel to deny him both his rightfully due compensation as well as future employment opportunities, as a voluntary exit would trigger the non-competition clause in his contract, which seems insane to me. Like, why would you be able to be fired and be out of your non-competition clause? You know what I mean? I don't know. It just seems weird to me. Per Radio Canada, Kote is therefore demanding 2 years of salary, citing the difficulty of finding a comparable job in a video game industry in the midst of a slowdown. He also seeks $75,000 in moral damage for what he considers to be an abuse of power and a damage to his reputation, bringing his pursuit to more than $1.3 million.
I
2
think
years of salary? That's fucking nuts. You're making over $600,000 or whatever a year? What the fuck, Ubisoft? What were you saying?
I think the idea with if you get fired, you don't have to do the non-compete, is that if you voluntarily leave, it's part of the contract in that you signed when you came in. Is that like, oh, well, I'm not going to leave and then go somewhere else.
Yeah, go to a competitor. I can see that. Yeah, you're right.
Whereas if you get fired, they're basically ripping that contract up and saying, okay, we're done with this contract. And therefore, if you sign something that said you're going to non-compete, then that contract, because they ripped that contract up when they fired you, it doesn't apply to you anymore. So
right. That's true. Good point. Okay. Let's see. Next, we've got. Oh, I'm sorry. There was one more thing. He hopes that the court will also lift his non-competition clause, which limits his employment opportunities within the other companies in the video game industry. Beyond Good and Evil 2
are kind of stupid, though.
What's up?
I said non-competes are stupid. I think in the States they're illegal now.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I can see a value in it because you could get poached by a competitor due to the fact that you perform so well, and they offer to pay you more, and then companies are constantly trading you back. So I can see it.
That's capitalism.
Yeah.
The only reason that people
I'm just
would
saying I
worry
can
about-
see a company wanting to
Oh, sure.
put in place
Well,
something
companies
that-
are going to want to do a bunch of stuff to limit you, but
Mhm.
the only valid reason that to be worried about a compete clause is like from an employer standard is that you don't want to have someone like learn all of your trade secrets and then take them to your competitor. That's the biggest concern.
Yes, true.
But that's also like technically that's illegal. You're not allowed to take trade secrets and then go somewhere else and give them the trade secrets.
Yeah.
So and if it were to happen, you would get sued. And there has been lawsuits about that. Tim Sweeney from Epic got sued because he took trade secrets from the Doom engine and applied it to the next company he went to work at. That's the alleged thing, if I remember correctly. It was something like that.
It seems crazy to me to think that the Doom engine had something worth stealing, right? Like,
I'm pretty sure that's what it was, and regardless, it's like, so when you go to the next company, because your algorithm and all that kind of shit is technically the property of the first company, you can't then do the exact same thing at the new company. But in theory, if you could describe what they were doing to someone in a reverse engineering kind of way, like a very
And then they
a
improve
spec.
on it.
Well,
no.
Basically, you'd have to describe like, okay, we generally do this and this and this and this, and then these are the spec sheets of what we would need to program to recreate whatever it was, and then you'd have to hand it to someone else to program it, because if you programmed it, there's a higher risk that you're going to put in code that you remember from the previous thing, and then they could technically sue you over that. But also, people in the software industry, it takes a lot to sue you, because there's so much trading of code snippets that once people start going down that road, it's going to be a nasty legal battle over like, oh, well, technically this snippet was from that, and like, oh yeah, he stole it from you, but like you stole it from that person, and it's like, was it really yours originally? And so
you know what? Actually, I've got a way to do this. Sorry. Give me 1 second. I gotta look something up. So the Beyond Good and Evil survives Ubisoft restructuring and enters the record-breaking year 18 of development.
Yeah, coming up on 20 is what I said.
Well, yeah, but you said 20 since announced, and you might be right.
Yeah.
I don't know. Well, I don't know. If it probably would have been announced while it was already at some point in development. So yeah. Let me just look something up real quick, because all of a sudden I can't scroll past year like 2022 in my tweets. Okay, wait. Nope, that's not my tweet. Let me look for one of my tweets.
Just to be clear, I would argue 18 years is coming up on 20 years.
Yeah.
But anyway, we still haven't seen much of it. I think the last thing we saw from it was 6 years ago.
Okay, yeah. I don't know what's going on. Twitter advanced search won't let me look before 2019 or whatever anymore, but it doesn't matter. I just thought it was weird.
Scroll through your feed.
I did. I scrolled all the way down, and it stopped at like 2022 or something. Anyway, doesn't matter. Unimportant. Let's read this. Though Ubisoft's massive corporate revamp has seen them give the axe to a number of upcoming titles, the long-awaited Beyond Good and Evil 2 has reportedly survived the culling, and in doing so successfully entered its 18th year of development. Though Ubisoft did confirm that the general Beyond Good and Evil IP would be handled by one of their new subsidiary studios, Insider Gaming Editor-in-Chief Tom Henderson has offered the first direct word that the sequel, in defying all expectations, lives on. Beyond Good and Evil 2 is still under active development, with multiple pushbacks resulting in its exceedingly long development time, all of which is currently on track to cost Ubisoft over $500 million. When the sequel, with the sequel being formally announced on May 30th, 2008, its survival adds yet another mark to its record-breaking 17.5 year dev time, beating out both Duke Nukem Forever's Guinness-recognized 14 years and Metroid Dread's yet-to-be-certified 16 years. At this point, the first game is so old that it actually feels like you should remake the first game before releasing the sequel.
Yeah, to gain
relevancy
again.
Yeah, because it's been 20 years. Like the PS3 just came out. Maybe not. No, maybe even before PS3. No, right around that time, right?
2005?
Yeah. So it must have just come out. That's how fucking old. That's how old this development has been. When did the original game come out? You know what I mean? It's fucking insane. What makes Beyond Good and Evil 2's persistence particularly baffling is the fact that its overall development has been rough, to say the least. After debuting its premiere trailer in 2017, the next year saw Ubisoft ask fans to contribute art and music to the game pro bono, which drew them immense backlash for essentially begging for free work. In September 2020, Beyond Good and Evil creator Michel Ancel quit the games industry in September 2020. Why would you say that? In September 2020, he quit it in September 2020, with a subsequent report bringing to light his disorganized and apparently abusive leadership. And though Ubisoft would insist that development was going well, Ansel would later claim that, at least during his time, the game suffered from too many problems between managers. Reported as still being in early development as of November 2022, leaked information provided by playtesters indicated that the game had undergone an internal reboot at some point following the reveal of its 2018 pre-alpha walkthrough. February 2023 would see the abrupt exit of Beyond Good and Evil 2's managing director Guillaume Carmona, followed by the death of creative director Emile Morel that July. At present, it remains unclear as to just why Ubisoft have dragged their feet on Jade's return, nor why they continue to throw money at it absent any real significant progress. In terms of the latter, Ubisoft, a Reddit user offers a particularly interesting theory. His speculations suggesting that the game is simply put, quote, too big to fail. He said, quote, canceling it now will negatively impact the valuation of Ubisoft as a whole and their stock price. So they just continue developing it further, delaying the hit. For every fiscal year until they cancel or release it, they get to keep playing pretend in La La Land like they're still in the green until they can get the company into a stronger position to take the hit or attempt to make something back off the investment. Admittedly, one struggles to imagine how Ubisoft can even begin to dig themselves out of this hole of their own making, to say nothing of just how much of a success Beyond Good and Evil 2 would have to be to make a dent in their losses. But one day, the case will have to be made, even if the game ultimately never actually releases. It's incredible that companies can survive doing this kind of shit. You know what I mean? Mongoler tweeted out this image. Ubisoft CEO signed the 3-year LGBTQIA+ roadmap for games and culture, and the stock dropped 96%. The company is basically rubbish. Meanwhile, Shift Up CEO casually hangs out with Yves Model, now one of the world's top billionaires, and the company has turned into a gold mine. All right. Meanwhile, Fable's reboot is launching in fall 2026. Let's watch the trailer. I think it's this one. Yeah.
help you, boss?
Fancy a date?
Very impressive.
Fable
They had an Asian elf in this game too?
Fable is no longer an Xbox exclusive. PS5 and PC release confirmed with male protagonist option.
Yeah, there's a
Which
distinct
begs the
lack of her in the trailer.
Yeah. So Xbox Developer Direct 2026, in the new Fable, you can change your character.
Dude, this is a feature. You
Hold
can
on.
change your character? Whoa.
To which people said, which brings out the question, why would they choose that character as the face of marketing? To which this person says, in my opinion, they were going to go with a single protagonist, but then added the character creator after Backlash. See, the thing is, I don't think it's even a character creator. It's just a select from these preloaded characters we designed for you. These safe protagonists without big tits, right? Fable reboot cuts the series' famous morality alters appearance mechanic because, quote, for us, that doesn't really work.
They don't want you to do immoral things in this game because they were inclusive and they don't want you to damage that inclusivity.
Damn, and here I was excited.
Yeah, in providing a fresh example of new owners fundamentally misunderstanding the appeal of an IP they attempted to reboot, Playground Games general manager Ralph Fulton has confirmed that the Fable franchise's signature mechanic allowance of a player's moral choices to affect their appearance will not be present in their upcoming reboot due to an apparent clash with the game's new approach to the concepts of good and evil.
Wait. If they just mean appearance, that just means like, oh, you look like a devil over time and stuff.
Yeah, which, okay, I can, depending on how they use it, I can get behind that maybe a little bit. It just depends.
So I've got a lot planned here. I'll just keep going for now. Ask anyone who sunk a significant amount of time into any of the now closed Lionhead Studios' original Fable trilogy as to their favorite memories from their playthrough, and odds are almost all of them will make some reference to their alignment and behavior-based appearance alterations, with those who lean towards pure heroism recalling an almost Super Saiyan-like transformation to their physical form, and the more corrupt and villainous revealing the slow but steady growth of their own set of demonic horns. Given the near universal appreciation of this mechanic, it was far from surprising when IGN asked Fulton during a recent interview if the game's more fluid good and evil system, as revealed in passing during the Xbox Developer Direct 2026, would prompt physical changes to the player's avatar. However, what did raise eyebrows was Fulton's response, wherein the Forza franchise's former creative director declared, quote, that sort of character morphing feature, obviously a really central part of the original games, it's not in ours. You won't look good or evil in the new Fable, but there's a good or evil reason why. Listen to the bending over backwards way that they needed to approach justifying this reason.
Unlike the old Fable games,
Sorry, what?
Correction, you won't look good in this game.
Unlike the old Fable games, you won't start growing horns if you make evil decisions in the new Fable. That's because morality here isn't black and white. While most games with a morality system boil decisions down to bad or good, Fable's definitions of bad and good differs across all 1,000 NPCs in the game. Every single one of them has been designed to have different personalities, worldviews, and what they view as right and wrong. For instance, you could turn into a greedy, rich asshole landlord, and a lot of townsfolk will think you're evil.
Yeah, we get it. You're rich.
But there could be others that don't think it's too bad. Playground Games chief Ralph Fulton told us that the NPCs serve as a, quote, sort of Greek horse if you like, reflecting your choices and your morality back at you. Furthermore, they wanted your reputation to be based on your actions, not what you look like. Previously, if you were acting evil, everyone would immediately treat you as a villain because you look that way, even if they didn't know what you've done. But in the new Fable, if you're acting like a twat in one town but head over to a new town where no one knows you yet, you can redefine yourself to the townsfolk there. Kind of like moving to a new school and starting with a clean slate. There's probably going to be some objectively evil actions that all of the townsfolk will react negatively to, but the important thing to note here is that as long as the NPC hasn't heard about your evil deeds yet, they'll treat you just fine. What are your thoughts about these changes in Fable? Let us know.
So they're basically saying like, oh, we don't want to demonize demons. Like that would be wrong.
No, I think it makes sense
to a degree.
Whenever I play these types of games, I like not Fable, but Star Wars Old Republic, Knights of the Old Republic. When you made like evil decisions, right? Your character became more like a Sith, and so you'd get like the yellow eyes and all that kind of shit. And I always didn't like that. I was like, I like the look of my character. I don't want it to change based on the decisions I'm making. Like why does that have to be tied to that?
Maybe they should have given us like a toggle ability to toggle on like an old version of like the Fabled.
So I have you guys haven't read this article yet, so I know a little bit more than you. I have my own critique about this that we'll get into in just a second, but
well, I was just also going to say, and then the other thing is, I do think that it makes sense that if you are evil in one area, that it's not necessarily going to follow you into a new area.
Mm-hmm.
They could probably have mechanics that was like, oh, well, I know this person from that other village, so I actually do think you're evil still, because I know what you did over there.
Mm-hmm.
But
I know what you
but
did
if you find someone that doesn't know, then you can start a whole new like good and evil thing with them and see and play very good with them because you want them on your side or something, right? So I don't have a problem with that.
I don't put that in my hair. What are you talking about? Water?
I feel like if this is like Veil Guards, you're gonna have these mundane
Was that all right,
decisions. They're
please?
like, wait, that's considered evil?
Okay,
Yeah.
so I've got a critique on this. We'll get to it in a second. So they're going to say, and I'll tell you why. So they're going to justify why they don't have it in there. There's, for fuck's sake, hold on.
A point for it though would be like, because it was part of the like the original system of the like the first 3 games. So
Yeah, I mean that doesn't mean it has to continue.
right, but when it's like a core mechanic, like it's not just like a simple like no, it's just an extra part. Like it's like the core mechanic of the game, where you are affected by the like the actions you take. It's like, oh, I'm going to go down this path. I'm going to go down a good path, or I'm going to go down a neutral path. Like, how is that?
Family has been sick,
going to
and my daughter is having
affect
cancer.
like. So for the new one, is that going to affect like spells? Is that going to affect like what's that going to affect?
Here, let me.
I'm sure it's going to affect a number of things, but also,
Well,
like,
you would think, but like when you play these games with how you're suggesting, like sometimes this shit doesn't change whatsoever. Like it doesn't matter.
For example, there could be a spell that you could get from one villager if you're nice to them, and if they think you're not like a good person, or vice versa. If they think you're evil, they might give you the evil spell, right? But if you go talk to, but you might not want to trap yourself in the complete evil thing. So then you go to another village, you're good to them, and you get the good spell from them. Just something like that. But then also, there are dialogue trees where, like in Dragon's Age, and in other dialogue choices like Baldur's Gate and stuff, where the dialogue choice looks like it's a neutral thing, or it looks like, oh, I'm going to do this because I want this outcome, and then you choose that choice and they do something completely opposite, like oh, tell them to stop talking, and then the character's like, shut the fuck up, right? And it's like, whoa, like, no, oh, that was the evil choice, I didn't mean that, I just wanted them to stop
What
talking.
I'm nervous about though is because so Baldur's Gate, for example, is made by Larian, whatever, like a competent, relatively competent studio. Like what I'm worried about is a watered down like what's the one your wife got, Brad? Fucking Veilguard, where it's just like this watered down like where choices. It's the illusion that there's all these choices
don't actually matter. Like honestly, it would be fine if they got rid of just your appearance changes as long as they keep that your choices matter and like there's consequences. But if it's just I don't have the option to be an evil prick, then like what's the point?
So I want to read their justification, and I want to give a rebuttal to it, if you guys don't mind. So it says, and I'll tell you why it's not in our game. There's probably a couple reasons. One, I guess it's about that high level principle I was talking about, that there is no objective good and evil. And the original games were predicated on there being an objective good and an objective evil. And you were somewhere along that scale. And that's what determined how your appearance changed. So somebody responded to this saying, new Fable isn't Fable. It's a deconstruction of the original version. Good and evil were based on Christian values. I'm not even religious, but the reason they removed it is the same reason body morphing was removed. They think it's offensive, so we get corporate watered down garbage. All right, come back to this, finish what they say here. And there was some, and you were somewhere along that scale of objective good and the objective evil, and that's what determined how your appearance changed. But for us, that doesn't really work. The way I've described our morality system working, you're never that thing. Absolutely. You're different things to different people based on what they like or what they choose to value. So that's one reason that it didn't work. Continuing, Fulton later further detailed, there's another reason, which is in our game, you build reputation based on the settlement, the town, the city that you're in, the part of the world that you're in. But when you go to a new place, a place you've never been to before, you walk in without any reputation, and thus nobody knows what to think about you. And you can almost, through your behavior, through your choices, form completely different reputations, a completely different identity, if you like, in that place from the place you were last time. And you can do that across all the locations in the game. Now, you couldn't do that if you walked in with horns and a trident, even though the fucking trailer shows a goddamn trident. Your reputation would precede you in that instance. And honestly, that ability to be completely in control of your identity and thus what people think of you felt more important to us than that legacy feature. So it worked great in those
legacy.
It didn't seem to fit in ours, so we don't have it. To this end, when asked at the conclusion of the interview if Fable creator Peter Molyneux had seen this game yet, Fulton tellingly admitted, to my knowledge, he has not. Before clarifying that, regardless of his direct input, Playground Games, as a team, I think, wear the responsibility of carrying the franchise really heavily. I think it's something we're all conscious of, everybody who's on this team. And this isn't PR. We've built a team from scratch for this project. And the thing that unites every single person is that they came here to make Fable. They didn't come here to work for Playground Games necessarily. They came here to make Fable. Everyone is first and foremost a fan. And I think everybody is really eager with anticipation to see the reaction we get from everyone, from fans all over the world when we finally show some stuff at Dev Direct. At present, the Fable reboot has yet to receive a specific release date, but is currently planned for fall 2026 debut on the PlayStation 5, Xbox Series X and X, and Windows platforms. Okay, so he's expressed why he didn't think that the horn and glowing angelic aesthetic would work here. Here's my thoughts on the matter. Human beings exhibit natural changes in demeanor and even facial structure when their conscience doesn't reflect positively or negatively with their behavior, right? The reason, historically speaking, that a person looks at a man with a big chin and a square jaw as heroic and virtuous is because a person does not get a square jaw unless they eat meat, which means that the person who obtains that square jaw has to go out and do the hard thing of facing down a saber-toothed tiger or hunting in order to acquire the meat necessary to build the muscle mass and the square jaw. Likewise, the narrow-faced individual is universally recognized as sleazy, slimy, and negative because a person who does not do the hard thing gets by on the table scraps or theft from other people, right? So there is an evolutionary component to virtue that does get shown in our genetics over time, right? Now, granted, in Fable, they had the paladin glowing effect versus the, devil horns, right? And I can understand what they're saying about going to the next town and having it be a blank slate. But at a certain point, your reputation will precede you regardless of whether or not people have seen you before, just by virtue of the actions you will have committed.
That is true, because if you like destroy an entire village and kill everyone in it, you'd think word would spread in some sort of way.
Exactly, right? And some of the stuff you're going to be doing in these games, presumably, is like fighting dragons or doing shit like that. That's going to get around, right? Now, when you think about in Berserk, he's known as the Black Swordsman. His reputation precedes him when he goes to other places because a person wielding a huge-ass sword gets talked about, right? So naturally, there are going to be instances where your reputation would precede you, and what they could have done is had your reputation preceded you, but you have the ability to pretend that it's not you, that you can attempt to deceive people who do not know what you look like. In addition, it makes sense between maybe the first 3 towns to be able to have a blank slate each time, right? But by the 10th town, yeah, I think maybe having grown some fucking horns isn't the end of the damn world. And for people to start viewing you with a little bit of suspicion, but still allowing you to prove their presupposition about you wrong. And if you did, those horns start to shrink again because you start making morally virtuous choices, right? So I whole cloth reject their premise that it could not be done in this game because of their stupid moral system, and obviously recognize what they're saying if you read between the lines, that what they actually mean is, well, we don't want to uphold Christian values as a positive in our game, as something that you will use as your metric between what's good and evil, because most of our user base these days are fucking evil and they like it. Effectively, that's what's happening here. Do you guys have any thoughts on this? Do you want to share?
No, it just sounds like another way of skirting around actions having consequences.
Yeah. And it's crazy to me that they think, well, some people view it as positive. They have different things. It's like, great. So your interactions with that fucking person are going to be different, right? And it's going to affect them. But there are morally objective values, right, in good and evil. Those things that might have like a gray area, you don't have to factor those into the mechanic. You know what I mean? Like choosing to kill a cruel person who's beating their wife to the wife is a valuable thing because you stopped the person beating them, right? But maybe the brother of the guy who was the cruel person might not like you so much. Great, you can still have that in the game. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be like this thing where it's like, well, it was too complicated, so we just gave up. You know what I mean? Blood Rosie says, this figure that I will not disclose that I've had major drama for over a decade, starting on Tumblr, looks like a literal weasel face with barely a jaw, let alone a jawline. He has no shoulders either. Yeah. You understand what I'm saying? Like, people who put in hard work, they physically change, right? And that is a sign of virtue, the willingness to suffer.
So what if their jaw becomes square because they eat other people? Is that virtuous?
They put in the work for that jawline. You better not just downplay that.
Look up imagery of actual cannibals, and you will not find that sort of jawline.
Yeah.
Damn.
In fact, you will also find that they are heavily diseased, because there's, well, I don't want to go into it, but it gets worse. We are achieving levels of millennial slop previously thought unimaginable.
Oh, that was the other thing I was worried about, because there's the comedy angle, so it's all going to be
it's
Joss
worse.
Whedon.
Fable is trying out something never before seen in a AAA game, mockumentary-style interviews.
I'm here to conquer the vegetable, not a euphemism.
It was used in one of the first Fable trailers, and fans thought the scenes were made just for the trailer, but it turns out these office-style cutaways are in the full game. In case you didn't know, Fable is very British, and the new game is very much inspired by comedies from the UK, even bringing in actors like Richard Ayoade from the IT Crowd and Matt King from Peep Show, with more British actors yet to be revealed. But they're also mimicking the style of interview scenes popularized by The Office. Playground Games chief Ralph Fulton said, quote, "It allows you a way to really neatly tell a joke or drop a little bit of character detail in a way that would feel really clunky in a dialogue, but suddenly feels entirely natural when you do it to camera." So yeah, Fable is not your typical fantasy RPG. In fact, the devs are describing it as more of a fairy tale game. Whimsical, fun, and funny. We'll see this fall if they can pull it all off. Are you excited to see more from Fable? Let us know.
That's so gay.
Honestly, that mechanic alone makes me want to play it just out of morbid curiosity.
The irony is that I actually like that actor guy that went with the glasses.
From the IT
but,
Crowd?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, like, oh, man. Him being, like, interviewing and stuff. Oh, God. Not to mention, like I said, the actual humor itself is probably going to be this millennial garbage, like, she's right behind me, isn't she?
Oh, God, yeah. So I also saw this. Fable will let me romance nearly all of its 1,000 NPCs, with very few exceptions. 1,000 romanceable NPCs. They're all a 5 out of 10 or lower.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah, at least the one pictured here. Like, I'm not.
Well,
I don't know.
In the one trailer or whatever, I think it was the second trailer. There's like a single white woman, and she was like old and ugly, and I'm like, wow, that's great.
Meanwhile, Knight's Path devs reject LGBT. We care about gaming and fun, not modern agendas. So first of all, I just want to show you the trailer for this.
Am I missing the part where they're supposed to have sex with the other knight? Like, where's the LGBT stuff theoretically being adverted?
They reject LGBT. Don't worry. The upcoming RPG Knight's Path has gone viral after its developers responded to a request for LGBTQ representation by bluntly stating they care about gaming and fun rather than modern agendas, a reply that instantly lit up social media. The situation began after Knight's Path introduced a romanceable female character named Amelie, leading to a Twitter user asking a question and getting a prompt but firm response. So they showed this character. And I'm pretty sure this is like a meme parody account. But I hope you'll have some LGBTQ representation in the game. We care about gaming and fun, not modern agendas. The tweet quickly garnered 1 million views. Mainstream Western developers commonly inject agendas of modern day politics into their games, whether it be LGBT representation or non-white representation or being anti-police or whatever other issue, solely as a means of catering to those who prefer political correctness over actual gameplay and fun. A summary of the game, courtesy of its theme page, says, quote, step into a story-driven action RPG set in a grounded, low fantasy world inspired by the Holy Roman Empire. Rise from a nobody to a respected knight through hard-earned, immersive progression. Master HEMA-inspired, H-E-M-A, I don't know what that is, combat and explore forest, villages, castles, and the living town of Arenthold. Their tweet garnered a myriad of responses from those angry that their worldviews weren't being injected into a video game they likely wouldn't play in the first place to full supporters. And with that, you have gained my full support. I've looked at your gameplay and it looks horrendous. Famously, the anti-agenda crowd doesn't stick to their word and never properly supports projects marketed like this. Your choice, I suppose. Yeah, just like Stellar Blade didn't do so well, right? 100% buying this game. You just inadvertently confirmed you care about the modern agenda, LMAO. Retarded. You have my support. All devs prioritize fan instead of pleasing other people's agendas. Congratulations. Looking forward to playing this. From a business standpoint, you could have said nothing too, like, that was an option, bro. LOL, says the person with, like, what is that, the Palestinian flag? What a sad way to respond to someone. Never mind then. You don't have to include anything in your game, but this response really said a lot about you all. Thing is, a smarter and more creative writer / dev would have made that a very interesting plot point in the story instead of just ignoring it entirely. But not you, I guess. Despite the fact that it's an indelible part of medieval history, I suppose your desire to adhere to historicity ends with fancy outfits. Because, granted, we have a whole Wikipedia entry about being gay in the Middle Ages. Anyway, so basically a bunch of this shit, right? Now, I would just like to show introducing Amelie, one of the female characters you can form a romantic relationship with in-game. Damn. Holy fuck. Like,
can we get her in Fable?
Granted, it's just a still image.
Yeah.
Right?
It's way better than Fable already, though.
Yeah, can we...
This is legitimately one of the best 3D models I have ever seen. And again, granted, it is a still render. This detail, the dimple, that shit is so fucking hard to do. You never see this in a game looking good.
It's honestly probably from a cutscene, if I had to guess, but
I bet you it's just a still render, a hero shot of the character. I bet you it's not actually going to look this convincing in game, but fuck me, that is amazingly well done. Like, that blows my mind. That looks so real. Holy shit. It looks real, and the best part about it is that it looks real, tailored to the expectation of someone who wants a beautiful ass creature in their game. And that is chef's kiss good, right?
Amen, brother.
Now, I want to point out, I thought this was funny. Just days after the internet fell in love with Amelia from the UK government propaganda game. If this is a psyop to make me call my daughter Amelia, it's working. And, don't let her be a bitch, please. We already would die for her. So they said here, she is the result of a long collaboration between Asuka and Tegan, with the goal of creating a naturally beautiful female character whose appearance reflects who she is.
Naturally beautiful.
Her ArtStation page. Asuka's work sucks ass. It is terrible. This is disgusting. You should be ashamed as an artist. This is gross. What talent do you don't have? So I had to ask. I take
Were
it.
those lizards with their dicks hanging out?
So this is Tegan's work, at least if that's really who it is. I don't know.
That's basically the Doom Sword.
He did William Wallace, and it's okay, but it doesn't look nearly as good as Amelie, right? And if this is the two artists behind it, motherfucker, the two of them together are worth more than the sum of their parts, if this is who they are. All right, somebody said jiggle physics, yes or no? Oh, yes. You're not going to get cucked in this game, are you?
No.
They're asking all the important questions. Please say it's going to be a single-player game. I'm so tired of games looking amazing just to be wasted on multiplayer emptiness. Story-driven, purely single-player action RPG.
The best part is they're responding to each and every one of these.
Now, will a female main character be able to romance her too? The ultimate question, can I scissor her? It's in Knight's Path, you play as Alric, a fixed male protagonist.
Oof. No LGBT.
Yeah. Then this other game studio came in just to sort of promote themselves. For the record, we unequivocally support babes in games and are very much looking forward to meeting Amelie in Knight's Path. Couldn't even capitalize Knight's Path, you dicks. Now, I will say, I wasn't going to talk about them, but holy fuck, look at this artwork. What do you think of this? Top of your head.
I can barely see it.
Yeah, the artwork is mid, but I don't know what I'm looking at.
No, I'm going to show you the video in a minute.
Okay, well, maybe I'm wrong, and I'm just not looking at the...
Look at
I'm
that
just
shit.
not that much of a connoisseur. It doesn't look super great, but
I fucking love this. This is incredible.
It's
like an
right?
almost pixel art, right?
Oh yeah, pixel. Okay, so it is pixelated. Okay.
Yeah.
And you're going to tell us this is actually rendered in 3D and you can go in 3D space around in it.
Yeah, I think that should be obvious based on the look at it, but we will look at the video in a minute. That looks fucking cool. I love that. Okay, let's watch the video. It's so good. I wasn't even going to talk about it. I just had to find out if that was the same company. It's not, but look at this shit.
I don't see any babes.
Yeah, there aren't any babes in the trailer. This looks like a really interesting game that I would get tired of after about 2 hours. Graphically wise, it just feels like it would be taxing on the eyes over time. I sure do wish it was on a platform other than PC.
Yeah. Also, when did that game come out? 2002, you said?
2002. What?
I'm making fun.
Oh. It's like I didn't say any of that shit. All right.
Yeah, it came out in 2002, right? Yeah, it looks great in 2002.
Brave Junction abolished. Brave Junction censorship has been abolished. Has worldwide availability restored. Woo! Brave Junction, a Japanese blackjack-based RPG that was blocked in multiple regions after Steam applied a frequent nudity or sexual content label, is now back on sale worldwide after Radeon Japan says Valve removed the tag, bringing the game back to countries where it was previously unavailable. Radeon Japan has announced that Steam support confirmed the removal of the frequent nudity or sexual content tag from Brave Junction. With that label gone, the game's regional distribution restriction were lifted and is now available worldwide again, including Germany, China, and Saudi Arabia, where it had previously been blocked. Thanks for saying the exact same goddamn statement again for your second paragraph. The game had run into trouble in December when Radeon Japan stated that the Steam page was no longer available in those regions due to the platform applying the frequent nudity or sexual content tag. Radeon disputed the label, arguing it did not accurately reflect the content of the game and emphasizing that it does not contain explicit scenes, even if it includes fantasy character designs that some markets may consider revealing. This isn't the first time the title has faced international distribution hurdles. Radeon previously stated that the Western Nintendo Switch release had been delayed due to concerns raised during the review, and that the adjustments were made to the character designs for some overseas versions in order to meet the original requirements. I would sue. Like, at a certain point, you've made me invest in my team's, hours to develop new artwork for the game that features more conservative coverings of her tits and stuff, which, aren't even, it's cleavage. That's all you're covering up, right? But, like, all because Steam inadvertently applied a label that didn't apply, right? Sue those bitches. Right. Meanwhile, Tomb Raider's original creators had refused Japanese publishers' requests for an anime redesign. Tomb Raider's original creators have revealed that a Japanese publisher once asked them to give Lara Croft a anime-style redesign, but the core design team refused, meaning there was almost a timeline where Lara became a totally different kind of waifu icon. The developers behind the original Tomb Raider at Core Design reportedly rejected the idea, refusing to rework Lara into a different visual style for the Japanese market. This came up in the context of discussing Tomb Raider's early overseas marketing and how different regions wanted to position the character. While many games have historically been redesigned for tweaked for Japanese releases, the creators apparently felt Lara's original identity was too important to compromise, even if it meant losing out on a potentially easier marketing push. I also find it weird that the Japanese call her Lara Croft, not Lara. You're telling me she could have big old anime eyes? Despite the refusal, Tomb Raider still gained popularity in Japan over time, even without turning Lara into a fully anime-styled mascot. Many of the Japanese are thinking, damn, dodged a bullet not getting into that game with one of the more recent ones. It's also a funny what-if moment for gaming history because Lara Croft became an icon precisely because she didn't fit neatly into the usual Japanese character archetypes of the era, meaning if the anime redesign had happened, Tomb Raider might have ended up blending in instead of standing out. Sure. I mean, it's one thing if you did it just for the Japanese market, but yeah, for sure. Any thoughts before I move on? Great. Glad to hear you have no thoughts.
Nope. None whatsoever.
Relooted trailer predictably downvoted into oblivion. I think we should just watch it.
Talk to me, Cryptic.
It's in the
They
air.
made a game with black and white representation. They
Let's
called
do
it
this.
Relooted.
What's the
What
target?
is this?
Behold, the Bangwa Queen from Cameroon.
We must return her home.
Anything else while we're there?
Ooh, that Asante gold mask would be great to have.
Okay, how do we get in?
You can go through the front doors, but you'll need to be quick.
Through the garage. Wednesday is garbage collection, so security is last.
Literally stealing from
You
rich
shut
collectors
I
and
can
giving
handle
it back to
Look at that combo!
the African ones.
You're welcome.
Like,
Okay, I'll take that.
Stairwells are closed off hours. We'll need him dead.
I'm on it.
I'm in.
Have you got a surefire way out? Once the alarm is tripped, we won't have time to think.
So think ahead. Got it.
That door will close when the alarm is triggered.
Your exit route is through the construction site.
However you get here, we'll be waiting for you.
I'm ready. Let's bring it home.
Go, big sis! It's time to get out of there.
I've almost got it.
Luckily, Africa has you on their side.
Nearly there, Nomani.
Bad guys are coming. Go time.
Run!
10 seconds left.
That thing is fast.
Move, Nomani.
Let's go!
Wow. Mega cringe.
What an interesting concept, having a game where a bunch of Africans are thieves.
Isn't it? It's like Robin Hood, but with Africa.
Next thing you're gonna say is that they use watermelon to heal.
Oof! It would be funny if they spent the game actually like freeing the slaves, right, or something like. I don't know. It's oof. The stereotypes are quite literally writing themselves. We are against stereotypes. I see. My fatigue has fatigue. We need the DLC, the 7-Eleven, Target, and Best Buy levels. It's not a heist. It's a rescue mission. Yeah, let me raid your house to liberate your riches from your tyranny and oppression. They saw Ironheart and were like, we could top that. Yeah. This is representation done right. Oh my God, this character design's LMAO. We was looting and shit.
Damn.
Encore 2, is that you? Did they go to the Leering Center?
Oh God.
I stopped scamming daycares to watch this. Social engineering after school special idiocy.
I think the best part is it's not as if it's like a heist game with a black character or something. No, this is one of those like we made Black Panther the movie.
No,
It's like,
exactly.
we got all of the cast is black and we're gonna use it on thievery.
And it's only gonna like the only people who are gonna want to play this are like extremely left-leaning black people and white liberals, right? And I don't even know. Like at the end of the day, this is just mega cringe. The reason Western museums have so many one-of-a-kind artifacts is because the countries they were looted from had zero respect for their historical value. Sorry, the mean old white man decided history was worth preserving.
I mean, you guys thought that this was worth preserving in some way.
What?
Western video game industry can't die soon enough. What's keeping it afloat? Money laundering. Yeah. Meanwhile, Russia threatens to block GTA 6 unless Rockstar removes the immoral content. It should be a going to church simulator, I think. I think that would be a great turn for the franchise, right? Russia is reportedly threatening to prevent Grand Theft Auto 6 from being released in the country unless Rockstar removes immoral content, with one official specifically freaking out over leaks suggesting the game includes male strippers. Forget it. I can't. I'm looking up the population of Russia real quick. 143 million? Okay. Rockstar, I think you should listen. Get rid of the male strippers. Right. The controversy is reportedly tied to leaked information suggesting the inclusion of male striptease/strip clubs, which has drawn public condemnation from a Russian political figure. Dexerto reports that the criticism came from Mikhail Ivanov, deputy chairman of the World Russian People's Council, who described Grand Theft Auto as a dangerous tool of influence and accused the developers of deliberately adding destructive and vulgar content. He specifically took issue with the alleged inclusion of male striptease scenes, calling it a violation of basic moral norms and traditional spiritual values. Ivanov also urged that Rockstar should create a separate version for Russia that is cleaned of immoral content, implying the game could be blocked if it launches without changes. This entire situation is based on leaked information about GTA 6's content, which Dexerto notes has included story and gameplay details, along with the mention of male strippers. Another outlet, MP First, similarly reported that Russian figures are pushing for the game to be censored or banned over immoral elements again, pointing to strip club content as the main trigger. As of now, there's no confirmation that Rockstar intends to produce a Russia-specific altered version. Wasn't GTA 4 the Russia-specific one? Is Nico German or Russian? He sounds Russian, right? Nico Bellic? That's the Russian version. Anyway, also, a Florida politician tries to campaign on Grand Theft Auto 6 hype. A Florida politician has decided to campaign using Grand Theft Auto 6, making public promises about what he'd do if elected, while referencing fears the game will mock Florida too hard. Dexerto reports that Florida attorney and state Senate candidate John Morgan has been making GTA 6 related claims while campaigning, tying his political messaging to the upcoming Rockstar release. Morgan reportedly promised that if elected, he would keep Florida from turning into GTA 6, framing the game as a reflection of real-world crime and dysfunction. The story ties into the long-running expectations that GTA 6 will heavily parody Florida, given the game's Vice City setting and Rockstar's reputation for exaggerating American culture in the satire. Morgan's comments leaned into the narrative, treating the game as both a joke and a warning sign. GTA 6 is already one of the most anticipated games in years, meaning it's not surprising that politicians and public figures are trying to insert themselves into the conversation for attention. It sure seems that way. Any thoughts?
Nope.
That's pretty gay, the homosexuality.
It is gay. Quite literally. All right. Resident Evil Requiem was originally a Leon-only stealth horror. Okay, so the news here is that Grace was added because they wanted to make the game scary, but it felt mega cringe for Leon to be cowering and scared. So they added Grace as a deuteragonist so that they could have a female character who could do all the scary stuff, and Leon could badass his way through. Also, just so I can close half of these tabs. The Requiem trailer has been spelling Leon when rotated. So Requiem has been writing in such a way where if you flip the trailer upside down, it's been saying Leon, right? This person, and I don't know if the fans are stupid or if I am, says, this is something I don't understand. After the nuclear bomb hit Raccoon City in 1998, why the government didn't try to clean and rebuild the city once again? Why was it left like that for nearly 30 years? Why? A zombie apocalypse. I mean, I never really thought about it, but isn't the whole world kind of experiencing this zombie apocalypse? So it just doesn't seem like, on the agenda to go in and rebuild. Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm the idiot here. So somebody posted this extremely long stuff you might have missed, and they were noticing that Leon's car says ND equals 9, 6, 4, and 2. And in all the mainline games that Leon has been in are Resident Evil 2, Resident Evil 4, Resident Evil 6, and Resident Evil 9. So there's also Renwood. So it says here that Renwood isn't just the name of a hotel. It's a town/city with its own police department, the WPD, right? Renwood Police. They also pointed out that an aerial view of the current day Raccoon City, there's a tall structure added. It's kind of hard to see. Where is that? Is that a close-up shot? I don't even see it over here. What are you fucking looking at? Right here? And you can see this little structure here, right? It says that there's a tall structure added in the third trailer that strongly resembles the research outpost built at the end of Resident Evil Outbreak. And this is important because Grace Ashcroft is the daughter of Alyssa Ashcroft from Resident Evil Outbreak. File 2, I think, but I'm not sure. So this is from the ending to Resident Evil Outbreak. Governmental research outposts have been set up in the ruins of the quarantine Raccoon City after its sterilization. So they talk about weapon durability here. That seems kind of annoying. Potentially, if that's weapon durability, I'm gonna hate that shit in games. I wouldn't be surprised if they do that because they did it in the last couple. They also are pointing out the typewriter, which is a save point in the original Resident Evil games. I'm guessing they're going to do that continuing. Panacea is listed on this note here. They also point out that a lot of the zombies that you see in game seem to be people from the photo that we saw, right? They also said, is Leon communicating with Sherry or Hunnigan in the third trailer? Many argue it sounds a lot like Resident Evil 6 Sherry Birkin, who at this point is expected to be part of the DSO. Sherry Birkin is the little girl in Resident Evil 2 remake and the original Resident Evil 2 that you rescue. Ingrid Hunnigan is the girl who is on the other end of the line in Resident Evil 4 that Leon kind of flirts with, except for in all the remakes and the VR version, because it was sexual harassment for Leon to be flirting. For the sake of Elpis. So this says, it turns out that the redacted word E blah, blah, blah in the hidden file found in the playable Requiem demo is indeed Elpis. Leon seems to have a problem. Is he infected? Yeah, we've already kind of talked about that. So these are people. They're suggesting that people we see in the trailer are dead in this shot based on their outfits and whatnot. We already looked at that. It looks like Grace is holding Leon's Magnum revolver in this shot. For a single frame in the third trailer, you can see Leon's melee attack prompt, which is fantastic because thank God. What game is it? Xbox? Does Xbox have an A button?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Xbox and Switch.
Mm-hmm. It is coming out for Switch, but it looks like shit on it. They're also noticing that the calendar next to which Leon finds the photo of Victor Gideon and staff does not line up with the October 2028 timeline, but it does with October of 1998, 2020, and 2026. Because the first is on a Thursday. An enemy Leon fights has the right eyeball protruding out of its socket. A bit reminiscent of Hag's Grace's stalker right eye bulging. Many enemies / RHCCC staff members plus Victor Gideon and Nathan Dempsey are all wearing rings. They're all on the left ring finger except Victor's ring, which is on the right. Which one is Victor? Oh, but that guy's is on. That's not on his ring finger, though. Okay. Alyssa Ashcroft in Resident Evil Outbreak on the top. And I don't know why this is important. Just shooting in the underneath the head. Anyway. Moving past this. They're saying it won't be an open world game, which is crazy considering. I mean, I don't think it would be open world either, but it's crazy the amount of seemingly walking around in a big city that you can do. I'm guessing they're just gonna have invisible walls where she's like, I better get to the pizza place I'm going to, or whatever, like, you know, kind of turn you around thing. But it feels very lived in. And then I thought this was kind of interesting. They spell Requiem with a 9, right? RE9. And they're saying that it actually is very visually reminiscent to the movie Seven, which is written SE7EN, right?
Did we ever watch Party 7?
Nope. We should, though. All right. And then people are saying thoughts on the new gun placement. Apparently in Resident Evil 7, they do the sort of over the shoulder. I personally like this more because you can see what your reticle is aiming at easier, versus actually using the sights the way that you would in a first person view.
It makes it look more like one of those arcade shooters.
They said here Resident Evil 9 inherits Resident Evil 4 Remake's aiming mechanic, which I find weird because this is not Resident Evil 4 Remake. This is the original Resident Evil 4 with the VR upgrade, right? Where every gun has bullets spread. It would be weird if the gun is fully aimed and still can't hit anything. Resident Evil 9 POV explains why there is significant bullet spread. I don't know. I don't follow this. Didn't make sense to me. Left eye POV versus right eye. I don't know. While it's not how actual hip firing looks like, it is used to represent hip fire position in many FPS. So Ethan is always actually aiming. That's why he gets full accuracy. I don't know. You see him? I didn't get that sense when I played Resident Evil 8 or whatever. Anyway, apparently McDonald's loves fucking survival horror games. You guys remember we looked at this when it was Silent Hill F, right? I looked at that old post, and it's a different receipt, but this is the same PNG of a McDonald's bag used in both. So they're just slapping a new typed up receipt on them each time. I don't know. It's weird.
Well, if they at least try and make a zombified like burger or something that looks like rotten flesh, then you've succeeded.
Yeah. It sure tastes like rotten flesh. All right. Resident Evil Code Veronica remake allegedly in development. This is the real news. We just threw that other stuff in there to get it out of the way. A rumor is claiming Capcom will reveal its next big Resident Evil remake later this year. And while some fans assumed it would be Resident Evil 5, because the actress who voices Sheva has said something on social media that sounds like she's saying she's back in at Resident Evil for some reason, or working on a project related to her role. They thought it would be Resident Evil 5, or prominent leakers insisting it's actually Code Veronica. I think we have already talked about this, right? Actually, this is the girl, Sheva, right? Ava Ladare. Got a few things lined up for March. Stay tuned, right? Sir, is there really a remake of Part 5? No, there is not a Resident Evil 5 remake that's going to be announced this year. Instead, later this year, a Resident Evil remake that starts with C and ends with Ode Veronica is going to be announced. I promise you.
Damn, that's really subtle.
Our thing is something else, not a remake of Resident Evil 5. Capcom's obsession with pushing out remakes of beloved Resident Evil titles will have many believing that yet another is undoubtedly on the horizon. Here's the thing. I take issue with some parts of the remakes, but of any franchise to get remakes, I really like the ones they're doing for Resident Evil, because there are so many Resident Evil games that are so fucking old and hard to get a hold of now that in order to feel like you're a part of the modern games and like really understanding the lore and all that, it's been a welcome aspect of.
I think it's even more. It's not even about getting a hold of them. It's like, even if you get a hold of them, they're just archaic. Like,
well, not even that. I was talking to my son about this when I was walking the dog yesterday. That when I was a kid, I used to borrow Breath of Fire 3 for the PlayStation 1 from my best friend. And in that game, there is a place where you start and you leave your house with your party members, and then you go off on a big adventure in the world. And his disc got a scratch in it. And something that people really take for granted is that the PlayStations were put on CDs, not DVDs. And these things were scratch prone like you wouldn't believe. And the CD jewel cases were designed such that they barely sit in there and would fall out all the time, or the little pegs would break off after you took it out like 5 times. And you were very prone to scratching that shit, right? And his disc got scratched such that if you started a new game and tried to leave the opening area, the game would get in a loading. It would get stuck loading forever. You'd never get through it, right? Because of the scratch. And so fortunately I had already left that area. I'm like, okay, mental note, don't go back there. And then right at the end of the fucking game, you go back there. And I could never beat the game because the only one I had access to had a scratched disc, right? Now look, I could buy a new one on eBay for like $500 or something. But how do I know it's not scratched? Right? That old aspect of gaming is now kind of like deprecated to the point where not all of them survived. The few that did survive are astronomically expensive, and you don't fucking know if it's going to play. When you drop the money and then you have to play the whole ass game for an RPG to find out if you got your money's worth or not, it's just not possible, right? So that's what I mean.
True, but I'm just saying, in the most ideal scenario, you got a perfect copy, or the realistic scenario, you download a ROM, like,
and you have tank
good
controls.
Luck playing it. Yeah.
Yeah. So I was telling my son I might get like a bootloader or something for the PlayStation 5 so I could play some of these old games I used to have without having to like worry about the disc and shit. And I was also telling him, fuck, young man, you have no idea how good you have it. When I was your age and we played a PlayStation game, half the entire game time was waiting during a loading screen.
Yeah.
But with the PS5, it'll be like instantaneous, right? Yeah. So I don't know. I'd be eager to play some of the old Resident Evil games, but they're also way harder. The original ones, like they designed them such that if you used up too many shotgun rounds before you got to the boss, I hope you didn't save it because you now have soft locked your game. You know.
Yeah.
Anyway, also Dragon Ball Project Age 1000 announced. Randy, did you want to talk about it before I show the trailer, or just go into the trailer?
No, go.
This looks like you make your own fanfic game.
I'll get to that in a second.
These are all trash. wanted to look like an even worse version of the Great Saiyaman?
So what's the theory behind this? This is Xenoverse 3, yeah? Is that what the theory is?
It looks like dog shit, right?
Yeah.
I actually like
So,
Xenoverse. I mean, that's the create a character based bitch model, so.
When I first saw it, I was like, this looks like Xenoverse. And then I saw a video that confirmed that Xenoverse takes place in year 1000. So it seems like this is going to be Xenoverse 3. And I mean, those games look awful to me. I don't know. I guess some people like them, but
I like them. I think they're pretty good.
I played Dragon Ball Tenkaichi Budokai 3, and that was enough. I also own Dragon Ball GT Final Bout, and that was a status symbol that was not actually fun.
The guy that introduced this was like, "Oh yeah, he's the main character. He looks so cool."
Does he look so cool?
And I'm like,
no, he looks gay.
He does not look cool. And then the other thing I thought was funny was
you're gonna tell me he looks just like him. Like that would have been fucking funny.
He looks vegan.
Yeah.
Look at that jawline.
Yeah, he definitely doesn't eat meat.
The other thing I thought was funny was they kept saying like, "Oh yeah, Akira Toriyama worked on this. He helped us work on this."
Oh yeah.
And I'm like, they're gonna fucking do that for 100 years. They're gonna be like, "Oh yeah, we found
this. We've
been working on this for 6 years.
Dug up his grave and found out that he had shoved this in his asshole before he died.
There was a secret golden tablet that only I can read with his magic words that explained his secret plans for this Xenoverse 10,000.
Yikes. All right. That's cringe. Okay. We are making remarkably good time. We have skipped this topic for the last 3 podcasts. I'm going to power through it. It's not that long. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth director laments how video games have lost the joy of discussion and theorizing. Though such an outcome was inevitable, given the natural trajectory of human technology, Final Fantasy VII Remake Trilogy director Naoki Hamaguchi still feels a genuine sadness over the fact that widespread access to the internet has effectively made it so future generations will never get to experience the full magic of discussion and theorizing about their favorite video games. Hamaguchi reflected on this particular sense of nostalgic melancholy during a recent interview given to Eurogamer's Alex Donaldson. His attentions turned to the topic after being asked as to how many iterations the game went through in service of perfecting its final release, as prompted by the recent discovery of unusual and scrapped content files buried within Rebirth's PC release. In terms of iterating on the story, we try to avoid that to keep one solely creative. In terms of iterating on the story, we try to avoid that to keep one solely creative vision, he explained. But yeah, I think maybe part of the reason for that question is because, we did leave some of the older versions of the script in the game. And I think obviously people picked up on them, and it maybe led to a bit of unnecessary speculation about what could have happened, what it could have been. I think also, fair enough, you got us, laughs. I think we need to try harder to keep those out of the game. I think in some ways it could be fun, though, if you don't take it too seriously. It gets people's imaginations going. They might think the game could have been like this, it could have been like that. So if you look at it in that respect, I think it's harmless fun if you're just imagining what it could have been. Met by Donaldson's own enthusiastic recollections of how the discovery of content within a given PC game would cause players to go absolutely speculation crazy, Hamaguchi asserted, quote, I'm feeling as well how this kind of sign of the way times have changed. How this is kind of a sign of the way times have changed. In some ways, we've kind of lost that aspect of entertainment. like you say, back in the day, people didn't know the official information. It was very difficult to find these things out. So if you speculate about these things, oh, if I maybe did this, I'd be able to bring this character back. Or if I do a special series of actions, I can maybe get this thing that you normally can't get. Yeah, especially in fucking Final Fantasy, where was it Final Fantasy X, where to get a special item, you have to dodge a lightning bolt 1,000 times in a row? Am I remembering that right? Like, Jesus Christ, of course people thought that, because you guys fucking put that shit in the game. Obviously, ultimately, you couldn't bring them back and you couldn't get it. But to see people speculate about it and that kind of discussion and theorizing among friends was kind of a part of the way people enjoyed it back then. I think nowadays, obviously, with the internet, you can go and check straight away what is really just a weird rumor. And you know that straight away. So I think it's a sign of the changing times. It's a bit of an aside, really, but I do think that people don't enjoy things in that way anymore. In terms of the series' own future, Final Fantasy VII Remake Integrate will finally join the Nintendo Switch. Who fucking cares? Wow. This did not jump off us onto a conversation I thought we were going to have. You're right. You want to talk about? Oh, God.
Doesn't that happen more often than not? All the ones we skip are crap.
Yeah.
We like hold off on.
Yes. And have you ever theorized about a fucking video game, Reese?
No.
Damn it. Look at me over here. Just a goddamn idiot. Thank you. All right, anyway, I guess we'll just move on from here unless anybody else has anything you want to say.
Nope.
Okay, cool. Don't worry, I've got more kickoffs for us to talk about bullshit. Veteran Composer says more games feel musically rich but weirdly soulless. What's the last video game you played, other than Persona, where the music actually stood out and you're like, fuck, that was a bop. Like, that was great. I enjoyed that. When I was a kid, I used to play Chrono Cross just to listen to the music while I did my homework. Have you ever had
well, Hat in Time?
The last time I played a game that the music stood out to me was Breath of the Wild.
Okay.
But it stood out to me for not the reason I think you're talking about. No. I liked it. It fit the mood, but it's not something I would go listen to.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I feel
Whereas
about all
I seem to listen to the
really.
Ocarina of Time soundtrack weekly.
I mean, there's definitely some tracks on Ocarina of Time that you can listen to. The problem with Breath of the Wild is it's very like ambiotic or ambiance. Yeah. Ambiance. And it's mood setting. So it's like if you're not playing the game, it's like okay, you know. Whereas the Ocarina of Time melodies are more melodic and you know, hummable. But I think it was X and Y, Pokemon X and Y had some pretty good soundtrack music too, but that was a while ago now.
I can't remember what recent games I've played necessarily in the past, like, I don't know, 5 years, but Final Fantasy 15 had some good music.
By Nobuo Uematsu?
You know what game had really good music? Halo 2.
Yeah.
There were like needle drop songs in Halo 2. Connected.
What is definition of a needle drop?
It's like
the record player.
Yeah, so it's a play on the record player,
sure.
But it's essentially like it's used more in movies than in video games, frankly, because it happens more in movies than in video games. But it's a song that is not endonymic to the movie, but basically people in the movie like can't hear the song. It's just a song getting played for the audience, right? And it is a popular song, and it starts playing at a beat. So like in
Attack on Titan, at the end of season 2 when Historia tells Ymir that thing and then Barricade starts playing?
Yes, more like that, but arguably that would be a needle drop. But needle drop is generally
it's like a mic drop for music.
Yeah, kind of. But it's generally used for, at least in the context that I've heard it, for songs that weren't made for the property, right?
So
It's
like
a
in the
licensed
Dragon Ball
song.
Z movies, when the localization put Pantera and like Depeche Mode in.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
That would be more like it. It's essentially like when Thunderstruck starts when Thunderstruck starts playing, or Back in Black starts playing, in Iron Man. Those are what you would call a needle drop. So
got it.
To clarify, it's Yoko Shimomura.
Oh,
not
Yoko Shimomura is the other composer of Square Enix titles, actually. Yoko Shimomura also did the music for
Xenoblade Chronicles
and
Kingdom
Mario
Hearts stuff.
RPG. Damn it, that's gonna be stuck in my head all night. A veteran Japanese game composer has thrown a pretty sharp jab at modern game development, saying more games today have high quality music that somehow still feels completely disconnected from the actual gameplay, like someone pasted an expensive soundtrack onto the wrong product. What? Like throwing Hans Zimmer into Dragon Ball? What?
Wait. I just thought of a game, a recenter game, Doom 2016. Honestly, the other Dooms too.
Fucking hell, yeah. The Doom soundtrack is so good.
It's more like a Goon soundtrack than Doom, if you think about it.
I forgot that's also.
ChatGPT.
I bought the
regenerate the Doom logo to say Goon.
I've only bought 2 soundtracks, Doom and A Hat in Time.
Those are also the only 2 games you've ever played.
No, they're not. I've been playing Rocket League plus this podcast.
Yo, I got the Rocket League soundtrack.
So we talked about this a while ago about we looked at an article from Sankaku Complex a couple of years ago that said something to the effect of it was a composer like this saying that hentai games have better music than modern horror games, right? And like they played like a clip, and the soundtrack for the horror game was like, ooh, a chain rattle, ooh, a spooky drip. It's like the same shit you would hear in every modern horror game, which is just an ambiance to creep you out. And then like the hentai game with like like this weird like wind instrument horn type music. So veteran game composer Masafumi Takada, known for his work across many major series, including The Silver Case, Danganronpa, Earth Defense Force, Digimon Story, and Super Smash Bros., spoke about what he sees as a growing problem in modern game music. Takada explained that while game music today is often extremely rich and high quality, it increasingly doesn't feel connected to what the player is actually experiencing moment to moment. And by the way, huge missed opportunity, Footnum. When I asked when was the last time you played a game that had music, you should have said that game that Duo made. Was it like Tears in Reality that you made music for?
Yeah, that one. That one's got amazing music.
Takada explained that while game music today is often extremely rich and high quality, it increasingly doesn't feel connected to what the player is actually experiencing moment to moment. Takada said, quote, lately, something I've been a bit concerned about is that even though the music playing in games is extremely rich and often very high quality, I've been encountering more and more situations where I feel it doesn't really mesh with the game experience. To be honest, there are quite a lot of cases where it looks like they're not so much making a game as they are simply making good music. One of the things I want to say about Return to Silent Hill, it's like a note that I made during my review, is there was a shocking lack of Akira Yamaoka's music in it. It's there. It's definitely like music from the game is definitely there, but it is not happening all the time to the point where when you do hear it, it's noticeable, right? Like you like, oh shit, there it is, right? And I thought that was kind of an interesting aspect to the movie, that they held it back a little bit on purpose so that when it comes up, you notice, and I thought that was a good choice compared to the previous movie, which I did not think did a good job on that. They say, interviewer says, that's true. It does feel like game experiences and the music are kind of separated. Takada says, exactly. When you look at game reviews, you sometimes see people write, the music was good. And that isn't praise for the music. It means the music stood out more than the game. And that's the thing, is like when I was watching that movie, I don't even remember the music in between the parts that I noticed from the game. Could have been, I don't know what was in there at all. It's like a blur, right? Because I was so immersed. And that isn't praise for the music. It means the music stood out more in the game. So I want people to think of it as they're not really making a game. They're not really making a game, and the game experience and the music are out of sync. That's why when I make music, I'm always thinking that I want to make sure those aspects properly become interesting as part of the game's overall experience too. In other words, Takada's criticism in the game music is bad. It's that too many teams seem to be making great tracks in isolation instead of building music as part of the game's actual identity and pacing. Fuck, man. I just feel so blessed to have grown up in an age with some of the greatest video game music that'll ever grace our ears. Back in the SNES days when like Yoko Shimomura's tracks in Mario RPG is still running through my head. All right. Also, Sakura Wars creator says the industry has stalled over trends of churning out cheap sequels. Sakura Wars Watch Club 1. The creator of Sakura Wars has weighed in on why Japan's game industry lost momentum in the 21st century. Quote, arguing the country shifted into a bad habit of cranking out low-effort sequels instead of taking risks. Sakura Wars creator and game designer Oji Hiroi recently spoke about what he believes caused Japan's game industry to stagnate over its peak years. According to Hiroi, the shift happened in the 21st century as the trend became to produce cheap sequels, prioritizing repeated follow-ups over new and ambitious original concepts. I don't know if I agree with this. Yes, true, for sure. But like, and obviously this wasn't in the 21st century, but imagine they didn't make Majora's Mask. You know what I mean? Like, there's a benefit sometimes to getting to build something once you've mastered the, like, you spend so much time in development on a game, and then it's like, okay, I've got all these assets I could reuse. Now that I've mastered this engine and the world we built, what can I do with it? You know what I mean? But I can also see the alternative that he's talking about here. He pointed out Japan once dominated the global games market during the 1980s and 1990s, but eventually lost its edge as development changed. He suggested that instead of pushing forward with fresh creative ideas, the industry leaned into safer sequel production, which gradually weakened Japan's overall competitiveness and innovation. He also discussed how global development pressures and rising production demands made it harder for studios to keep experimenting, which likely reinforced that play it safe mentality. While sequels in established franchises can be profitable, Hiroi's point was that relying too heavily on them can leave an industry stuck in place while other regions take the risks and move ahead. In short, Hiroi's criticism is that Japan didn't necessarily lose talent. It lost its willingness to gamble, and the result was an industry that spent too long repeating yesterday's successes instead of building tomorrow's. Wow, you guys said basically nothing. All right, last article for Games News. Megami Tensei's original writer says great games inspiration is holding back devs. He's making sort of the same point. He says that the original writer behind Megami Tensei has argued that modern developers are being held back by constantly drawing inspiration from other great games, and says the industry needs to look outward toward novels, films, and real-world experiences if it wants to create something that actually feels new again. The original Megami Tensei writer Aya Nishitani shared thoughts on creative stagnation in game development and why relying too heavily on game-to-game inspiration can limit the medium's growth. Nishitani's point is that when developers mostly reference other successful games, the result often becomes a loop of safe imitation, where everything feels familiar because it's all built from the same internal vocabulary. That's fucking poignant, honestly. Back in the day, when you had like the Super NES, for example, you were building what you were doing out of pixels, right? And so the canvas was the amount of pixels you could put on screen, right? And there were RPGs that had a top-down map where you would move your sprite around. There were side scrollers, right? And then there were also like games that tried something different, right? I remember this Scooby-Doo game I used to play that I used to rent all the time, where you would it was almost a point-and-click game, where you pointed and clicked with the controller. There was one for Super NES and one for Sega Genesis. If I remember correctly, the Sega Genesis one was awesome. The other one sucked ass, just like the Aladdin game.
Sega one, the Sega version was better for Aladdin.
Yeah. And so there was this thing where like you would select a object and then you had like a bunch of options: push, pull, twist, right? One of them still sticks in my mind to this day, where there was a pull, and the thing that you did to the pull to get it to do something was that you would pull it. So the action you would tell it to do is pull, right? I remember that being like a really interesting game that I never beat, and I would love to play again, actually. But the idea behind it I'm getting at is that like back then, the medium actually like drove the innovation, right? So for example, when they were developing Silent Hill, the entire reason the franchise exists is because of the hardware limitations of the PlayStation 1. In order to do something unique with it, they added the fog layer so that they could unload portions of the geometry to save on resources. And that fog informed the story that they would then need to tell and became a characteristic of the environment for the entire franchise going forward. You know what I mean? And so I feel like three-dimensional games have sort of locked us into a new style of game development where things just aren't innovating in a new way, because three-dimensional games around the PlayStation era and the N64 era sort of stole the show, and then all the engines got built off of building games of that type with minor variations between them in terms of how it interfaces. You know what I mean? Any thoughts on that?
Mm.
You have any pull moments you remember from childhood playing games on the Super NES?
No.
Never played games. Wow. I really picked the wrong crowd.
I played it, and my grandpa had an NES, and then my aunt had an SNES, and those are my only two times I've ever played either systems.
Wow.
When I was over at their respective places.
I already like the biggest thing for the Super NES that I already told on this. I've already told publicly is playing Mario World and not knowing what it was, and then wanting it, and then asking my parents for it because I was playing it at my grandmother's, and then eventually asking for it, and then getting the N64 for Christmas instead. And then the other one, although I don't think it's related, it's just the other story that I liked Donkey Kong Country, and it was like a I don't know, the art style like really resonated with me, right? And
that
so
pre-rendered sprites.
Yeah, and There was a dentist.
I've got some Donkey Kong in my head now.
There was a dentist.
Yeah,
in my area that we went to occasionally.
I think I remember the story about like they would work on your teeth while you were in like almost like VR goggles playing or something.
No,
Something
not
like
at all. There was one. I might have said there was another dentist that had a TV in the like the patient rooms, and it was annoying as shit because I didn't want to watch TV because I got people with shit in my mouth. I can't even fucking see the TV. But the dentists are watching TV as they're fucking doing my teeth. Like, how about no? Can we turn the TV off? Like,
I had a special. Just to sidetrack you, talk about dentists. I had a special dentist when I was a kid, just because of my condition. They had a GameCube or something in the waiting room with Super Monkey Ball on it, and in the individual rooms they had a TV in the ceiling, and you could pick whatever movie you wanted to watch while you're in the chair. And you
directly above you might have worked better, but
now that you bring it up, my orthodontist had GameCube with Super Mario Sunshine, and that was my only exposure to it as a kid.
Yeah.
My exposure to Super Mario Sunshine was that I got to the very last level and then had to delete my save to fit fucking Animal Crossing on it. Biggest mistake of my life. That game sucked.
Yeah. The dentist that I had, it wasn't in the ceiling, but it was like in the top corner of the room. But anyway, so that wasn't the dentist I was going to bring up, though. The other dentist that I was going to bring up had two TVs set up with Super Nintendos and Donkey Kong Country, and we never had Donkey Kong Country at my grandmother's or personally, but we used to play it there, and we loved the game. And then also at that dentist, they had a TV in the waiting room as well that was playing like local TV. And my strongest memory is watching the episode of Pokemon where Dragonite is the one with Dragonite where it's like a Godzilla sized Dragonite at the lighthouse. But anyway, and that we only went to that dentist a couple times, and because it was a specialist for my brother, and so we only got to play.
What do you need?
I don't know. I was a kid. It was like we need to go to this dentist for some reason. Maybe my brother needed some dental work and my dentist was just on vacation. I don't know. But we went
special dentist that won't touch your pee-pee while you're out. Like
okay. I hope not.
So you want to keep going. You want to keep going back to it to see that Pokemon?
Yeah, I like that dentist because
I had the same thing with like
I didn't actually just quickly, I didn't actually go to that dentist. It was because we only went there for my brother. So I got to sit in the lobby,
you got to sit and
watch TV and play games the whole time.
Oh man.
So I had that with was it a haircut place? But because haircuts are so quick, I never got to finish it. I think it was specifically that Spider-Man, like the 90s Spider-Man, and it was like the Daredevil VHS or whatever. And the second time I went there, I told them, I'm at this part. So they were like fast forwarding it to the part to catch up. And then by the time they got there, I was like already done. So I was always disappointed.
Holy shit, man.
The trick is don't ask for a buzz cut. Ask for some complicated.
I don't think I was a buzz cut.
Let's start with a gentleman's cut. Nah, buzz it.
Actually, you know what? Can we dye it first? Then you'll be in there for a while.
Yeah, let's dye it. Now shave it bald. So Nishitani's point is that when developers mostly reference other successful games, the result often becomes a loop of safe imitation where everything feels familiar because it's all built from the same internal vocabulary. Nishitani suggested that while learning from great games is natural, it can also trap creators into repeating proven formulas instead of exploring new perspectives. In contrast, drawing from other media like literature, movies, art, and broader culture can produce fresh themes, structure, and ideas that games wouldn't normally generate on their own. The comments also tie into a larger frustration many players have voiced for years, that too many releases feel like a remix of a remix, where studios polish familiar systems instead of taking creative risks. Nishitani's argument implies that solution isn't just better mechanics or bigger budgets, but a wider creative diet, because it's hard to make something original when everyone is studying the same reference library. In other words, if developers want to build the next genre-defining classic, they might need to stop obsessing over the last one and start looking outside gaming entirely for ideas worth stealing.
That's definitely something to just in general, not just with games, but also like movies and TV shows. A lot of people who have Miyazaki, right? Miyazaki goes out into the world and experiences a bunch of stuff. Miyamoto, famously, he invented I was going to say Peter Pan, Zelda, because he wanted like a Peter Pan-like person, and he liked exploring, so he made a Link, and because he liked exploring the backwoods. Also, Ken Sugimori, I think the guy that made it wasn't him. He was the artist. Yeah. The guy that made was it Satoshi?
Satoshi's the Pokemon creator. He named Ash after himself.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So the creator of Pokemon, he went around in the wilderness and like played with beetles, and that's how he came up with the idea for Pokemon, right? So when people have real life experiences, they can use that and to leverage their creative endeavors and make interesting stories and games and stuff like that. Whereas if you have a life that is just built on playing other games, it's like that's only going to take you so far.
Absolutely. I totally agree. There is certainly a value in experiencing things outside of the medium you're in. And we've sort of talked about before that, like, this is the natural progression of any industry, is that it devolves over time. For example, when they made Star Wars, they didn't employ CGI VFX artists because they didn't exist. They employed model builders and like hobbyists and painters and mathematicians. You know, the industry was born out of people whose passions were from outside the industry, and they came together and built what was necessary in order to do the advanced mathematical calculations to create a camera move that could look at a little model and then composite that model into a shot with actual humans and shit like that. That takes effort. It takes a ton of know-how from outside of an industry that you're building. And that is what makes it unique and makes it an industry you want to get into. And then everybody, you know, goes to school, they go to film school to learn how to do what they did for that movie. And then you get trained to do that shit. And then all you can ever do is copy. And you can never innovate because you didn't come with a fresh idea to do something new. You know, you came with, I saw that movie when I was a kid and I wanted to make something like that. You never think, I want to do something that's never been seen before. It's never been done before, you know, and that's just the natural progression of things typically, is that they don't improve over time for the reason that we've sort of laid out here, right? They only get worse.
Yeah. I will say that Kathleen Kennedy notably hired a bunch of people that seemingly did not like Star Wars, and also Marvel has done the same thing more later on. Is they were hiring specific people that did not like the comics, did not read the comics, to try and give themselves this artificial boost of what we're talking about, I think.
Which could have worked if you didn't also hire fucking idiots.
Well, see, yeah, that's where I was going with it. I was like, basically they hired people out of the industry thinking that they would get the people that had life experience, but they didn't. They just got people that had book experience from like fanfic websites that were trash writers.
Yeah.
And just because they weren't involved with Star Wars or Marvel at the time doesn't mean that they had any life experience to pull on. So they made that mistake. And then also they happen to hire people that seemingly actively hated the fucking IP that they were working on. So then they just had no respect for it. So
deliberately drove it into the ground.
yeah. But so like it's like a what did it say? A good intention.
Road to Hell's paved with good intentions.
It's like the good intention was there. Like, let's bring outside voices into the franchise so that we can get new, fresh ideas. But they chose a poisoned pool, essentially, of writers that destroyed their franchises. And unfortunately, if I don't think we've talked about it, but Kathleen Kennedy is now stepping down and she's getting replaced by Dave Filoni.
Dave Filoni. Did you know that the only reason Dave Filoni got that job, according to that Park Place, is because Jenny Tartakovsky turned it down?
No, I don't even know who that is.
Jenny Tartakovsky is the guy who he did like half the Cartoon Network shows when we were growing up. He's creator of Samurai Jack.
Oh, okay.
Powerpuff Girls, Primal more recently.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly, I would have preferred him. But what I was going to say is Dave Filoni's the opposite. Dave Filoni's the guy that's been living Star Wars and probably doesn't have a fresh take and is going to be too toxic the other way, unfortunately. Now, he did make some good shows, obviously, but I don't think he's going to be able to give anything fresh. He's going to be focused too much on the stories from the extended universe and trying to build those back into canon and basically
I can only hope, because I'm pretty sure he fell off in the last like 5 years.
We can only hope what? That he tries to pull all the extended canon stuff back in? I think that would be a bad thing.
I mean, would you rather the sequel trilogy again?
I would rather a fresh idea from people that aren't toxic fanfic writers that hate the franchise. Yeah, I would. I don't think that we need to go down nostalgia route.
I'm just saying, if you use the extended whatever canon, you at least have like the guidebook, the blueprint to success.
Yeah, but those people weren't very good writers either. Those were random people that wanted to cash in on Star Wars, and George Lucas was like, okay, like some of them might have written okay books, but like now you're anchoring yourself to all of this baggage, and that's the whole point of moving on with Star Wars, is to lose the baggage of the existing lore and go to 1,000 years in the future where you don't have that baggage and you can create a new story where Luke is the legend, right? The legend of
and then we're stuck on another sand planet and then have no alien characters.
Well, no, I wouldn't go down the route of literally.
Well, that's what's gonna be. That's why.
Have you considered that making different choices would have not had Luke drink from the tit of like of a fucking hairy monster?
Well, we can't be.
Have you thought of that?
We can't be Toei and just remake the fucking movies.
By the way, that clip is in Greenline's latest video.
Oh, wonderful. Oh shit, we didn't promote that. I'm sorry. We have to do that next podcast. I'm sorry. I'm trying to add these things to doc while you guys are talking, because then I don't have to do it tomorrow. And I can sleep easy tonight. Are you guys ready to go into release news?
I'm ready to release.
Who's ready to play the theme?
Are we on the brand?
Yeah, hold on. I'll get it in a second. I'm just putting that in there. Okay, save. All right, here it is. I'll get it. Here it goes. I got it. Fucker, stop hitting it. All right.
Let's get physical.
It's a bot,
That's
right?
a soundtrack that I remember from a recent video game.
All right. So, Return to Silent Hill Collector's Edition is available on Blu-ray, DVD, and 4K, which we'll look at now. Oops, wrong thing. I haven't bought the DVD yet. I'll have to buy it in the 4K. I didn't buy this 4K because I bought. Oh, what the fuck! God
Did you take it down?
You whores! One second.
I can't believe you archived an Amazon
There it goes.
listing.
So Return to Silent Hill 4K UHD Steelbooks with Evie Templeton on the cover. Yep. So when is this release? Who knows? But I pre-ordered it.
It's already 1 star.
I'll give it 5 stars, even though I haven't gotten the Steelbook yet. God damn it, it won't let me. All right. Anyway, yeah. So there's the options here, right? Oh wait, what the fuck? Oh, that's the archive. Okay, hold on. I gotta update figure out what the fuck is going on with my. It is in release news, and it is this one. Why did that? Oh, because at the end of the URL it says no other snapshots for this URL for some reason. Because I copied it. I copied it from the archive. I copied it. I must have done one of these, like copy, and then also got no other snapshots from this URL from there. All right, cool. Fixed it. We're fixed. It's all fixed. Good job. Okay, anyway, in Right Stuff news, we have the Persona 5 Tactica soundtrack, the Chrono Trigger soundtrack. Let's look at both of those. And this Ruby bullshit nobody wants.
That's it.
All right. Wow.
How much was that Tactica?
100
soundtrack.
So for $174, you can get the Chrono Trigger original soundtrack vinyl. Fortunately for you, because nobody has a vinyl player, it comes with MP3 downloads.
Only MP3?
Yeah, you're
Come
right.
on. They could at least give us a Bandcamp link so we could have it like whatever format we want.
You want FLAC?
Wave, FLAC, ALAC.
All right. Anyway, also Ruby Volume 9. Wow. Exclusive art cards. Whoa.
Art
Be
card
careful.
singular.
You're just giving it away at $26.98. I don't want it.
This is the last one of those we gotta look at for some time now.
Thank God. All right. Alien 9 Blu-ray is now on Media OCD. Order on Media OCD for an exclusive artwork slipcover. All right.
Wait. I forget. Was this? So this is. Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if Nozomi or someone already released a Blu-ray.
Not a Blu-ray. I think it was.
I'm pretty sure it was. I think it was Nozomi who had it. It just was DVD only. Or Right Stuff. Don't kill me if it says Right Stuff instead of Nozomi. Ooh.
I legitimately can't remember. It might be Right Stuff.
I know your address. I'm on the way.
It came out in 2003 from Central Park Media. That's what I thought.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
and then
it
came out. It came out in a special Ultimate DVD collection with graphic novels 1 through 3. I think it's a DVD and then the volumes 1 through 3 of the graphic novel series. Also from Central Park Media. Anyways, keeping that. All right. Cool. So moving past this to the real thing we want to talk about. Did you hear about Crunchyroll canceling orders from Discotheque Anime? Yes. Believe it or not, we're here. Introducing Discotheque Deep Dives. On another topic, as a company with a long-standing relationship with Discotheque Media, we couldn't help but notice that another retailer has started delisting a significant portion of their back catalog, even including titles that are very much not out of print. Every Crunchyroll Discotheque back order canceled. Crunchyroll store successfully canceled, right? We think that's a shame, and it's one of the reasons we keep getting asked if their titles are gone for good. So, World of Crap, which is
Justin Savickas
said, newly out-of-print titles. Since Crunchyroll has purged quite a few discotheque titles recently, we have taken the occasion to go through the catalog and see what is still on there and what isn't. As the discotheque website has not been updated in a long time, I know, out of my control, we need to add the following to the out-of-print section. Please note that there are still some out-of-print titles that Crunchyroll has marked back-ordered, so there may be additional cancellations and additions to this list. Please do not freak out. These are all back catalog titles that have good lives and have been determined to not be suited for renewal for one reason or another. As for the remaining delisted titles, we are working on something and we'll have an announcement tomorrow, which is what we're actually looking at. So we'll come back to it. So they say newly discontinued. Actually, I Am, Aho Girl, As Miss Beelzebub Likes It, Banana 2, Battle Athletes, Blue Seed, Bohachi Bushido the Villain, Bullet Train, Case Closed, Darkest Nightmare, Fist of Blue Sapphire, Sunflowers of Inferno.
Isn't that like literally all the rest of them?
Combattler V, Duel, Eat Man, Electric Lightspeed Albegus, Elemental Gallade, Fighting General Daimos, Flying Phantom Ship, Freedom OVA, Future Robot Daltanius, Get a Robo Armageddon, Godmars, Golgo 13 Live.
Live action.
Yeah. Hansakeru Seishonen, Heart and Yumie, High School, Seiha Girls, Inukami, Lady Georgie, Legend of Calamity Jane, Legend of Dinosaurs and Monster Birds, Legend of Horus, Prince of the Sun, Lupin the Third Angel Tackets, Elusiveness of the Fog, Italian Game, Missed by a Dollar, Pursuit of Harry's Treasure, Secret Page of
I
Marco
wonder if they're
Polo,
making another 5 collection.
7 Days Rhapsody, Swallowtail Tattoo, Sweet Lost Night, The Columbus Files, The Last Job, Machine Robo Battle Hackers, Moncoli Nights, Japan version, Mrs. Pepper Pot, Miss Koizumi Loves Ramen Noodles, Miss Vampire Who Lives in My Neighborhood, NG Night Lamune and 40 Fire, Powered Armor Dorvac, Princess and the Pilot, Reborn Part 1, Part 2, Recently My Sister is Unusual, Saint Tail, Sayuki Reloaded, Reloaded Burial, Reloaded Gunlock, Sergeant Frog Seasons 1 through 7, Shin Tetsujin 28, Shogun Samurai, Space Emperor God Sigma, Star Ocean EX, Tales of Fantasia and of Symphonia, Tetsujin 28 Effects, all of a sudden at the bottom. Because Shin before, okay. Thermai Rome, Tomorrow's Joe 2, Toriko movies, Video Warrior Laserian, and Zatch Bell movies. Oh, fuck. Oh, they okay.
This is so much.
Yep. So they go on to say, so to rectify the situation, we have decided to take proactive steps to carry the entire discotheque back catalog to the extent that is available. However, that is a huge catalog, and just dumping several hundred titles into our shop is overwhelming for you and for us. Not to mention, it's a bit expensive. Remember, we have to buy all of our inventory in order to sell it to you. Our solution is discotheque deep dives. Every month, we'll add 20 to 30 titles from the Discotheque Media Collection, prioritizing ones that are getting hard to find. We'll have them up for pre-order for a few weeks before we get the inventory to ship them out, so you can make sure you get one. This month, we're adding the following titles: Galaxy Express 39, the movie; Adieu, Galaxy Express 39, Galaxy Express 39, Eternal Fantasy, Angel Cop, Scribe, Goku Midnight Eye, Genocyber, Golgo 13, The Professional, Kimagure Orange Road TV, and OVA Plus movies. Super Dimension Century Orgus, Kenichi the Mightiest Disciple Season 1 and 2, Lupin the Third Part 1, Mobile Cop G-Bot Dalos, Cleopatra, Crusher Joe the movie, Crusher Joe OVA, Hans Christian Andersen, The Little Mermaid. These should start to ship around mid-February. Get your pre-orders in now. That's all for now, but lots more coming. Have a great January and stay warm out there. Anyway, that's the news. Any thoughts?
I don't like. My wallet doesn't like.
Me neither. I'm mad.
Because they should be charging like full MSRP, aren't they?
Yeah, probably.
What? Will you get a special slipcover?
Like releases already have slipcover.
But you can get a slipcover for your slipcover, Reese.
You get an alternate slipcover.
I just hope that the last Sergeant Frog that I need is one of those that was mislisted or whatever and still has stock.
I thought you had me get the last set.
I mean, if I told you to get that, then You
I'm
must
pretty
still
sure
have it. I have to double check. I'll check
I'm
right
pretty
now.
sure I did. I get that last set for you.
I'll check.
You should check. Carry on.
Okay. If you guys want to support this guy right here, me, shop over at selftube.com. Although, as I say every week, but hopefully in the future it will be fixed. And if you're watching this in the future, maybe it will be fixed. You might have to send an email to selftubestore@gmail.com if it won't let you check out, and I will put in the order manually. But so far as I know, this one works. Oh God. Still like that, huh? Let's see if I can suck You can buy yourself
a gift that keeps on giving.
the OCA Porncast shirt.
You should put the lizard shirt in bikinis.
Oh, let's not. let's kick you from the call and just end it here. All right. So, racing into our stomachs this winter are motorcycle fuel tank shaped bento boxes. Previously, Randy has talked about those weird shaped food boxes that don't quite fit your food right unless you have like rice. This beeth one of those. You got to be a real try-hard douche to want these. I ride a motorbike, don't you know? my other vehicle's a motorbike, like. Anyway, moving past that.
Reese, I only have up to season 4, so no, I don't have the last one.
Exclusive.
I could have sworn you would have told me to get the last set.
Shut up so I can talk about the Burke boards. Berserk hits the pavement with Guts Rage skate deck. You want to know what's funny about these? They know you're never going to actually skate on them. They didn't even bother to put trucks on them for the promotion. Nor did they have anyone actually riding it. All they have is some fatty holding it. Because they know what you're going to use it for. You're going to put it up on your wall and pretend you're a Berserk fan. All right. Meanwhile, Gridman Rikka Takarada swimsuit figure exuding a hot energy. Is it? She wears like underwear underneath her bikini.
Damn, that came out back in November 2024.
What?
The Sergeant Frog seasons 5 through 7.
Yet another Rikka swimsuit. This is like the 20th. Like
something went wrong here.
Yeah, I think SOL foot them. It's out of stock on Amazon too.
What's out of stock? I was making dinner.
It could come back in discotheque land, or
They said that was out of print. Like that one's gone.
I thought their list was like some of
them. All right, cool. Brown Dust 2 Poolside Guardian Zenith figure is ready for the heat.
I'm so nervous about this one because it looks cheap. And it's made by a studio that I don't know. So I'm kind of like worried. Like I did
she's
it.
in his top goon tier list.
Yeah. Like this is my favorite character from that game, and this is my favorite outfit. It's made by
Zoom it hits.
Stupid like first time company doing it for the first time, and it's like why does she look so retarded too?
So you won't feel bad about coming on it, Greenline.
I guess, even though I don't come on them anyways. Because they're so expensive.
You have a point.
Why would I do that?
If you don't come on them, do you go on them?
Oh.
No, not that either.
Yeah,
They're
so this one is for the other one. Anyway, move on. Also, we have a Hatsune Miku Gundam and Zaku.
They could have had the decency to make it master grade.
Why don't they add the Twin Tails to it just for the lulz?
They might as well have done that for that one Gundam that is like a Sailor Moon or whatever. But yeah, these are real grades, so it's like the smallest size, but with high detail. But I hate the small parts. Like I want
give it
bigger
like
parts.
a leaked weapon or something.
Yeah. Okay. Pikachu's chunky original design is back as a plus-size plushie.
Damn.
Chunky Pikachu is best Pikachu.
Plush positivity.
He used to have like a tummy shape here, apparently, too.
That was just in the sprite. That was never in the actual art.
Yeah, this is the one that traumatized me as a kid. I'm like, why is he like horrible? Like,
Virgo. he talks like Marlon Brando with the cotton balls in the cheeks. Virgo par.
Pika Pete, a piece of pie.
Uh-oh. Fucking idiot. Yeah, Pikachu's been on Ozempic for a couple of years.
I did imagine like trying to get in the Pokeball and just like the Pokeball like clamps on. Like, the signs are still sticking out. Like it is such a...
they increased the size so you can fit your Tanga in it.
Oh. Just like that Agumon. All right, anyway. Pokemon menstrual pads also appear.
Gotta catch all the leaks.
Yikes.
Unexpected collaboration has an admirable purpose. There's an unspoken understanding in works of fiction that just because some aspects of daily life isn't depicted, that doesn't mean it doesn't exist within that created environment. Yes. Even in Pokemon, the Jews
I
were
need to know that Ash's mom.
My Gaslips! No!
So does this mean I get to bleed on Snorlax? Like,
imagine that episode of Pokemon that historically talks about the use of Ghastlies to power the gas chambers. Oh my god.
okay, I don't know where that came from, but I mean, that would be an interesting one.
Wow.
What Pokemon do you think Hitler had in his lineup? Oh! Okay. Throughout the decades of the Gundam anime, for example, no one has been shown filling out a tax return, but that's just because personal income taxes have no bearing on the story. So such details can be omitted from the on-screen action. Still, it can come as a surprise when natural intrinsic coughing and wheezing would be behind the gas chamber. I imagine. It comes as a surprise when natural or intrinsic real world life patterns intersect with the anime world, such as when Japan's new Pokemon themed feminine hygiene goods, such as with. In a crossover between the beloved anime/video game franchise and popular Japanese lifestyle brand Plaza, 12 different pocket monster species will be appearing on packs of Plaza's The Week sanitary pads. Launched in 2022, The Week seeks to alleviate the awkwardness and stress that some girls and young women experience when shopping for and purchasing such products. With a lighthearted, fashionable packaging design, Plaza says it hopes to make picking up a pack of sanitary pads feel as natural as going to the store to get some snacks or cosmetics. Like, literally all they did was throw some pixel art on it. That's all they did. You know, they do have a Pokemon that's like based on a bag of garbage, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Garbodor.
How come they don't have like a tampon mon?
No. Garbodor is the trash bin that you throw your tampon mons into.
Thanks to a collaboration that began this month, there are now 2 special Pokemon themed The Week sanitation pad packages, one with Pikachu, Charmander, Snorlax, Slowpoke, Ditto, and Togepi, and the other with Eevee, Psyduck, Chansey, Piplup, Diglett, and Gengar. I mean, Gengar feels like an odd addition with the rest of them. Who could we take from here to make this feel more real? Maybe Slowpoke? I don't. That feels weird. That feels unbalanced. He's the first day of your period. They're the rest. Okay. While the week is available at Plaza Shop locations nationwide, the Pokemon package versions aren't currently planned to be offered for commercial sale. Instead, they're part of an educational outreach program that Plaza is part of, in which it supplies feminine hygiene products free of charge to schools, PTAs, and other youth organizations, helping to destigmatize open discussion about the necessity and use of sanitary pads and napkins. However, seeing as how there was a time in Japan when you could walk into drugstores and buy Sailor Moon menstrual pads and condoms, right? Perhaps the Pokemon ones will eventually make their way to Plaza shelves as well. Wow. All right.
You're telling me Sailor Moon was not for piracy, or sorry, was for piracy and fucking?
Safe sex.
Sailor Moon was based.
Yeah. Anyway, Topps Pokemon 30th anniversary trading card set teased after Sarah Natashini posts autograph leak. I feel like you haven't played Ash for 30 years, Sarah Natashini. Just saying.
Definitely not the original.
Stolen Valor.
Yeah, I saw a post on Reddit that was like unmistakable voice actors who like it was in relation to like who couldn't ever be replaced because their voice is too familiar, and she was on the list as Ash, and everybody was like, Veronica Taylor.
Yeah. I think we would all be okay if Veronica Taylor retook the role, right?
She also, like, I don't know if she has any other role that she's popular for, but like she milks the Ash thing.
Oh God, yeah, yeah. She's like the female Sean Schemmel.
I was gonna say the same thing. Yeah.
Okay, a possible Pokemon 30th anniversary Topps trading card set has been teased after Sarah Natashini, the voice actor of Ash Ketchum, posted an Instagram story showing a sheet of signed sticker autographs ready to be applied to what we can only assume are trading cards. You put a fucking sticker on them? Sign the goddamn card, bitch. Like, that's retarded. The stickers look extremely similar, if not the same, to the Topps Chrome-style autograph labels familiar to collectors across other top lines. Topps. Okay. Within hours, collectors are speculating that the signatures could relate to Pokemon 30th anniversary release, given the franchise's milestone anniversary coming up on the 27th of February 2026. At the time of writing this article, there has been no official confirmation from the Pokemon Company or Topps. And the post remains a tease rather than a product announcement. But with the post coming 3 months exactly from the anniversary, all signs point to brand new Topps set. A welcome blast in the past is Topps. For longtime collectors, the combination of Topps and Pokemon has carried real nostalgia. In the late 1990s and early 2000s, Topps produced non-trading card game Pokemon trading cards in multiple formats, including foil chrome versions that reinterpreted animated artwork, episode scenes, and character and Pokemon portraits. I can't remember if I have any of these or not.
I have a couple, I think, and I remember hating them because I'm like, these aren't Pokemon cards.
Yeah. I have some as well, and thinking they were like worthless because it's like, oh well, what these aren't the real Pokemon cards.
Mm-hmm. Those 90s to 2000 Topps cards still look great. Okay. Those sets sat alongside Nintendo and the Pokemon Company's own card game products, and they helped introduce many UK collectors to Pokemon cards on newsstands and in toy shops. A modern Topps release tied to the 30th anniversary would echo that earlier era while using contemporary autograph and parallel conventions that are common in sports entertainment products today. Maybe. What are you going to do? Use like fucking cards with Go on them. Like, nobody wants that. Autograph stickers from voice actors or creators would mark a departure from standard Pokemon trading card game releases, which rarely feature signed content. If Natashini stickers are indeed for a licensed anniversary product, collectors could see a checklist that leans into the history of the franchise, potentially combining character-driven designs with signed cards from notable contributors. Considering Topps are leaning extremely heavily into entertainment and pop culture at the moment, with sets for Disney, Star Wars, Labubu, V-Friends, blah, 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 blah. I'd be surprised if Pokemon will be added to the trading card. Behemoth flexes its muscles. I don't know. I don't want that shit. Oh, man, I really feel like I might have had some of these. I can't remember. This feels
You probably
weird.
did. I know they were everywhere.
What did the back of them look like?
I think the back had like some of them had information, but the back of them it just said Topps. I think it was blue or maybe white.
Didn't it have character info? I know some of them for the movie had like a maybe that was not Topps. There were other cards that had like movie artwork on the front, and on the back it had like a small chunk of like a larger image that you could build up. Like almost like a puzzle.
That feels familiar. Yeah. Where you
I don't know if those were
line them up.
Topps.
Yeah, I feel like
Or if that was something separate, but those also existed.
a psychedelic blue and silver burst design with Pokemon in the center. Huh.
I remember buying one of these from a vending machine, and it had like a holographic sticker on the front of it, and I thought it was like a Chinese knockoff.
Mm-hmm.
But it was just one of these things that I didn't know what it was. I'd probably buy a few packs, but also like Topps are getting ridiculously expensive as well. So I can only imagine how annoying the Pokemon ones would be for collecting. So it'd literally just be if I can get a couple packs, maybe that's about it.
In other news, 2 Hasbro shareholders are suing Chris Cox for allegedly overprinting Magic the Gathering cards.
I can tell you, it's not an allegation.
On January 21st, 2 Hasbro shareholders filed a lawsuit in the U.S. District Court of Rhode Island asking for a jury trial against Hasbro CEO Chris Cox, former CEO Cynthia Williams, and other company executives. Their complaint alleges that these execs misled investors about the strength of their strategy for selling Magic the Gathering cards. The lawsuit claims that in 2021 to 2023, Hasbro doubled the number of Magic products it released compared to previous years. A choice the claimants say flooded the market and failed to deliver promised growth. More seriously, this lawsuit claims executives lied to investors by saying that Magic the Gathering wasn't being overprinted when they already knew that it was. Whoa, what the fuck? The lawsuit claims that the real... Wait, what? What the fuck? The lawsuit has been brought by Joseph Krakono and Ulta McGlone, who say they've been stockholders since 2020 and 2021. In their suit, they're claiming that Hasbro executives knowingly or recklessly misled investors between September 16, 2021 and October 26, 2023, and that as a result of investors overvaluing Hasbro stock, the firm went on to lose $55.9 million buying back its own shares at inflated prices. According to the lawsuit, executives said that new products were targeting distinct customer segments. However, the lawsuit claims that what was going on behind the scenes was different. The real strategy, the suit alleges, quote, was not as carefully thought out as portrayed and was, quote, really just overloading the market with Magic sets to generate revenue and to offset shortfalls within the firm's toy business. The lawsuit claims the real situation at Hasbro came to light gradually across 2022 and 2023. On November 14, 2022, it says Bank of America released a report on Hasbro, which, among other things, claimed that Hasbro was overprinting Magic cards and risked damaging the Magic brand. The lawsuit notes that on January 26, 2023, Hasbro announced it planned to cut 15% of its workforce in a restructure, and it claims the growth in Magic the Gathering sales that Hasbro declared for that quarter was well below what the company had previously predicted. It further says that on October 26, 2023, Hasbro reported poor earnings and that it had reduced its backlog of unsold products, but primarily not from Wizards of the Coast inventory. For more news on Magic Game, blah, 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 who cares? No. Anyway, do you have any more you want to share about this guy?
The writing's kind of been there for at least since 2020 for sure. Which I think is when I got majorly into it, essentially. But all the sets, they were printing so many of the sets that all of the cards were worthless, essentially, all of the bottom tier, because people need to get more booster boxes to get the mythics, right? So everything else is just chaff. And then they started introducing like 4 versions of every card. So then you got even more boxes exponentially that you need to open up. And then 3 of the 4 versions are going to be like garbage.
Yeah,
when you'd think that at least 2 or 3 of them would be worth a bit.
Just based on human psychology, there is the risk to reward ratio needs to be such that a person could feasibly actually accomplish the task without enough effort that it would demoralize the entire pursuit. It's like what I talk about with the Jordan Peterson concept regarding the dominance hierarchy, that it has to be large enough that it means something to get to the top, but small enough that you could conceivably get to the top. It's exactly the same. The draw of collecting is that it feels good to accomplish the task. But if the task becomes impossible to accomplish, then there is no more point in doing it. It becomes too exorbitantly expensive to pursue, right? And it sounds like what you've described is exactly that. Once you start printing 50 different variants for every single card, then it's like, I don't even know if I want them all. I rethink the hobby and then I check out. Decision fatigue drops me, So anyway, all right, let's move on from here into our MISC news. That's why Walmart discontinued selling Magic cards, only selling a few card sets at some stores. Swoop in resale for $300 on Instagram. On Instagrams? All right, we got a Florida man who got 4 years after trying to rob a Taco Bell with a rock. Mirage, thank you for your contribution in this podcast. We're basically covering all of them. A man who was found guilty of trying to rob an Ocala Taco Bell with a rock last year has been sentenced to 4 years in prison. K. Warren Anderson, 40, was sentenced Thursday to 4 years in state prison with credit for 6 months, 19 days time served, and records show. Anderson's arrest back in July 2025 was captured on body-worn camera video shared by Ocala police to social media. And you didn't link it? I mean, you linked it, but you didn't embed it. The footage shows an Ocala canine track Anderson's path from the Taco Bell on 2380 Southwest College Road to the back of a nearby trash room, where the dog then bites Anderson. Come on! I gotta find out. Can we watch this? Fuck yeah, we can.
Can we watch it? Yes, we can.
Oh, I gotta download it. Uploading. I'm so glad I already walked the dog. It's going to feel so good to slide right into bed after this. Any second now. What the fuck? Come on. I got the spinning wheel of death with this upload on StreamYard. Hold on, here it is.
Recording.
I hope the dog has a body cam. That'll be fucking funny.
Good boy.
Okay.
Lay on your face. Get on your stomach.
Okay.
Okay, boring, and then he screamed, and I'm like, worth it. It's so worth it to hear him scream like
How
that.
the fuck did you not embed that? Oh wait, maybe they did. Hold on.
Did your ad block take it out?
Maybe. Let me see. I don't. It should. It seems like it should be right here below. Police canine tracks bites attempt to run. It should be right here. Fucking God, that was insane. Get your face on the ground. What the fuck? Wow.
That, kids, is why you never rob a Taco Bell.
Or mess with ice. According to Anderson's arrest affidavit, he told police that he was homeless and needed money. Anderson went on to say he had entered the Taco Bell through a drive-through window with a rock in his hand, telling employees to give him money.
The freaking drive-through window? Come on.
Yeah.
Where's that footage?
That was, well, okay, they verbalized it with text on the
yeah, I know, but where was that? I want to see that footage. You see him flop into like a
fall into the fry grill. Wow. God, that was honestly what a massive turnaround for that article. That could have been shit. Man stuffs steaks down pants at Florida grocery store. Accused attempted a beef thief on the lamb. Oh shit, I gotta do this one too. Hold on. Instagram video downloader. See, this is the problem when I throw in stuff that Mirage gives us at the last minute. I don't have a chance to find out I need to download all these video embeds. I haven't read any of this shit yet. Hold on. Okay, we'll try it. The beginning feels boring as shit, but we'll try it. I feel like we might have got off on a bad foot with the last article that like spoiled us rotten with that ending, but hopefully this one's good too. The owner of a South Florida grocery store says a man recently walked in and tried to leave with nearly $200 of steak and wine stuffed in his pants. Surveillance video from the Kosher Kingdom in Aventura shows the man heading straight for the high-end meat case. Police say he looked around, then shoved multiple cuts of steak into his pants. He's also seen taking wine before leaving the store, according to police. Employees followed him out of the store, and he eventually ran away, but not before all the items were recovered. The owner said it's about more than just the food. Quote, "We want to let people know you can't come in and steal. It's not right," Phil Einhorn said. "We're a family business trying to make it." Watch the surveillance footage of the video player at the top of the story. But God damn it, it's not there. All right, here we go. We're going to watch this. It probably won't have the video, unfortunately.
Said, we just had this guy stealing from us. If somebody didn't see him steal, one cowboy steak for $98.39, plus he stole one brisket for $95. He put it in his pants, okay? We find him by Publix over there. We followed him. The police is here now.
You gonna sell that after it's been on his dick?
Do not steal from us. Do not steal from us. We will find you. I will put you to shame. Thank you very much. Too big meat like this, we work like a dog, and people is stealing it. No, 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 no. Nobody can do that to us. Thank you very much. Sorry.
Yo, you drop your phone. Yo.
Kamuy steak. You know you had Houston.
Boo!
That was lame.
Boo! I know
want my
for a
money back.
fact that this video shows more than that. Let me open it in Safari and see what I can get out of it. How do these fucking advertisements not load?
What's this? Spider-Man tries.
When Mirage shared it, it has like a preview image, and it clearly has the like footage of him.
Yeah.
You know.
Holy shit!
What?
U-Block Origin picked up 138 items from this page.
I don't have any more browsers. Want me to share it to you and see if it works for you?
Yeah, it works for me, but it's not showing any the.
None of this shit's working here.
No, it works, but it doesn't have like any real audio.
I have one more attempt I can try. Let me try this.
Let's see if I can.
Let me see if my super special extension I don't like to leave on will find any videos on this page to download.
Okay, it's the first one.
Still waiting. It hasn't found them yet. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I'm gonna cut our losses.
I can screen share if you.
Yeah.
Does it?
Yeah. Does it have a video for you to show?
Yeah, it does a video,
Okay.
but it doesn't. It has it.
That's all right. Whatever.
Move it to.
It's security camera footage, so it probably doesn't have audio.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead and show it.
Let me move it to a new window. Share screen. Raw video. Yep.
No, fuck. We're after 6 hours. I hope I don't have anything that need to be removed from this video.
So you see this?
Yeah.
Let me look.
Wow, man. Turns his body towards the camera, jackass. Wow.
That's basically it. Oh my god, there's more. Yeah.
Well, that's the video we kind of watched already, huh?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's it.
10 out of 10. Definitely worth it. Okay, anyway, in other news, Ozark police find 81 gallons of moonshine during a traffic stop.
Wow.
In Dothan, Alabama, a man from Florida was found with 81 gallons of moonshine during a traffic stop, according to Ozark police. Police say on Wednesday, January 9th, an Ozark officer with the crime suppression unit seized 81 gallons of moonshine from a 61-year-old Learndis Hamilton while he was driving from Florida to an unknown location. Police say the moonshine was found when officers pulled over Hamilton for a traffic violation and observed multiple containers of a clear liquid in plain view in his vehicle. Further investigation revealed the liquid to be illegally distilled moonshine. What, is he under 21 years old? No. What is the problem here, officer? Hamilton was arrested during the traffic stop. He was charged with 1 count of transporting prohibited liquor or beverages in quantities of 5 gallons or more. Is that a law? This is Alabama, though, where they have those weird laws about, like, Augie used to say, like, you can't even drink on camera during a live stream or whatever. People say the liquor was not distilled.
Take a shot for all the Alabama residents out there.
All one of you. Police say the liquor was not distilled in the wiregrass, whatever that means. Investigators also suspect that Hamilton only transported the moonshine and is not the person who distilled the liquor. Wasn't a chemist, I see. Right. The investigation has been handed over to the Alabama Beverage Control Board, and additional charges are possible. The moonshine will be turned over to the ABC, the Alabama Beverage Control Board. Wow, lame. Okay. Man arrested for violating Japan's anti-dueling law in downtown Tokyo. Yes, even in 2026, you can still get arrested if you don't follow a law originally enacted to keep ex-samurai in line. The late 19th century's Meiji Restoration, in which Japan abolished the shogunate and warrior castes, is often treated with a sense of bittersweetness by history enthusiasts and entertainment media. But while there's an undeniable wistfulness to the closing of the curtain on the romantic appeal of the samurai era, the Meiji Restorationist shift toward elected officials in codified laws was, in the grand scheme of things, a necessary change, and for the common people, a major improvement over the old system of the guys who were the best fighters can do whatever the fuck they want. Of course, the transition was not immediate or easy, illustrated by the fact that in 1889, Japanese government had to officially codify a law called the Act Concerning the Criminality of Dueling, telling people they were not allowed to duel each other. You'd think 137 years would be enough time for that message to seep in, but apparently it wasn't, as last Thursday, the Tokyo Metropolitan Police announced that they've arrested an unemployed man from Chiba Prefecture for violating the dueling law. According to the Tokyo Metro Police's organized crime division, members of the Yakuza are often technically considered unemployed. 26-year-old Fugetsu Asari engaged in a duel with another man on the morning of September 23rd at around 4 a.m. on the streets of Tokyo's Kabukicho district in Shibuya Ward. We should pause here and take a moment to discuss what is considered a duel in modern Japanese law. The act concerning the criminality of dueling itself doesn't explicitly state that the dividing line is between engaging a duel and committing assault. Perhaps because it was written at a time when dueling was common enough to not require any additional explanation. However, precedent in rulings from Japan's Supreme Court has established that fighting containing acts of violence likely to cause physical harm or be life-threatening, carried out through mutual agreement of both parties at the time, is an applicable definition. In other words, the participants don't necessarily have to be swinging a katana at each other, attempting to take revenge for a slain brother, or trying to uphold the honor of their dojo, and the approximately at dawn timing of Asari's duel was merely a dramatic coincidence. Basically, if one person says to another, "Let's fight," and the other says, "Okay," it can be considered a duel. According to Asari, he had never met his duel adversary, 30-year-old Naoya Masuda, occupation indeterminable, before the day they fought, and says that the reason for their fight was a small, unimportant matter. Whatever the reason, though, it was upsetting enough for the two to agree that they needed to throw hands over it, during which Asari also threw Masuda to the ground. The part of Kabukicho they were fighting in, called Toyoko, is a network of alleys and a large concrete plaza. And Masuda suffered injuries to his head and face when he was tossed to the pavement. As for why Asari is the one who's facing charges, Masuda died on October 12th due to multiple organ failures stemming from the injuries he sustained in the fight. Fuck you, ChatGPT. I included a supplementary article. Fucking goddamn it, ChatGPT. We're going to not read that extra article and take it out of the fucking doc because Chat's like, well, you should include this extra bit because it announces the guy fucking died. He suffered injuries to his face when he was tossed to pavement. As far as he's the one who's facing charges because Masuda died on October 12th due to multiple organ failures stemming from the injuries he sustained in the fight. You know, when he got injured to his head and face. As a result, Asari has now been charged with manslaughter as well. He has admitted to the charges, but says, quote, I feel deeply remorseful that the person I fought with died. Though dueling indictments don't come up too often, there were at least 2 instances of them in 2025, one involving a high school student, an adult man in Gunma in October, and another in the spring in which 2 women from rival gangs in Saitama Prefecture arranged to meet up for some fisticuffs. I think we covered that, actually, through social media. Violation of the act concerning the criminality of dueling carries a penalty of between 2 and 5 years imprisonment. Hello, bro. Why did the guy behind the dumpster sound like Liu Kang from Mortal Kombat when he does his flying kick when the dog attacked him? Now that's what I call playing with your meat, badumts. Yeah, these are the only weird articles I could find today. Unfortunately, no man gets his dick stuck news to kick off 2026. All right. You've still got a whole year. Oh. Violation of the act concerning the criminality of dueling carries a penalty of between 2 and 5 years imprisonment, increased from the law's original penalty of between 6 to 24 months imprisonment, which would be in addition to any time Asari would have to serve if also found guilty of his manslaughter charges. It's also worth noting that in addition to fighting itself, challenging someone to a fight, arranging a place for oneself or others to fight, and even gathering to watch the fight can all be considered violations of the dueling law as well. So while Japan remains an overall very safe country, always remember to keep your nose clean and stay out of trouble, especially when you're in crazy town Kabukicho. Okay, so not a good SpongeBob. That's why I threw in another one. Thai media outlet The Nation alleged to have used AI manipulated image of a smiling Cambodian casualty. I mean, come on.
Wow.
That's fucking funny. Right?
So I assume this guy's dead.
Yes. That would be why he's a casualty. Right?
Well, I mean, you could be a casualty and still be alive, you know? Like a casualty of a bomb and you just got shrapnel, you know, a victim. But I'm just clarifying.
Yeah.
This is a dead guy. They put a smile on his face.
Yeah.
Okay. That's fucking retarded.
Thai media outlet The Nation appears to have been caught red-handed using an AI doctored image of a Cambodian citizen wounded in the incident that left 1 Cambodian citizen dead and 3 wounded by Thai armed forces.
There, see? I was right to ask.
He's okay. Look at he's smiling.
Okay.
Fresh news I just like I want to see with like the recent ICE stuff, like they're posting the images and it's like, see, he's okay. Like hole in the head from the gunshot would just, you know, like. Fresh news reports that an image of a wounded Cambodian citizen, apparently sourced from the Facebook account of the Army military force used by the nation in a report entitled "Army Flags 4 Suspicious Points in Cambodia's Claim of Civilian Shooting," has been doctored to make it look as though the Cambodian casualty injured by Thai soldiers on November 12, 2025 in Prey Shan village is smiling. Come on.
The report is he getting sucked off by the nurse.
Seriously. The report, which is currently blocked, like the entire nation website, to Cambodian visitors, unlike Khmer Times, which is happy to have Thai readers.
As happy as this guy right here?
No. The report, which is currently blocked, like the entire nation website, to Cambodian visitors, unlike Khmer Times, which is happy to have Thai readers. Cambodians and Thai are two different places. Like, come on. Shows the image presented under a section entitled "Injuries Shown in News Footage Do Not Match Gunshot Wounds," and states that Win Thai added that the injuries seen on patients sent to the hospital are inconsistent with actual gunshot wounds fired from military weapons at a distance of 500 to 800 meters. Such wounds should be severe and extensive, he said, yet the patients shown in reports appeared to have minor injuries and were even smiling, which is not at all consistent with gunshot victims. However, the original image of the casualty show that the man is not smiling as he lies in bed in pain with his eyes closed, following his shooting by Thai armed forces. As checked via the D-Copy AI tool, detects a 59% chance the nation image has been generated by AI. I always go back to that image like, this looks shopped. I can tell by the pixels and the fact that you and I are raptors or dinosaurs. It's also noticeable that the nation image shows the man's skin as being unnaturally smooth, indicating that it has been doctored and altered. Well, it's not just his skin. I was noticing up here, like, look at how grainy this is and how smooth that is. Like, just even there. Whereas the original one shows the man has rough skin. The man's nose and mouth have also been elongated in the nation's picture and a bulge added to his cheek with an aura around it. What the fuck? An aura? What does that mean? You mean this weirdness? Further confirming that the image has been doctored for propaganda purposes. If the nation's post uses a doctored image, this would represent a serious breach of journalistic ethics at the nation, which has already made an unforgivable error in doubting that Thai armed forces were responsible for the death of a Cambodian citizen in the unprovoked incident of the 12th of November. Damn, shit's going on all over the place. Oh, it came out on my birthday. Nice job. I was in Dallas. All right, cool. That's it.
That's it.
Yes. People in hospital beds always have satisfactory response like that. That's how pain and suffering that requires hospitalization works. Yeah. Blue and Rosie knows. Right. I'm not in the show. Are we doing a Watch Club?
Greenline, are you alive?
I'm like what is it, 11 and a half episodes? Or not 11, like 13 and a half episodes
Where have
done?
you been this entire
13 and a half? You're done with season 1. Let's go.
Well, I'm like 12 and a half or whatever.
Okay.
I'm
12
doing
and a half.
enough.
You're done with season 1. Okay. So
I'm like I'm almost done with season 1. I have like 10 minutes left. It doesn't
What
matter.
is the last thing you remember?
Last thing I remember is the last thing that's on screen, and they're in court.
Well, let's put it this way. The show isn't completed after that one season, so
yeah.
that 10 minutes
It's
isn't
fine.
really going to make or
The
break.
only thing that I might have a problem with, and this is the heavy quotations might have a problem, is that Random did mention that the season ends kind of just like weird, but I kind of suspect that already, given the fact that there's like 12 or 13 more, so it's like whatever.
Well, I'll have to take it up with you guys for season 2.
Assuming you get that far.
Piss off.
Fare thee well. I will talk to you later, whore.
Cool. All right, cool.
I don't know who wants to start off with a what, but I do want to get around to myself, and I'd like to segue into with Random with certain stuff regards to localization and the changes made.
Some parts of it are hilariously funny. Other parts of it are cringe as fuck.
Yeah.
Right. I think we can all agree on that.
Yeah, but I just didn't know. Like, are we
I'm
talking
just
about it
gonna
now, or
check
do you
the
want to?
background.
Do you want to talk about some other stuff?
Goodbye, Reese.
Where'd he go?
What?
I just started to put myself in the back.
Okay.
Okay.
I wouldn't mind talking about it now if you
okay.
want to at least get started.
I
just
saw the Watch Club discussions on Discord.
Mhm.
I was because for the most part, episodes like 1 through 5, I was like, this is kind of great. Well, great is subjective. The dub is kind of cheesy. It's for me, sometimes that's kind of fun. It reminded me of Slayers. It reminded me of like Central Park Media. This is early ADV, clearly.
Yeah.
But objectively speaking, the dub is just not great.
So
from an
like I said,
from a performance standpoint, I think there's like 1 or 2 good performances, but everybody else is kind of just like, ugh.
Well, I think the biggest issue is that it's not faithful at all.
Right? Yeah, I didn't mind.
We want to. So I was fine with it for like the first 5 or 6 episodes, but then I got to the nun episode, which Random Early had talked about in mods, and I was like, oh, this is what he fucking meant. Holy shit, this is like totally
atrocious.
Different. Like
that was the first one that I was like as well. I was like, what did they actually say in the subtitle? Because there's no way they said anything close to this. And then I turned the subtitles on, and that was a mistake for my watch through, but also a blessing, because from then on, I basically decided I'm going to watch this sub only because I can't handle it. That episode took it was the episode before that. Before the no, it was.
The Nun is the episode that the title came from. What the hell is anal protection?
I liked parts of that episode where the ghost they're chasing the ghost, and she's like, "Oh, I'm a lesbian." And it's just like, I thought that was funny.
When they're chasing her, and she's like, "Oh, I'm a lesbian. That'll teach him." And first of all, that voice sounded like she was like a butch lesbian or trans. And then in the sub, it's like a high pitched girl, like a normal Japanese anime girl. But then also like he's following her, and he's just saying like, you lost to this game, you lost to this game, you lost to this game. Every time you said you'd show me your naked body, and then she's like, well, but I'm embarrassed. And then, but that's it. And then in the dub, he's like, have sex with me. I'm a lesbian. Like,
I thought that was funny. What I didn't like though is when it did get to the nun, because the nun, even having not watched the sub, I'm like, that's not the visually. I can tell in her tone of voice the way they express her in the anime.
Yeah. Okay. So it was that
not
episode.
How she acts. That was not how
the first episode.
Nun acts. This is what Random was talking about when he's like, why did they make her a villain? Because they're making her extremely antagonistic.
Yeah,
she's not that way.
Okay, I feel like we've jumped way past something we should probably establish for the audience who might not have seen it. So the dub is early enough in ADV's history that they weren't committed to doing like a actual full translation. They were under the impression people are not going to enjoy these shows if they are faithfully translated. So we're going to loosely translate them. Now, at one point in ADV's history, they did get permission to do whatever the fuck they wanted with ghost stories, right? And that would be the logical conclusion if you go on with this approach to where you could do whatever the fuck you want. And ADV and even Geneon and Funimation back in the day, they had a couple of really good moments of localization changes. For example, in Hellsing, there was a line when Crispin Freeman says, tonight seems like a good night to get a bite to drink, right? Right. Just a playing on the common phrase of getting a bite to eat, right? Which for the vampire show felt like a good, use of the turn of phrase, right? To change it up a little bit. For this show, honestly, let's be real, it's not a huge keeper, right? Like the show itself is not standing on its own much. It has a gimmick where the main characters are transported to another world, right? And it's a weird assortment of characters where you got like the meathead, you got maybe an actress. I'm not sure what the original Japanese was.
I can't.
They call her Airi. Her name appears to actually be Airi, but they always call it Airi.
And then they have in Japanese random
AIRI.
Yeah, which would be Airi in Japanese.
No, who was she? Wasn't an actress. What was she in the Japanese?
No, she was. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay.
She was.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and then they have a Japanese schoolgirl who operates a tank. It's a very weird, eclectic assortment of characters. They get transported into another world, like an isekai, and this world has elves and magic and shit. And their goal is to get home. And the way that they're going to get home is that, and it starts before the show even begins, that a great elf priestess named Celsia is going to do a magical spell that will help them get home, but it gets interrupted while she's doing it, and then the spell fragments get cast across the land to a bunch of other elves who are the only ones compatible with the spell or whatever, right? So then they have to go and find the spell fragments. So the premise of the show is that they have to find elves and strip their clothes off in order to find the spell fragments in order to then use a spell
it's like
to
a marking
to spell them onto Celsia. Yeah, they're like skin markings, right? What I found really funny, I feel like the first episode is fucking great.
Yeah.
Because they have this big group of it's like a literal mob, like a mafia.
Yeah.
Of fish related creatures, like this grouper. Right? And there's a line where they're like holding this town ransom, and they have a little boy tied up and like hanging from like an archway, and they're talking to the little boy's brother, and they say something like, "You better bring that elf to us or your little brother's going to be sleeping with us." Right? Which obviously is a joke on the concept of sleeping with fishes. But his like just the tone deaf nature of delivering that line, that he'll be sleeping with us, a bunch of burly men, was fucking hysterical. Like some of the jokes are really fucking funny, but then other jokes do not land whatsoever. Like this is even more guarded than Britney Spears' virginity. It's like, well, that joke didn't land.
Yeah.
Like,
so for me, and I'm gonna get maybe some flack for this, but I really think that the show could have used more fan service given the nature of it. Because after a while, it also just got boring the way they stripped the elves. It was always Junpei, who I fucking hated by the end of the series. I hope he got his fucking face smashed in. And I feel like that shouldn't be the case for a main character, because I could defend characters. Like, listen to me, I can defend characters like Mineta from My Hero. I can defend characters like Roshi because they have endearing qualities. Junpei, they tried to give him endearing qualities, but they always ended up, I don't know if it was just the English portrayal and he's different in the Japanese, but he came off like an arrogant prick who was just like, "Oh, I'm just gonna strip him naked," and not have any remorse about it. Like you've strip these girls and have no like, "Oh, I'm sorry." And it's not like you have two girls in your party that can take them behind a shed or in a private room and be like, "Hey, we need to see if you've got a." But I get it. So
the first episode is very funny with the way he's like, "So yeah, great. I just need you to take your clothes off." What I take your clothes off.
Yeah, no, that was funny. What I think should have happened though is
the stick just gets old fast.
It does. I think they could have been more creative with how we're gonna strip off, because we can't just go up to and ask them to strip. So let's example, the one warrior with the mark of she had to defeat 1,000 dudes. I thought that was great. They had to. Oh, we're gonna sneak inside the hot spring and look at her, and I thought that was great. I was like, "Oh, okay."
The thing that I found annoying about it is that it seemed as though they could have used the spell around clothed elves and had the spell fragments, if there were any, get brought onto Celsia without having to actually strip them.
Right.
Like, so the logic within the world seemed inconsistent in that regard.
Yeah. Whereas, like we have to strip them naked. Okay, but even to that end,
repeat what you just said.
So they make it a point that they have to completely strip the elves naked and find the spell fragment before using a spell to potentially pull the spell fragment onto Celsia. So I'm saying that they could have theoretically used the spell to pull the spell fragments off, and it just would have failed if there weren't any. They didn't actually need to strip the elves naked.
Well, I would say, not that I'm going to defend this dumb anime, but when they first start out, she's not with them, right? She doesn't start traveling with them until later.
Sure.
And also, they don't like. They would like have to randomly use this spell on literally every elf they see, and then hope that.
But let's be honest.
fragment
What's
was
harder?
there.
Think about this for a second, because they see an elf in every fucking episode. What's harder? The effort that they go through in every goddamn episode to strip the elves, or just abracadabra? Okay, it's not this one. Let's keep going. You know what I mean?
Yeah. After they get themselves,
One thing I remember from watching it years ago that was goddamn annoying is Mike. I knew for a fact that stupid like cat spirit was going to enter the tank. God, did they drag that out that whole episode? Oh my God. I mean, maybe it's just me because I knew it was coming, but motherfucker, did they melodramatically drag that shit out.
And then there was, in regards to the localization changes that like kind of irked me some more, was the following episode after the nun, which Lucy Christian's character, the girl who wanted to go to the ball, and it was like, hey, she was antagonistic towards area, whatever the hell her name
And
is.
that's completely not there in the subtitle version.
I hadn't seen the sub, and I still knew. I'm a dubber, and I still knew that's not how she is. Her facial expressions are clearly like they're clearly ad-libbing like half the. She's clearly a nicer girl than, you know.
Real quick, Blue and Rosie says 90s dubs has shooting the shit writing sometimes, which can be interesting. I think of Samurai Pizza Cats, which I watched out of morbid curiosity.
I like
Samurai Pizza Cats. They didn't even have a script. With Samurai Pizza Cats, you go on to say, after learning the English dub's history, the script was lost through shipment, so they had to make up the entire script for English dub. Yeah, with Samurai Pizza Cats, they didn't have a choice. They literally made shit up. And I love Samurai Pizza Cats, don't get me wrong. But when I watched Ghost Stories, and I sat down and actually watched it, not just like, oh yeah, I saw an episode, because when I first started dating my wife, she had the Anime Network on her TV, which is the ADV run thing that is basically now evolved into the streaming platform High Dive. And the Anime Network had like, you could on demand choose episodes to watch, and we would watch Ghost Stories every once in a while, and watching it one episode at a time was kind of fun. But once I bought the DVDs and I sat down and marathon that shit, I had the exact same experience that Randy had with Those Who Hunt Elves, where all of a sudden it's like it becomes annoying that they are obviously making shit up instead of honoring the source material. The only difference is that the actual story of Ghost Stories is bullshit and nobody actually gives a shit or wants to watch it.
Yeah.
Whereas with this, it's like there's at least a story there that you could enjoy on its own without the nonsense. And the problem is that I think as the series progresses with Those Who Hunt Elves, I think they felt emboldened to make more meta references. And those meta references are only goddamn relevant to like the 90s and early 2000s. So as it gets further into it, it gets worse and worse in terms of its aging itself, right? Whereas I think it could have done well if they'd tempered it a little bit. And I watched the whole show in English with subtitles on, or at least everything I've watched so far of the rewatch of the series has been in English with subtitles on, and it is goddamn annoying.
I'm a dubber. Like
I've talked about this before, real quick, about how in Digimon you will see scenes where it's an establishing shot of them walking through the digital forest, and it is just far enough away that the facial features are not drawn, and they will have the characters talking, and they will say something retarded, like say something dumb, and then you sound smarter when you don't talk. Right, just to have a little zinger in there that kids will be like, it's like a fart joke in my favorite, DreamWorks movie. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like just like fucking stupid shit like that. And as it progressed, like that became more and more and more prevalent. Where as soon as there was an opportunity to say something when characters were not actually talking in Japanese, they were talking up a storm to throw in little jokes. And it's like, I don't mind you doing that if the jokes are funny. If they are not funny, I don't want to hear them. If you're talking about Britney Spears' virginity in a Denny's, I don't want to hear it. That shit is not funny. Anyway, you were saying?
I'm saying that I primarily watch my shows in English. I am a dubber. I will defend. I'll defend dubs. People were recently shitting on like Dragon Ball Z's dub and how like Goku changed the Funimation changed a few lines from the Goku and Vegeta fight, and it's like, I don't fucking care. Like, you still get the gist of what he's talking about. With this, I cannot actively like defend half the shit that's going on in the show. I'd be like, no, watch those who want else in Japanese. Like, don't watch the show in English. And I normally would defend shit like this, but it's just like, it's too numerous to even. It's not even here and there. It's
overstated
it's everywhere.
Yeah,
and I think it could have used more fan service. I really, if the core premise is stripping girls naked, like give us more shots.
It almost comes across like an OVA.
Yeah,
and then it's like, wait, it's 12 episodes long. Like really? Yeah.
Yeah, this could have been like a 6 OVA series, and it would have been fine. Also, I'm not a hard on for like Ultra HD 4K, but like I see it now when we all get excited and jizz over the fact that Discotek has picked up something and restored it, because I'm looking at some of these shots from the standard definition on Blu-ray for those who own elves, and it's just like, ew.
Yeah.
Like some of this stuff does not look good on my 1080p fucking.
And what the fuck was
TV.
the aspect ratio of this show? It's not 16:9. It's not 4:3. It's like a weird in between.
I don't know. And normally I wouldn't care, but I noticed in a few episodes that some of the shots were weird. And then what else? What else can I say?
So it originally aired in 1996.
That's another thing. Like usually I'd be a total dumbass and be like, this totally aired back in 2005. Whereas like now, I saw the credits for the ADV stuff that took place in 2005. But my brain, thankfully, because I've been watching enough of this crap, noticed that this has to be like mid to late 90s, which I didn't used to pick up on before. Green Line, when do you think this aired? Oh, this aired in 2000, like Green Line. No, that's from the 90s, bro. You're a dumbass. Like, but now I can actually pick up on what was made when. I don't know, if that's happened to any of you when you finally realized, oh no, this is older or newer than what I actually think it is.
I don't know. I saw this ages ago. I have. Let me see which one I have.
I'm sure you have the freaking ADV Ultra box set.
I can't remember. Decent... I might have the like re-release of it though.
Okay.
I want to double check.
I'm sure it has a nice box set, but I don't think I have any interest in picking it up.
I remember when I first watched it, even back then, I felt like I had to kind of put it down a couple times.
Yeah.
And like
I don't like Junpei very much. I'm curious if he's different in Japanese, but like the fact that he didn't take glee, but he was kind of just like, because he was such in a rush to like strip these girls, it's like, do you have no like, because the show tried to show that he had a moral code with like the one fighter girl, and it's like, no, I'm gonna honor her and fight, but like you'll have no honor for these girls that you're stripping naked forcefully, destroying their clothes, I might add. Some of these girls, the one girl had a dress that was very expensive that Eri claimed, I think she bought, and it's like, the one time he actually got reprimanded for his reckless fucking behavior, like, because
so I have the 2009 re-release.
Okay.
I don't think it ever got like a full. They had a thin pack before that I didn't buy, but I don't think it ever had like the art box plus.
Oh, okay.
Um,
that was like the one episode where I was happy until the very end of how it like ended, because it was like, oh, like Eri, you know, saw her naked, found a way to get her naked, and then had an excuse, and you know, oh, that was clever. Oh, cool. Oh no, Junpei's just gonna strip him off like he always fucking does. Okay.
Oh, goody.
And
It's
then they're confused at the end. They're
$116
standing
for
trial.
that.
It's like, we've done nothing wrong. It's like, you clearly know you've done something wrong.
Yeah. Hey, as far as continuing though, we're gonna watch season 2, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna get this out of the way.
Again, my two things are: I wish they had added more fan service if this is the premise, and I wish they had been more clever in how they approached stripping off the elves if they were going to go about that. You know, oh, here's a potion that strips off elves. Okay, where the fuck did that go? Can we use that?
Yeah,
potion?
exactly. Like a lot of it was super convenience related. Like it was convenience that allowed them to get through each episode in a lot of ways. I'm gonna look through my images here and see if I have something I can add that'll maybe round off my thoughts on this. Good.
Okay. I just want to go through the things that I thought.
Yeah, please.
Okay. So like start here. The first episode. I thought it was
I just remembered the one thing I wanted to share. But go ahead.
Thought it was odd that they started like midway through, and it was a little bit jarring because like you didn't know what was going on. And I initially thought that the premise was going to be that elves were rare and they had to go like find them, but turns out no, they're not rare.
Yeah.
And they kind of give up they kind of make it seem like, oh well, like bounty hunters are gonna come and like try and kidnap them and like it's gonna be a fight. No, that's only addressed in episode 1. Then we go through the episodes and like they were fine until that nun episode when the dub changes actually made it confusing for me because she talks to Celeste or whatever, is that her name?
Yeah, Celsia.
She says to or Gunpei, whatever, I don't know the guy's
Junpei
and sorry, what?
Junpei and Celsia and Eri and I forget the girl's name, the little girl.
Celsia, Junpei, and Eri. I know that. Okay, so Junpei is like
Celsia, Eri, Junpei, and Ritsuko. Those are the names.
Okay, I probably won't talk about her, but anyway, Junpei sets up the bath thing, and he's like, oh, "Okay, bath thing, because she's gonna be sweaty as a ghost." Okay, and then Celsia is like, "Well, I don't really understand about the bathhouse, but like, surely she would go to some place with rice." And then they're like, "What? Why would she go to some place with rice?" And it never explains it, right? And then
I think that was a Japanese pun that they were making.
Maybe, but in the dub, what ends up happening is she runs up to them and she's like, "Oh, who put this bathhouse here? Oh well, whatever." Turns around and then says like, "Can I have the lunch special or something?" And it's like, what? And in the Japanese, it's like, "I'm here for brown rice." And then so in the Japanese, it's clear, oh, she went into a rice place, right? But in the English, you're like, what? I don't even understand what's going on. And then I thought it was kind of like annoyingly dumb. Like, I know Junpei is a stupid character, but like she was just about to strip right in front of him, and instead of waiting, he's like, "I'm gonna tear off your clothes." It's like, yeah, okay. And then they made the nun evil, and she's like, she's in the Japanese, she senses evil spirits coming, and she tries to protect the souls of the people that just died, and which happen to be their actual souls trying to return to their bodies, but she doesn't know that. And so she thinks she's warding off evil, right?
I thought she was just warding off evil and protecting herself and the other dude in the.
No, well, in the dub, she full out says like, "Oh, I know these bitches are coming back to their bodies. I know they're not.
I know
really
that,
dead.
yeah.
And I basically I want to do full murder here and burn them alive, which is like completely like not real. And then which makes less sense in the last episode when she comes back and she testifies in their fucking. Well, I didn't watch the dub, so I don't. I guess they might have addressed that in the dub, but in the sub, she's like testifying for them. So like if she's an evil like person that wants them dead, you wouldn't think that she would go and testify towards their innocence. And then the dub's like, because she had that Star of David wand, the dub's like, "Oh, are you Jewish?"
Yeah.
Like, okay, so now which implies that she's a fake nun,
Well,
right? And she's because he sets up that the hotel owner was like skimming everyone's money, right? And he was doing evil things.
He's also Jewish.
Not evil, but like illicit things, I guess, whatever. Crimes. He's doing crimes. So when he says, "Oh, are you Jewish?" I was like, "Oh, so is she like an evil nun, and is she like a criminal nun?" No, in the sub, she's just a normal nun, and she's not Jewish. And then in the next episode, they set up the whole girl that was trying to buy the dress, and she's like bitching at Ari, and Ari's like bitching back at her, like, "Oh yeah, you suck at dancing." And that whole episode starts with a monologue of how Ari's like, "Oh, you know, I want to be a dancer," or like I'm an actress and I miss being an actor. Like, and it was like terrible. I hated that episode.
So, like I said, I think that the big issue that they had was that they became too committed to their bit because they were doing it episode by episode. And so as the show progresses, it gets worse and worse in terms of needing to capture the bit that they're doing and keep it going, to the point where they started to look for excuses for it instead of actually just doing the dub. And like, this betrays Aries' character. We have to come up with a new line here because she wants to be a dancer, and we got to make a line about her being So I feel
at the end, I saw you're a huge rack. It was amazing.
I don't even care about the character, but like it just doesn't make sense because the girl comes up to her and she's like, in Japanese, she's like, "Oh, you did a nice move. Can you teach me?" And Ari's like, "Oh, you don't want me to teach you?" I'm like, "I'm not a teacher." And she's like, "Oh yeah, no, please teach me." And then she's like, "Okay, here's like how you do a move." Like, and it doesn't animate it. It's funny, like they're cheap animators, so they're just like, "Ha!" And then what? That was a dance move. But anyway, in the English, she's like, "What? You think you're a dancer? You think you're an actress? You're nothing." And then she's like, "Oh, well, I'll show you." Ha! And then like she's like, "Oh, that wasn't a dance move, but please show me the dance move." And then she's like, or no, she didn't even say that. She's like, "Oh, but sorry, I yelled at you," basically. And she, like, the girl that's talking to Ari does a 180 in her attitude, because in the sub, obviously, she's not upset with her. And then she like gets happy because she's asking Ari to help her. And Ari's like, "Okay." So they have to now justify why she does this 180 in mood. And it's not because she was upset in this sub and then happy. It was that she was just curious and then became happy when she wanted her to teach her. So it was very weird when she's like, "Oh, well, please, I apologize." But then because they need the plot point of her learning the move, Ari then has to explain that by saying like, "Oh, well, you're dancing shit anyway. I'll show you a good move." And then it's like, okay, whatever.
Like, I really wish, especially in that, like, those moments, I think that episode had to be like one of the worst.
Yeah, and then at the end of the episode, even in the subtitle, like, Ari's a dick. Basically, she goes and buys the dress for her. And she like waits to the last second to give it to her. She lets her mope around all day thinking that she doesn't have the dress someone else bought it for before she could, and then like literally 2 minutes before the ball, she's like, "Oh, what are you doing down here moping? Here's a dress." Like, okay, I don't know why you did that. That's a little weird. And then after all of that, Junpei barges in, which again is a little weird. Like, why'd they need to barge in through the floor when it was an open ball? You could have just showed up. But then, he obviously strips the girl from her thing, and no dance for her. Maybe it was the next
English
episode.
The prince was like, "Oh, I saw you have a huge rack," instead of being the supportive dude who he clearly was in the Japanese.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, at that point I stopped looking at the dub. Oh no, I actually, sorry. At the next episode, I put the dub back on, and it's the one where she's in the armor, and she's like, "Oh, I'm in an armor, and like I need you to strip me naked," and she's standing over the metal pot, and she just starts cutting it for no reason. I can't remember what she said, but I'm like, "What?" And so I switched on the subtitle, and she's like, "Look, my blades can even cut steel," and that's why she had the pot there. But in the dub, it's never like explained. It's just she's like randomly cutting up this pot, which was stupid. And then most of the rest of the episodes are like whatever. And then the last episode, I literally lost my shit because I don't know if they I don't know if they paid the animators for the 24 episodes or if they paid 12 and then got a renewal for the next 12, but the end of the season,
the last episode has like almost no animation.
Yeah, it's like a clips episode, and they keep reusing shots. It's like the most budget episode ever. Like it was just like, what are you doing? And then at the very end, right, they finally get they blitz through the last 3 markings, right? They're like, okay, here's 2 right away, and then here's the last one. When it's on her foot for some reason, gross. But anyway, so then they get all the markings, and they're about to go home, and Junpei's like saying, "Oh, why aren't you naked doing this stupid spell?" And it breaks up again, so putting us back to square one. And I was like, you cannot, like, are you serious? You spent this whole 12 episode thing doing this shit, and then in the last episode you blitz 3 of them and then reset the entire, like, the whole episode was stupid. Like, the only difference between the start of the episode and the end of the episode is basically Celsia is now no longer stuck as a dog. And now they have to go find 5 markings again. But like, man, I am not impressed by this one.
And just so we're clear, like as I was saying before, my original watch of this show, I got fatigued midway through it, and it became one of those things where when I originally watched it, I just sort of left it playing and just kind of like worked on my computer or did other things while I was playing. I really think that, to be honest, I don't think watching it with a faithful dub would have been any more engaging, but I do think that the dub that we got wore out its welcome before the second season even started. One thing I thought was really funny though was this line where when the guy shoots, "Hey, who did it? Who shot the arrow? It slipped," or whatever he says. Sorry,
I don't even remember that.
This is in the episode where the tank becomes possessed.
Oh, yeah.
And there's like the giant stuffed bear. "Hey, who shot that?" He's like, "Sorry, it slipped." So there are a couple of good bits, but man, was it like reliant on, "Oh, it'd be funny if I said this," instead of like what, it wasn't really good writing. It was just like this moment means nothing, so why don't we make a goof,
And then I think Random mentioned this. The animation is subpar. Like again, I really wish they would have done more interesting things with it, but they didn't, and it was the same shtick over and over and over. And even fucking Detective Conan like had better, interesting like outcomes to like murders and shit than.
I'm still gonna be here. I'm gonna pull out till my recording catches up, but I'll still be in the background listening.
Than Those Who Hunt Elves, which is what 12, 13 episodes, and they end each episode the same way.
Well, that was easy. I'm already caught up. Yeah, 12 episodes for the first season, 12 for the second. Yeah,
it's like what's the solution?
Very episodic.
Junpei, and he strips, rips off their clothes, doesn't even give them the time to like take them off, and and I don't know, man, like.
Yeah.
That's another thing that I don't think none of us mentioned this, but like we don't get to see like, okay, who were they like before? What were they doing before this? Like what are their desires to get home?
That is a very strange element to an isekai. Even if the first episode exists for 5 minutes just to throw them into the other world, you at least see where they came from.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? It's very unique to have the series start in the isekai world,
Yeah.
So I definitely agree with you there, that it feels a little strange, and I don't think they ever get back, to be honest.
Wow, spoilers.
I mean, I don't remember. I'm just saying, I don't remember if they ever get back, but
name an isekai where they do get back.
Digimon.
Does Gate count?
Digimon?
Yeah, Digimon. I think Escaflowne they get back, but I think they choose to return, right?
They go back and forth a couple times.
Inuyasha, and then they go back and forth. Inuyasha.
Yeah.
Sword Art, if you want to call that an isekai, they get back.
We should do Dot Hack this year at some point. I'd love to revisit that. I remember watching Dot Hack.
So much money for me though. I don't have any of that crap yet. I need to pick that up.
Yeah, that's weird. It hasn't ever been re-released, has it?
No.
It was only ever released by Bandai, wasn't it?
I think so.
Thank God I already have that shit.
Oh, good for you.
We should also do Galaxy Angel at some point. That's a dub that's fucking funny. If we want to do funny shows. I also think we should do School Rumble at some point.
Yeah.
So just take
Dokuro-chan is also really funny dub.
Yeah, it's funny. I bought Dokuro-chan, but I bought it before it got dubbed. I bought the sub version of it from Media Blasters, and I loved it. I thought it was great. I'd love to rewatch it again with the dub.
Do you have the Blu-ray? Yep.
No.
Get that shit.
Let me look.
Discotheque.
Was it Discotheque who released it?
Yeah.
Oh, Bludgeoning Angel and Dokuro.
Yeah.
Indeed. Have we done one for Excel Saga?
Oh, fuck, it's not on a Crunchyroll yet.
Have we what? Greenlight?
Excel Saga? Have we done a watch club for that?
No,
yet?
I'd love to do that as well. It's only $31 on eBay, the Blu-ray.
It's $23 on Amazon.
Great, I'll go there.
7 left in stock.
Bye now.
I can't believe that came out 5 years ago now. Holy shit.
What, right?
Feels like yesterday.
That's what happens when you spend a whole fucking year doing Attack on Titan.
What came out 5 years ago?
The Blu-ray for Bludgeoning Angel Dokuro-chan.
Oh, yeah.
As I know, Bokusatsu Tenchi Dokuro-chan. Because I bought the Japanese one.
Yeah.
All right.
That freaking OP is an earworm. Holy shit.
Is that the one that said pee?
Yeah.
Oh God, you're bringing back Vietnam. More flashbacks for me.
That's like her transformation sequence.
Wendy Lee is so good as that. Holy shit.
I can't wait to watch the dub.
And then, they had Wendy Lee and Johnny Young Bosch as the two main.
Then I suppose it'll be on me. I'll put that down as my next watch club request, seeing as though this one was mine, and I feel kind of bad that this one was mine.
Blue and Rosie says, when I first learned of Isekai,
That'd be a good
I
one
was
for
like,
if we did finish Evanson's Shadow early. Do Dokuro-chan. That's only 6 episodes.
yeah. Blue and Rosie says, when I first learned of Isekai, I was like, you mean like dot hack? And the Gen Z customers looked at me like with a blank stare, and I aged myself.
Oh.
And Dokuro-chan's hilarious. Okay, yeah. So just so that the audience is under, I got a call today before the show, and my coworker let me know that my boss. So something that's happened at work. Oh fuck! I don't remember how much I've told, but once upon a time, we were doing our big event, and my boss attempted to coax a coworker into activities that are not legal between a boss and their subordinate, and the entire team quit because impropriety. Let's use that word. And my boss has had to rehire that entire side of the office, and then he hired 4 people for our side of the office because the person who runs both sides of the office is pregnant and going to give birth next month. And so we have 4 new hires. 2 of them are going to London. So before the show tonight, I got a call from my closest coworker who I've known since college. And they were letting me know that my boss was asking if I was necessary for the London trip. And truth be told, I'm not at all. But at the same time, it's like, do I let him bring the new hires and find out he doesn't need me? You know what I mean? Like, so it's kind of like, I don't know. So I might be off the hook with the London trip, which would be great because I don't want to do it. Especially after what happened to Sophie in Dundee. Fuck that. I don't want to go anywhere near the UK while they're fucking putting carbon taxes and shit on their goddamn products. But what we're looking at right now is we're doing a watch club for the first half of Those Who Hunt Elves tonight, so that next podcast we do the other half, and then we have 5 full weeks to get through 30 episodes of. Is it 32?
Yeah, 20 and 12.
Oh shit! I thought it was 30. 32 episodes of Eminence and Shadow, right? And 5 weeks is plenty of time. Don't get me wrong, right?
Easy.
But the idea is that if we can get through that, right? That'll be 4 podcasts.
Really, realistically,
5 weeks
only
because
12,
of the London
only
thing.
need 3 weeks.
Yeah, so it'd be good. So we're looking at we need to finish in time before One Piece live action season 2 comes out, because we got to ride that wave, of the next season there when it's hot and striking while the iron's hot and all that shit. Thank God I set aside Attack on Titan. But yeah, so we're thinking about potentially, depending on when we finish Eminence and Shadow, we might have time to throw in another show before One Piece picks back up. So Dokuro-chan could be it. It's only 6 episodes. I've already seen it. Even if I didn't even start it, I could still talk about it because it was funny. But we'll see. Anyway, it is currently almost 11 o'clock. I should probably wrap this up. Do you guys have any last words before we move on? Keeping in mind that, of course, we can talk next week about season 2.
Nope.
I do not. I've said my piece plenty. I probably should have saved till season 2. I don't know what could change to.
Yeah, I hate to say it, but it's the trajectory is not going to improve. And remember of season 2. Again, I find this show to be great if you put it on kind of as like your secondary activity.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
It's like one of those.
It's one of those shows where it's like it's a fun side thing. You get to hear Lucy Christian's voice and whatnot. And
Nice.
Yeah, it's good for that. I really like the first episode. I think it's funny. I think that they really made great strides with what they did with the dub. But like I was sort of explaining earlier, it just kind of like feels like it needs to keep that up, and fuck, does it just kind of, spin out. It spin out in what it's doing, to the point where it just kind of loses track of what it's doing, So anyway, I'm gonna let you guys go. Let us end the show. Reese, I don't know why you left. That was weird.
I just went back in the background.
All right.
Trying to get my upload to catch up.
I'm gonna put a different video for the outro. Choices. We're copyright claimed already. Good night.
They made a game with a hot girl, I'm upset. As far as I'm concerned, she's unrealistic, 'cause she doesn't have a flat chest like I do. He's gonna coom, it's a typical Goons Day night. He's stripping girls and the kind of games I don't like, 'cause jiggle physics are Holocaust Part 2. She wears short skirts, I look like yogurt. She gets attention and I get my feelings hurt, dreaming about the day when I wake up and find that I was a different gender this whole freaking time. If they could see that actually I'm what's beautiful, there is more to life than Sydney Sweeney's titties. Sydney Sweeney's titties. Sydney Sweeney's titties. Stupid male gaze and photoshopped magazines. Filters should only exist for people like me. Tweeting in the girls' bathroom, thinking to myself, I make them all queasy. Her body, my choice, cover your femininity. I'm saving you from objectifying misogyny. Gratuitous displays of jiggling boobs have ruined my whole freaking weekend mood. I am right here, love me or you hate queers. Heterosis normative behavior has me in tears, dreaming about the day when I wake up and find that the capitalist patriarchy go bye-bye. You stupid sexist bigot coomers just love porn. That's the only reason girls get you horny, but never girls like me. Stop resisting our pronoun gaslighting. Big stupid boobs are not that exciting. You harm society, jerking too pretty. Stop jerking too pretty. Have you ever thought that pretty is me? It is, ma'am. It is, ma'am. Oh, I'd have sand in my vagina if it weren't a cock and balls. Gonna infiltrate your media, give women massive jaws. Mandate butch and gay, no titty masculinity. Ugly reach into your dreams, Freddy Krueger on his knees. Can't you see the modern audience demands you change your standards of beauty, diversity? Not token pandering. Shaved head, dyed hair, piercings, androgyny. Everything will suit my sensitivity. He's only bigots disagree, right side of history. Accept my conditioning. Frick Sydney Sweeney's titties. I identify as pretty. Identify pretty. You identify as pretty. A padded cell in a straight jacket. You hear that? Straight jacket.